From broken dreams rises the King of Darkness!
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Quirkless Deku became the most powerful villain with All for One movie. Before we start, please go support RobertFanfics for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Have you ever wondered what would have happened to Izuku Midoriya? He would try to commit suicide after his childhood idol had shattered his dream and his childhood friend had tormented him his entire life. Why don't you just jump off a building and see if you have a quirk in the next life? You can't be a hero without a quirk. Those were the words that wouldn't leave his head, but everything will change thanks to the help of the darkest shadow. Prologue. Izuku the Perfect Android Bio Prologue. Before starting this new story, it should be noted that this will take place after Bakugo is rescued from the villain Baba. We found a green-haired man standing at the top of a 10-story building, holding a somewhat burned notebook in his hands, which said Notes of Heroes, feeling very sad, with his eyes showing no life. You're probably wondering why this is the case, and it's very easy. What happened was that 12 years ago, he was diagnosed with Quirkles, causing everyone to discriminate against him. Even the one he thought was his best friend, Kitsuki Bakugo, would begin to insult and hit him for the simple fact of not having a quirk, since the Polisoniso awakened his quirk, which was to throw explosions from his hands, causing everyone around him to praise him too much, making his fumes rise. Believing that everyone was very inferior to him, and when he found out that his friend was a Quirkles, he began to mock and hit him since they were 4 years old, and when the years had passed, the Polisoniso's abuse continued even when they entered high school. But on one of those days when Bakugo, his very special notebook, exploded for him, since it was where he wrote down all the heroes he had seen, and when a slime villain tried to catch him. He was saved by the hero he wanted to meet since he was a child. All Myth had defeated that villain in one blow who had him hostage, and not only was able to meet his idol and get his autograph, but he managed to discover the secret of the symbol of peace, the wound that destroyed much of his organs, due to a fight he had with a strong villain a long time ago, and when he asked him the question about whether Quirkles can be a hero, but something in him broke. Since the hero he admired the most told him that he could not be a hero without having a quirk, that he should give up his dream and dedicate himself to something else, like being a police officer, and after that he left Izuku alone, totally sad to hear the words of his idol. After what happened, Izuku just left the building even though he was sad, but in the distance he could see an explosion, and when he went to see what happened, he could see how the same slime villain was fighting against some heroes who were trying to save a boy who was trapped by the villain slime, and the green-haired boy could see more clearly that the hostage was his former childhood friend, being subjected to launch explosions, causing the heroes to not be able to get closer. Izuku would be watching how his ex-friend was suffering, but he felt some happiness seeing how Kitsuki was suffering and just left without saying anything. Hours had passed, but Izuku still felt a great pain inside him since he couldn't get all Myth's words out of his head. At the moment. And so we found ourselves at the top of the building, with Izuku having a neutral face and proceeding to jump, falling at full speed straight to the ground under the cold darkness of the night. As he fell from the building he would begin to close his eyes due to the wind he felt from the fall. But before he could completely lose consciousness when he was close to the ground, he could see how a dark fog appeared in front of him, being the last thing he could see, and the only thing that could fall to the ground were his red shoes. Hours had passed, and we can see how our green-haired man was in a kind of room, which was completely dark, but he could hear some footsteps heading towards him, being able to see a man who was wearing an elegant suit, also having a kind of mask on his face. Izuku. Who are you? Nice to meet you, kid. Well, first of all, my name is All for One, and I'm villain number 1. Izuku. The number 1 villain. All for One. That's right, and I want to know why you tried to commit suicide. Izuku. I'm a Quirkles, and I think you already know how everyone treats Quirkles. All for One. I tried it, kid, you've suffered a lot, but I want to make you a proposal, which I'm sure will make you happy. Izuku. What kind of proposal? All for One. Tell me you don't want to join me, I'll give you great power with which you can defeat all those who hurt you, what do you say? The green-haired boy would begin to think about everything that happened in his life while pursuing his dream of being a hero, remembering all the humiliations he received from his former best friend, and he also remembered the words that his childhood idol told him, you can't be a hero, those words were still repeating in his head. Izuku. Yes, I agree to join. The green-haired boy showed a smile to the villain, leaving him very surprised and somewhat happy to hear that the boy accepted his proposal. All for One. Good decision, kid, come with me please. Izuku. Okay, sir. All for One. All for One. Call me sensei, Midoriya-san. Izuku. Okay, sensei. The villain would begin to guide the green-haired boy around the place, first introducing him to two people who were there. One was a young man with light blue hair who had a hand covering his face, calling himself Tamura Shigaraki, and the other was a kind of mist who was wearing an elegant suit, calling himself Kurajiri, and after introducing himself, Izuku had been taken to a kind of laboratory where there was a capsule in the center of the place. Izuku? Sensei, what is that? All for one. Well Izuku, once you enter there, you will change your appearance and get more than one quirk. Izuku? Really? All for one? Of course, but I warn you that it will be somewhat painful. Izuku? It doesn't matter, I'll hold on to be of great use to you, sensei. The villain would be very surprised to see the boy's determination, and under his mask he would have a smile, the call Izuku could not see. Izuku? But what kind of powers will I have? All for one. I'll give you regeneration, so you can recover parts of your body, the ability to fly, and this last one will surprise you, you'll get the cells of the top heroes capable of using their abilities against them. Izuku? Very well sensei, let's begin. The green-haired man had entered the capsule, beginning to be surrounded by a kind of black smoke, being completely covered. Izuku's thoughts. If I can't be the best hero, I'll be the most powerful villain of all. Get ready, Myth, because I'll be the one to finish you off. End of the prologue. Chapter 1. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 1. It had been about 3 months since Izuku Midoriya had disappeared, since his mother Inko Midoriya had become very worried that her son did not return home, so she called the police to help them find her son's whereabouts, but all they could find were his characteristic red shoes, having the conclusions that the boy was kidnapped or in the worst case, that he committed suicide, taking off his shoes and throwing himself into another building, making it impossible to find his body. And when Inko found out about those two news, a great sadness had consumed her, and that news had reached the ears of the Bakugo family, causing Masaru and Mitsuki to go to comfort her. But when Katsuki found out about that news, he felt a great impact inside him, as if something had broken inside him, feeling great guilt, since he remembers that he had told Izuku to commit suicide to stop hindering him, but what nobody knew is that Izuku Midoriya was still alive. We found ourselves in a kind of laboratory in which there were a large number of machines and capsules which had some kind of liquids of different colors, and in others, there were some kind of humanoids that had their brains exposed, being injected through all the tubes that had liquids of different colors, but we focused on a capsule which was in the center of all of them, but inside it, you could only see a black smoke, but then someone had entered the laboratory. Walking towards where the capsule that contained the black smoke was. All for one. Very well Izuku, it's time to go out, show me your new skills. The most dangerous villain had pressed a button on a board, and in that a sound had been heard coming from the capsule, which had begun to open little by little, and with that the smoke was also disappearing, being able to see with some clarity a kind of insect man, which had all its skin green, with some black spots that were all over its body, also had a kind of tail with a needle, being this very long, wings, legs that only allowed 3 fingers on each leg, but also some orange parts. Being part of its abdomen, where it is supposed to have its male part, also its mouth was orange, also having reptile-like eyes. Izuku? I'm ready, master. All for one. Okay, first of all, how do you feel about your new look? Izuku? Well, it will take me some time to get used to it, but I don't think it will be a problem. All for one. Okay, follow me, let's test your new skills. Izuku? As you say. The bearer of All for One would begin to guide the now new Izuku towards a kind of room, which was completely empty. All for one. Alright, let's test your skills against some Nomus. In those portals, about 5 Nomus appeared. Izuku? What are Nomus? All for one. Nomus are creatures that had multiple quirks, so now try your multiple quirks against them. Izuku? Okay, let's get started. All for one. Attack. The Nomus would heed their master's order, immediately rushing towards where Izuku was, who had also launched himself against the Nomus, going against the largest one, who had a super strength quirk, throwing a strong punch towards the green insect, which had made one of its hands into dragon claws, making it clear that it was using the Ryukyu heroine's quirk, but behind the other Nomu was about to throw a blast of fire at it, but using its dragon claws. It was able to free itself from the first Nomu that was in front of it, and when it turned around, it launched a powerful blast of fire, colliding with the fire of the Nomu, causing both blasts of fire to form a powerful fireball. But it was only a matter of seconds before Izuku won the clash, because his flames were more powerful, due to the Endeavor cells, managing to incinerate the Nomu, and with a great leap, it launched itself against of the Nomu, which had the super strength quirk. But Izuku's legs would increase their muscle mass, using the heroine Mirko's quirk, and with a single kick, managed to destroy the Nomu's brain, staining himself with some blood due to the destroyed brain of the Nomu, which had fallen dead to the ground, but Izuku had been surrounded by the other 3 Nomus that were still on their feet, and all 3 had launched themselves against him, with one turning his 2 hands into swords, another would begin to output electricity throughout his body. And the last would begin to be surrounded by some kind of rocks. Izuku's thoughts. So 2 close combat and 1 long range. The Nomu that was behind the other 2 that were in front launched a large amount of electrical energy. Izuku had dodged it with some difficulty, moving at the last moment because the attack was very fast, drawing some blood from his cheek, but the Nomu that had his hands turned into swords launched itself against Izuku, being followed by the Nomu that had his hands covered in rocks. Izuku. Come here. Izuku had launched himself using Edshot's quirk, piercing the Nomu that had the sword quirk, leaving him completely immobile, since he had managed to touch a few nerves, but when he exposed his head. The electricity Nomu launched another powerful electric current, heading towards him and the Nomu that was still, managing to dodge it again, but behind him stood the Nomu that had the rock quirk, giving him a powerful punch in his back, causing him to go a few steps, but using his tail, he managed to take the Nomu's hand, and with its stinger that stuck in his arm, began to consume his arm, stripping him of his right arm, but the Nomu would be regenerating little by little. Recovering his lost limb. Izuku. So what the computer told me turned out to be true, I can absorb living beings and obtain their abilities. He said it by covering his arms in rocks. Izuku. But the bad thing is that I have a time limit of only 5 minutes, but it doesn't matter, that time is more than enough to finish off my opponent. From one moment to the next, Izuku had disappeared, leaving the Noma somewhat confused, but Izuku reappeared behind the Nomu with a rock quirk, beginning to launch a large number of blows at the Nomu, at great speed, without giving him any chance to respond to the blows. Izuku. Delaware Smash. The boy, who now had the appearance of an insect, launched a powerful punch to the brain of the Nomu's head, but the entire head had flown towards the ceiling of the room, covering Izuku's hand and face with blood. Izuku. 3 down, 2 left. Izuku would use Edshot's quirk again, evading the Nomu's electrical attacks, and when he stood in front of him, he turned his left hand into the Nomu's head. From one moment to the next, he would turn his hand into dragon claws, exploding the Nomu's head, leaving only one, and it was the one with the sword quirk. Both would launch themselves against each other, with Izuku colliding his dragon claws against the Nomu's swords, having a few clashes, taking out some sparks, but in Izuku's carelessness, the Nomu had taken advantage to cut off one of his arms, and the perfect creation had taken his distance to take his right arm with some pain, but he would remember that he had regeneration, begun to concentrate, and from one moment to another a new arm had appeared, leaving Izuku surprised. Due to one of his abilities. But he couldn't continue thinking, because he had to dodge another short blow from the Nomu, but he took the opportunity to put his left hand on the creature's chest. Izuku. Burns with despair. The large amount of fire would begin to surround the Nomu's entire body, which would let out a few screams of pain, but Izuku would not give it any chance, and with his right hand, he would begin to charge a great energy, being surrounded by a dark green color. Izuku. Detroit Smash. The teenager had thrown a powerful blow, which had more force than the previous one, causing half of the Nomu's body to explode, leaving only the legs, which had fallen to the ground, leaving a large pool of blood. Izuku's thoughts. So this is the power of the P symbol, it really is amazing, but I'll have to get used to it first. He said this since his arm was completely broken, but Izuku had ripped it off, proceeding to regenerate his arm. At that he could hear some applause, and when he turned around, he could see All For One, who was approaching him, so he bowed on one knee, as a sign of respect to his teacher. All For One. Incredible Izuku, you've left me impressed. Izuku. Thank you very much, teacher. All For One. But you still need to master the quirks you have. Izuku. Don't worry, master, I'm going to train very hard to master my quirks. All For One. Very well, now come with me, I want you to live with Tamura and Kurogiri. Izuku. It's okay. All For One. By the way, Izuku. The villain and the teenager stood still for a moment, waiting for what villain number 1 was going to say. All For One. I hope you help us achieve my goal. Izuku. Of course, I won't let him down. All For One. Very well, Kurogiri, please open a portal now. The black portal had opened in front of both of them, and without delaying a second, they had crossed the portal, being right now in a kind of bar, in which Kurogiri was, who was behind a bar, cleaning a glass, and in a chair was Tamura Shigaraki, who had pointed towards where his teacher was, kneeling in front of him. Shigaraki. Master, it's a pleasure to see you. The light blue-haired man had fixed his gaze on a person who had the appearance of an insect. Shigaraki. Master, who is he? All For One. He is Izuku Midoriya, the boy they had met 3 months ago. Kurogiri. Midoriya. Shigaraki. Boy, what are you? Izuku. Yes, it's me. Kurogiri. What happened to you? Izuku. Well, I changed my appearance to achieve a body capable of having the quirks of the best heroes, but I still can't master them because I just left the capsule. All for one. From now on he will be with you, I hope you get along well and can achieve the main goal. Shigaraki Izuku. Clear teacher. Izuku's thoughts. Just wait all myth, very soon it will be your end. Chapter 2. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 2. Another month had passed since the disappearance of the boy named Izuku Midoriya, without having any results of the boy's whereabouts, not even a hint of a body, and that led his mother, Inko Midoriya, to fall into a deep depression, locking herself in her apartment for several days, worrying the Bakugo family a lot, knowing how her friend was suffering from everything that happened with Izuku, but not only Inko was suffering from Izuku's disappearance, but also Katsuki Bakugo. Since he was regretting what happened every day, since memories always came to him of when he mistreated Izuku, blaming himself and asking for forgiveness, since he had even taken a missing person poster with Izuku's photo, in which he was smiling, not knowing what the green-haired man had gotten into. But Izuku. We found ourselves in a sort of bar, in which there was a man who looked like a sort of dark fog, a beast wearing an elegant suit, and right now he was cleaning a glass, being behind the bar, and in front of him was a boy with light blue hair with a hand covering his entire face, and next to him was a boy with green hair, who was wearing an elegant suit, but he was writing at great speed in a notebook. Shigaraki. Hey Izuku, what are you doing? Izuku. I'm thinking of 1001 ways on how we can kill all myth and how we can destroy the UA. Creator's note. If you're wondering how Izuku is in his human form, that's because this month he was able to find a way to return to his bio-android form and his human form, and he would only use his green insect form in fights, so that no one would find out his true identity, in case of a spy mission, end of note. Kurogiri. You should take it easy, there are still 6 months until the entrance exams start. Tamura. Kurogiri is right, kid, take it easy, we have to take advantage of this time to recruit a large number of villains to be able to kill all myth. Izuku. They may be right, I'd better take it easy. Izuku proceeded to get up from his chair and proceeded to go to some stairs that were there. Kurogiri. Where are you going? Izuku. I'm going to take a shower and then I'm going out, see if I can get some idiots that I can steal their quirks. The green-haired man had left the villain duo who only looked in the direction where the boy had gone. Kurogiri. This guy is really focused on killing all myth. Tamura. I'm glad he's on our side, if he was with the heroes he'd really be a pain. Izuku. I heard you idiot. Kurogiri. Eggs. 10 minutes later. We can see an Izuku who was calmly jumping from building to building, searching in all the alleys for a few villains to recruit or to be able to take away their quirk. Izuku. I hope I'm lucky enough to find an interesting quirk or maybe find someone. At that moment, Izuku could see in an alley a group of 4 villains who were forming a circle around. Izuku. Bingo. The green-haired boy had jumped towards where the group of villains was, but as he got closer, he could hear 2 female voices. Villain 1. Look at the beauties we just found. Villain 2. You're right, and look at what a nice ass they have. Villain 3. Apparently we hit the jackpot with these chocolates. It could be seen more clearly that there was a duo of girls, one who had vines instead of hair and the other had darker green hair, and both were wearing high school uniforms, but on their way back they were intercepted by the group of villains, and right now they were both against the wall of the alley, being looked at lustfully by the group of men who were in front of them. But a kind of stinger was stuck in the back of one of the villains, and he had thrown himself to the floor, writhing in pain, being seen by the trio of villains and the duo of girls, who looked at the scene with some terror. Villain 4. Help me. The villain would begin to disintegrate little by little, as if he were being absorbed. Everyone fixed their gaze on the owner of the tail, and everyone could see a kind of green insect man who looked at everyone expressionlessly. Until his tail returned to him, and everyone could see that only the villain's clothes were on the floor, without knowing what had happened to the owner. Izuku. Thanks for the food. Villain 2. Damn, you'll pay for that. The villain had launched himself with a kind of purple smoke in his hands, but Izuku just put his hand in front to block the blow, but he could see a sly smile on the guy's face, and when he had separated, he could see how his hand would begin to be surrounded by all that smoke. Villain 2. Haha, my poisonous smoke will consume your entire arm until it is useless. The other 2 villains would start laughing at the thought that they had won, but Izuku had done something that no one expected. Izuku. With that poisonous smoke that consumes you little by little, it's a good quirk, I think I'll keep it. The greenish insect had torn off its arm, leaving everyone very surprised by the act that I saw. Girl. What are you doing? Girl 2. Tore off her arm. Izuku had thrown his arm to the side of the trash cans and proceeded to regenerate his lost limb, leaving everyone very shocked. Izuku. Alright, time to die. Izuku had disappeared from everyone's sight, but he appeared behind the villain to stick his needle into him, leaving him on the ground while he writhed in pain. Villain 1. You will die, wretch. The other two villains launched themselves against Izuku from behind, but he had released some flames of fire from his back, making it clear that he was using Endeavor's quirk, causing both villains to be somewhat stunned because some fire would begin to burn them all over. Izuku had finished off the guy on the floor, leaving only his clothes on the ground, and when he turned his gaze to look into the eyes of the last two villains, he only showed a small smile, causing both guys to feel very scared. Izuku. You know, men who don't know how to respect pretty girls are the ones I hate the most. Izuku put his two hands on the heads of both villains and turned his left hand into a dragon claw, crushing the villain's head, spilling his blood all over the alley floor, and with his other hand, he had used the Endeavor quirk, beginning to calcine the face of the last villain left, and it only lasted a few seconds for Izuku to release the villain's head, who had fallen dead to the ground with his face completely burned, without showing any kind of regret on his face. And when he had set his sights on the duo of girls, they had become very nervous, as they thought he would do something to them. Izuku. Are you okay? Girl. What? Izuku. Did I say if you are okay? Girl 2. Yes, we are fine. Izuku. Okay, goodbye. Girl. Wait. Izuku. What's happening? Girl 2. Are you a hero? Izuku. I'm not a hero, I'm a villain. Girl. So why did you help us? Izuku. Very simple, not all villains are bad for no reason, and in my case, I helped them because I wanted to. Girl. Wait, what's your name? Izuku. My name is Cell, but now that I see you well I want to know what your quirks are, would you be so kind as to tell me? Girl. Well, I am Setsuna Tokage, and my quirk is dismemberment, it allows me to separate parts of my body at will, she said, while separating her right hand from her body, as well as her fingers. Girl 2. My name is Ibara Shiosaki, my quirk allows me to control these vines that I have in my hair. Izuku. What interesting quirks. Setsuna. The bad thing is that people think my quirk is very unpleasant. Ibara. And that my quirk is for a villain. Izuku. Poor things, they've suffered too much. Setsuna. I imagine it happened to you too, right? Izuku. Not exactly, I was a Quirkless, but a man offered me his hand in exchange for helping him complete his goal, and it feels very good. Ibara. How can you feel good about that? Izuku. Where I am there are many people who have gone through the same thing as me and you, discrimination, abuse, we all understand each other, and what do you say to me Tokage-san, Shiosaki-chan, would you like to join our family? Izuku had extended his hand to the duo of girls, who had looked at each other, having some doubts about whether it was right to accept that proposal. Izuku. Look girls, when you clear your doubts, go to this direction. The Midoriya had given them a piece of paper, which had an address with the day and time. Izuku. See you tomorrow. The Midoriya had taken a great leap upwards to jump between the buildings, leaving the girl duo in their thoughts. Would you like to join our family? Those were the words that repeated themselves in the heads of the green-haired duo. But Izuku. He was jumping between buildings until he reached an alley, where he had returned to his human form, wearing a black hooded sweatshirt, and began to walk calmly until he reached the bar. Izuku. I'm back. Kurogiri. Hello Midoriya, do you want something to drink? Izuku. An iced tea please. Shigaraki. Were you able to find any recruits? Izuku. Better yet, I was able to obtain a quirk that consists of surrounding my hands in a kind of purple smoke, so that I can consume my opponents completely immobile, as if it were poison. The green-haired boy had taken a sip of his cup of iced tea that he received from Kurogiri. Izuku. And he was also able to get a duo of girls with some very interesting quirks, they might be of great help to us. Kurogiri. What makes you so sure of that? Izuku. I know very well, since they are also discriminated against for their quirks, and I'm sure they will join us. Time skip. It had been a day since Izuku had helped the girl duo with that group of villains, which had even been on the news, but they said that a mysterious hero had saved them, without knowing what his name was. Shigaraki. Wow Izuku, it seems you were having a lot of fun yesterday. Izuku. Well, I just got carried away in the moment. Just then, Kurogiri opened the door. Kurogiri. Izuku-san, here are two teenagers. Izuku. They finally arrived. The green-haired man had taken his insect form and only fixed his gaze on where Kurogiri was. Izuku. It's okay Kurogiri, let them in. The fog just nodded in affirmation and just made a sign with his hand for the people outside to enter. Izuku had only shown a smile when he saw that in front of him were the duo of green-haired girls. Izuku. Welcome girls. Chapter 3. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 3. We are in the hiding place of the League of Villains, and we can see Izuku and Shigaraki looking in front of them at a duo of girls who could be seen to be somewhat nervous, being noticed by the duo of villains. Izuku. Come on girls, relax. The Bara. Cell-san, we've been thinking about the offer you proposed to us. Setsuna. And we decided to accept. Izuku. Very well, I'm glad to hear that. Ibara. What do we have to do to help? Shigaraki. We have a job for you. Izuku. I need you to go to UA and you will be our spies there. Setsuna. But there's still a long way to go until the entrance exams. Ibara. 9 months to be exact. Shigaraki. That's true, but we plan to train them in the remaining months. Izuku. I will train them myself so that they can be among the best. Ibara. But what about our families? Shigaraki. Don't worry, you can come home whenever you want. Izuku. Obviously so that they don't raise suspicions and so they can get a low dog so that they don't make them stand out. Setsuna. I'm glad to hear that. Izuku. Very well, that's all for today, go home, in a week your training will begin. Setsuna Bara. Very well, see you. Both green-haired girls would leave the bar, leaving only the trio of villains inside. Kurogiri. Apparently those girls admire you too much, Midoriya-kun. Shigaraki. That's true, how did you do that? Izuku. It was very easy when you find people who also suffered from discrimination, but they suffered because of their quirks, as for me, it was the complete opposite. Shigaraki. Very well, at least we now have some spies who can give us everything about the UA. Izuku. Okay, you guys do whatever you want, I'll go sleep for a while, I'm sleepy. Kurogiri. But it's only 12 noon. Izuku. A brilliant mind needs to rest, you must in mind, besides, I already got 2 pesos for the UA, now it's your turn to do something, don't think that I'm going to do all the work. Both villains wouldn't say anything, since Izuku was right and they would just be whistling while looking away. With Kitsuki. We can see a Policiniso in his room who was doing weights while he saw the lost poster which had Izuku's photo. Bakugo's thoughts. I'll find you no matter what, I swear. All this time Kitsuki would be blaming himself all this time for despair since he always saw how Inko cried all the time, so he promised that he would do everything possible to find Izuku and bring him back. Bakugo. When I meet you again, I hope to get your forgiveness someday. Time skip. It had been a week since Izuku had spoken to Ibara and Setsuna, and right now the green-haired boy was waiting for the girls at the bar, along with Tamura and Kurogiri. At that moment the door of the bar had been knocked on, and Kurogiri had gone to see who it was. Kurogiri. Oh, it's you, come in. Izuku. Wow, you're finally here. The green-haired boy had taken his insect form and only turned around to see the duo of girls who came with backpacks. Izuku. I'm glad you came. Shigaraki. Why do they bring those backpacks? Ibara. Well, we told our parents that we were going to train. Setsuna. And since they are sometimes exaggerated, they forced us to bring spare clothes and some water. Izuku. Very well, that will do, it's time to begin. Ibara. Where are we going to train? Izuku. Let's go to a training room, Kurogiri, would you be so kind? Kurogiri. Right away. The dark fog began to cover the trio of teenagers and they had disappeared from the bar and from one moment to the next they appeared in a completely lonely training room, being the only ones there. Setsuna. Where are we? Ibara. What is this place? Izuku. This place is the training ground which I used to test my multiple quirks. Both girls were amazed to learn this information. Izuku. Very well, it's time to train. Ibara. So what do we start with? Izuku. First of all, show me what you are capable of, let's start with you Ibara. Midoriya had placed a doll in the center of the field. Ibara. Yes. The green-haired girl began to use her vines, which headed at full speed towards the doll, managing to catch it from the feet, leaving everything tangled except its head. Izuku. Very interesting, now it's your turn Setsuna. The green-haired girl just nodded her head and began to separate into several parts of herself to begin floating through the field. Izuku. Wow, so you can float when you separate, interesting. Setsuna's parts would begin to float around the doll until all the parts came together again, completely forming Setsuna, who stood behind the doll, to put her hands in a neck lock and then lifted it up to slam it against the ground. Izuku. Okay, now both of you come here. Both girls went to where Izuku was standing and she had a serious look but with a small smile on her face. Izuku. Well, their quirks are very impressive and they are very good for combat. Both girls were somewhat happy to hear that since it was the first time someone had praised them for their quirks. Izuku. However, they have disadvantages. Ibara, your vines are very useful to neutralize the enemy, but the bad thing is that you are left without defense, and that can be taken advantage of by your enemies. We have to improve on that. Ibara. Understood. Izuku. And you Setsuna, it's impossible for them to catch you if your parts are scattered everywhere, but the bad thing is that you have to get together to be able to strike. Setsuna. Yes, understood. Izuku. But don't worry, I already know what kind of training will help you, so I hope you have all of yourself. Ibara Setsuna. Of course, Cell-sensei. And so began the hard training in these 9 months, being a complete hell for them, since Izuku had no mercy on them, since he also supported him in order to perfect their quirks to 100%, and not only the green-haired trio were training all this time, but also Bakugo, but he was cleaning a beach as a training, and with that he managed to get the attention of the symbol of peace, presenting himself first in his skeletal form, but Bakugo at first did not believe it. Since he believed that he was just a fake, but when All Myth told him about his injury and about the One for All, he was able to gain the full trust of the Policiniso, this being the successor of the symbol of peace, since he wanted to find someone very important who had disappeared a long time ago, but he still had hope of finding him, being another reason why All Myth gave him the One for All. With Izuku. We can see Midoriya standing in front of Setsuna and Ibara, who were on the ground completely exhausted due to the training they had had. Izuku. Alright girls, training is over, next week the UA entrance exams will be held, I hope they don't disappoint me. Setsuna. Of course not. Ibara. Thanks to you we were able to achieve great results, we are very grateful to you. Izuku. I'm glad to hear that, and I also want to show you something that I haven't taught you. Setsuna. And what is it? Izuku. My true form. Ibara. What do you mean, your true form? Izuku. That's right, this is nothing more than the result I got from having a body that can withstand more than one quirk. At that, Izuku began to return to his human form little by little, under the watchful eye of the girls, who were amazed to see how Izuku was returning to his human form. The green-haired boy had finished his transformation and fixed his green eyes on the girls, who were very surprised and a little blushed, since for them Izuku was very cute. Izuku. Hey girls, this is the real me. Chapter 4. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 4. We found ourselves in a sort of training room, and there you could see a trio of green-haired boys, 2 of them girls, who were looking at a green-haired boy with freckles on his face, who had a smile on his face, while looking into the girl's eyes. Ibara. Is that the real you? Setsuna's thoughts. How handsome. Izuku. That's right, this is my true appearance. Setsuna. And why were you always in that insect form? Izuku. I needed that body if I wanted to be able to control the quirks of the best heroes, but I can return to my true form if I want, the bad thing is that I can only use 2 quirks. Ibara. You're kind of cute. Izuku. Did you say something? Ibara. Nothing. The vine girl had blushed like a tomato, since she had unknowingly said her words out loud, but luckily for her, Izuku didn't hear her. Setsuna. And why are we in your true form? He said it without taking his eyes off the green-haired man's body. Izuku. It's to show the trust we have, plus we've been training together for a long time, so I thought it was time for you to get to know the real me. Setsuna. So Cell isn't your real name? Izuku correct. Ibara. Could you tell us? Izuku. Izuku, Midoriya Izuku, says me number. Ibara Setsuna Izuku-kun. Izuku. Well, that's all for today, remember that next week will be the entrance test. Setsuna. That's right, what kind of training will we do this week? Izuku. Training. We're not going to train, we're going to study for as long as we have left. Setsuna. Kui. Ibara. Well, at least it won't be as bad as training. Izuku. I'll see you first thing tomorrow morning, remember that I expect a lot from you. The green-haired man had only shown a smile to the duo of girls, who had become very red. Izuku. Kurogiri-san, please open a portal. In front of the green-haired boy, a black portal had opened, which the green-haired boy had crossed, and behind it, the duo of girls had followed them. The trio of teenagers had arrived at the bar, and there they could see Kurogiri and Tamura, who were watching television. Tamura. How was training today? The light blue-haired boy had no response, as both girls had thrown themselves at the furniture there, both with faces full of tiredness. Kurogiri. I think it was unnecessary to ask. Izuku. Kurogiri-san, please give them something to cool off with. Kurogiri. Right away. The fog man would start looking for a soft drink for the duo of girls, while the green-haired man took a seat, sitting next to Tamura. Izuku. And what does the news say today? Tamura. Nothing good as usual, just the heroes who caught some villains and the appearances of All Myth. Izuku. There really isn't anything new in the news. Kurogiri. Chocolate milkshakes coming out. Izuku. That was fast, girls take this. The green-haired boy had given the girls their respective milkshakes and they put on happy faces with a slight aura of flowers. Tamura. Apparently they were very dehydrated. Kurogiri. So what kind of training did they do? Setsuna. He made us do 100 push-ups and if we stopped him he'd make us do double that. Ibara. And not to mention the constant fights that Iso has against Anomus and against him. Setsuna. I think I have a broken waist. Tamura Kurogiri. What? Setsuna. I mean the pain from the blows. Ibara. Setsuna, don't say things that can be misinterpreted. Kurogiri. I knew Midoriya would do such a thing. Izuku. Damn degenerates, what do you think of me? Tamura. Well, a crazy guy who just spends his time thinking of 1001 ways to kill all myth while writing everything down in a notebook. Izuku. At least I don't have a strange fetish of putting dead hands all over my body. Kurogiri. Ha 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 ha. The fog man was just laughing his head off and even fell behind the bar while holding his stomach. Tamura. You are a. The light blue-haired boy had launched himself at the green-haired boy, knocking him to the floor, but Izuku had quickly taken a bottle of beer and thrown all the liquid at Tamura's face. The small fight between the two villains was observed by the duo of girls who had looked at each other for a moment and then started laughing just like Kurogiri. That day, the villains' base was filled with laughter and fights, being a moment of happiness for a small group of villains. The rest of the week had passed normally, of course, without counting Izuku's excessive classes with Ibara and Setsuna, whose brains were spinning from all the information they had received, but for them it was much better than the arduous training. Right now we are in front of the Hero Academy and the beloved teenagers were in front of the entrance. Setsuna. Are you ready, Ibara? Ibara. Of course, we can't disappoint Izuku-kun and the others. Setsuna. Remember, we're here to fulfill our mission, so don't get too attached to anyone. Ibara. I already know that, you don't have to repeat it to me constantly. Setsuna. I say this because you are the softer of the two. Ibara. You better shut up and let's go right now. The religious girl started walking, leaving her companion behind, but then she would recover and start following her friend. After that we found ourselves in a large room, which was full of aspirants, and then the hero present Mick would arrive, who would try to liven up the atmosphere of the place, but no one had responded to the hero. Present Mick. What a boring post. The hero would begin to explain how the test would be, this being against some robots that gave a few points, but in the middle of the explanation a blue-haired student with glasses had interrupted, who would begin to talk about an error that was in the pamphlet, saying that there were 4 robots and that he had only mentioned 3, but the hero would then explain about that robot, which they had to avoid at all costs, and after that the boy would apologize and would only take his seat again. And apologize for having to sit. Time skip. The girls had already taken the written test, which wasn't that difficult for them since they had spent the entire past week studying. And right now we find ourselves outside a fake city, which would serve as the final test. Ibara. How did you do on the written test? Setsuna. I had some problems, but it wasn't that bad haha. Ibara. I hope you at least make it to the top spots. Setsuna. Are you challenging me? Ibara. No, not as you think. Obviously that was sarcasm, as noticed by the green-haired girl. Setsuna. How about a bet? Ibara. And what would that bet be about? Setsuna. The first one with the most points will pay for the loser's lunch. Ibara. I accept, I hope you have enough money. At that moment the doors would begin to open and the first to go would be the green-haired duo and a red-haired boy, this being seen by confusion by all the aspirants until they heard the voice of Present Mick. Present Mick. What are you waiting for? A countdown. Go quickly or those 3 will get all the points. All the aspirants would start running at full speed and would start searching the entire fake city for the robots, but on their way they could almost find a few, since the vast majority were destroyed by the green-haired girls and the explosive boy. We can see a surveillance room with some professional heroes, including Almight himself. Is there anyone who catches your attention? It was said by a kind of rodent that had a scar over one of its eyes. To me, the girl with the vines. The hero in 18 Midnight said it while looking at a camera that focused on Ibara, which had taken a 2-point robot, being crushed with so much force that it ISO exploded. To me, the girl who divides herself. That was what the blood hero Vlad King had said while looking at a camera that focused on Setsuna, who had hit the head of a robot with great force, managing to make it fall to the ground. This year we have a lot of very good candidates, but let's see what they can do with this. The same rodent had said it while pressing a button. But the applicants. We can see the girl duo standing in front of some robots. Setsuna. How many points do you have? Ibara. I'm at 85 points, how many are you at? Setsuna. 85 too, don't think I'm going to lose. Both girls had launched themselves against the robots and would begin to destroy them with Abara using her vines and Setsuna throwing her fists into the robots' eyes. It only took them a few seconds to wipe out all the robots, but there was only one 3-point robot left, which was the main objective for both girls, since with that robot they could break the tie. But before they both jumped, they could feel a strong tremor throughout the place, leaving them very confused, but again the tremor was felt throughout the place, and in that they could hear the screams of all the aspirants. Candidate 1. Run fast. Applicant 2. Is 0 points. Candidates 3. It's gigantic. Abara and Setsuna had looked above them, and they could see how a robot of gigantic size was walking all over the city. Setsuna. I think it's time to go, what do you say? Abara. Yes, I think you're right, after all I'm already bored. Both girls would begin to walk away from the place at full speed while hearing the screams of the other candidates. Setsuna. How annoying. Abara. So much fuss just for this. At that moment they could feel a powerful gust of wind and they could see how the little haired boy from before had launched himself against the robot and with a punch had destroyed the robot's head, leaving everyone amazed. After all, it would be like the original story, having to wait a week for the results. Time skip. 1 week later. We meet at the bar and there we can see a green-haired man and a dark-haired man, both sitting while playing chess. Tamura. Hey Izuku, do you think they were able to get in? Izuku. I'm sure, don't rush into making such hasty decisions. At that moment, the bar door could be heard slamming open, scaring the trio of villains, especially Kurogiri, who was very focused on the game. Izuku. How did it go? Setsuna. Abara. We made it through. Izuku. Perfect, the first phase of the plan is done. Chapter 5. Izuku the Perfect Creation. Chapter 5. We find ourselves at the villain's bar and we can see the green-haired man with his companions and in front of them were a duo of green-haired girls, both with smiles on their faces. Izuku. Very well girls, I'm glad. Setsuna. Gracious Izuku-kun. Abara. This is for you Midoriya-kun. Tamura. Do you know what class you're going to be in? Abara. Not yet, we have to wait a week for the results. Izuku. Very well, 1 week is more than enough for them to train and study. Setsuna, upon hearing that, became very nervous and even began to tremble, which did not go unnoticed by Abara. Abara. Wow, it seems someone is eager to get started. Kurogiri. So what are you waiting for? The fog man had opened a portal. Setsuna tried to escape but she was caught in her friend's vines. Abara. What's up Setsuna, let's go, Izuku-kun will be with us. Tamura. Wow, the saint already has the attitude, she just needs the looks. Izuku. Well, we'll figure that out later, but anyway, Abara brings Setsuna, it's time to train. Setsuna. Please have mercy, at least we can celebrate with some refreshments. Izuku. Kurogiri please bring a chocolate cake. Setsuna. Thank you very much. Izuku. But we'll eat it later, first I have to strengthen these girls. Setsuna. Nuo. Izuku and Abara passed through the portal, having a Setsuna behind them, who was being dragged by Abara's vines. When the green-haired trio passed through the portal, it had closed, leaving a laughing Tamura in the bar, along with a laughing Kurogiri. But Izuku. We can see the green-haired man next to the duo of girls. Izuku. Alright, time to train. Setsuna. Wait, at least give us a small reward for passing the exam. Izuku. Reward. Setsuna. It's the least you can give us after all our efforts, right Abara? The religious girl would only be looking at her friend, who had puppy dog eyes. Abara. Setsuna is right, at least give us something simple. Izuku. And what do they want from me? Setsuna. Unbizo. That proposal that had been said by the green-haired girl had left a somewhat uncomfortable silence throughout the room, but she had a small blush that was almost not noticeable, unlike Abara, who was completely red, having something similar to a tomato. Izuku. A kiss. Is that what you want as a reward? Setsuna. Yes. Abara. Boo-boo well, for me there is no problem. Izuku. It's okay. Midoriya would start approaching Setsuna, who was somewhat nervous, but had closed her eyes to prepare. Izuku just gave her a small kiss on her cheek, leaving the girl somewhat confused. Setsuna. Hey, what are you doing? Izuku. What's wrong? Setsuna. Asks you for a kiss. Izuku. And that's it. Setsuna. But I meant on the lips, not the cheek. He said this while shaking his arms up and down, which was seen by Abara, who had a slight drop of sweat. Izuku. Are you sure you want that? Setsuna. Yes. Izuku would let out a slight sigh and then would approach Setsuna again, but this time he took her by the waist and with his other hand on her cheek, leaving Setsuna very nervous, but she opened her eyes wide, feeling Izuku's lips with hers. Izuku would be kissing her in a gentle way, making Setsuna get carried away and surrounded the green-haired boy's neck with her arms, while all of this was seen by Obara, who was blushing while covering her mouth with her hands. Izuku and Setsuna would be kissing for a few seconds until they had to separate due to lack of oxygen, but Setsuna was still with her mouth open, while a thread of saliva only hid her and Izuku's lips, having a slight blush. Izuku had left Setsuna and proceeded to where Obara was, which made her super nervous. Izuku? Do you want one too? Obara? Yes, please. Izuku also took Obara by the waist and proceeded to slowly approach the religious girl until he joined their lips, leaving the vine girl astonished. Obara would be carried away by the sensation of Izuku's lips, who had even unconsciously used her vines to cover herself next to Izuku. Both would be like that for a few seconds, but for Obara it seemed like it had been hours, but both had separated, leaving Obara with the same expression as Setsuna. Izuku? What do you think of a kiss with a villain? It took a while for both girls to respond, as they were completely in shock. Setsuna and Obara looked at each other and then fixed their gazes on Izuku, and both girls had shown a smile to Izuku. Setsuna Obara. Thank you for everything, we love you. Izuku. You'll always have this if you stay by my side. Time skip. 1 week later. This week Izuku and the girls would be training, but also had some loving moments, having an agreement Setsuna and Obara to share Izuku, but Midoriya would also be very happy for them, but he was very focused on the matter of infiltrating the UA, but when the results had arrived, Izuku and Tamura were very happy, since both managed to enter Class A, making the league very happy. Elsewhere, more specifically in the Bakugo house. We can see Mitsuki Bakugo, who was reading the mail that had arrived, but was shocked to see a letter of utmost importance. Mitsuki. Hey, Kitsuki, come here. Kitsuki. What do you want, damn witch? Mitsuki. A letter from the UA. Hearing that, the younger Bakugo had run down at full speed and snatched the envelope from his mother's hands and proceeded to go to his room. Mitsuki. Thank you at least. The blonde woman would continue looking through the letters until her husband arrived, but before they could both say a word, a loud scream could be heard coming from Kitsuki's room. Masaru. Did I miss something? Mitsuki. Kitsuki received a letter from the UA. Masaru. As I can see, she's happy. Mitsuki. How do you know? Masaru. I've been taking care of Kitsuki since he was a baby and I know perfectly well how to distinguish his cries of happiness and annoyance. That's when Kitsuki arrived, very happy. Kitsuki. I did it, I was able to pass. Masaru. Congratulations son. Mitsuki. Today I'm going to make your favorite dish. Kitsuki's thoughts. I'm one step closer to being able to find you. Time skip. We meet outside the UA Academy. And we can see a duo of girls who would be walking through the halls of the prestigious hero school. Setsuna. I don't think it would be a good idea to get up so early. She said it while still somewhat sleepy. Obara. Of course not, we have to make a good impression, and besides, it's still early. If you want, you can fall asleep at one of the desks. Setsuna. Thank you. Both girls would be walking through the hallways for about 5 minutes until they finally found their classroom. Setsuna finally. Obara. Okay, let's go in. The vine girl had opened the door and all they could see was a black-haired girl with a ponytail, a two-toned boy with a scar over his left eye, a blue-haired boy and a pale-haired boy. Obara and Setsuna ignored them and proceeded to sit in a secluded spot in the room, both of them together, but Setsuna had put her backpack on her desk and used it as a pillow and proceeded to sleep for a while. Obara's thoughts. This time I think you went too far Izuku-kun, it wasn't a good idea to make Setsuna study until midnight. Time had passed normally, with more and more students arriving little by little, with only one empty spot. Obara's thoughts. God, how boring, I should have slept better, the teacher takes a long time. With that, he would fix his gaze on Setsuna, who was still sleeping peacefully. Obara's thoughts. How envious. At that moment, a girl with brown hair arrived, somewhat agitated, but behind her appeared a man with long hair, who looked like a drug addict. The brown-haired girl had been scared, but the black-haired man had silenced her. My name is Shota Asawa, I know it's sudden but put this on. The man known as Asawa had taken out a physical education uniform. Obara. Hey Setsuna wake up. Setsuna. 5 more minutes. Obara had taken a soda out of her backpack, which luckily was still ice cold, and poured it on Setsuna's face, waking her up instantly. Setsuna. What's wrong? Obara. We have to go to the locker room, I'll explain on the way. A few minutes later. We found ourselves in a sort of training camp, everyone dressed in their physical education uniforms. Asawa. Very well, right now we are going to do some practices. But what happened with the entrance ceremony? The same brunette girl from the entrance had said it. Asawa. When you're a hero you don't have time for that, and you. He said this while pointing at a Palestinian boy. Asawa. You were the first in the entrance exam, come here and throw the ball. Itsuki. It's okay. The little red-haired boy had reached where his teacher was and the teacher had given him a ball and told him to stand in that circle and throw the ball with all his strength. Bakugo just got into a throwing stance. Bakugo's thoughts. Concentrate the energy on a single point of your body and then, smash. The Polysoniso had concentrated energy in his finger and had thrown it with all his strength, causing a homesickness burst of air, something that almost everyone was affected by, except for Setsuna and Obara. All the exercises would be like in the original story, except that Setsuna and Obara would be the ones who stood out the most, being only below Bakugo and Endeavor's son. After school the girls headed to hideout and were greeted by Izuku, who was drinking a milkshake. Izuku. How did it go, girls? Setsuna. As we know, the academy is very large, enough to hide some cameras. Izuku. What kinds of heroes are there in the academy? Obara. So far we have seen the hero present Mick and such Shota Asawa. Izuku. The eraser hero, and what else? Have you seen boys with interesting quirks? Setsuna. Endeavor's son, Shoto Todoroki, his quirk consists of creating ice on his right side and launching fire with his left side, but for some strange reason he doesn't use it. Obara. Yaoi Rozu Momo, from the Yaoi Rozu family, her quirk allows her to create anything, but she needs to have the knowledge of the materials about what she is going to create, but she needs to eat too much to be able to continue using her quirk. Setsuna. Kitsuki Bakugo, it seems he has 2 quirks. Izuku. What? But he only has 1 quirk. Obara. Do you know him? Izuku. That bastard was the one who made my life a mess for 12 years. Setsuna. And what is your quirk? Izuku. If I remember correctly, his quirk consisted of making explosions, but how is it that he has 2 quirks? Obara. Apparently he can concentrate energy throughout his body, something similar to All Myth. Izuku's thoughts. So he is your successor, it will be fun to see how he stole your power, haha. Izuku. Good job, girls, this information will be very helpful. Setsuna. Don't you think we deserve something? Obara just put on a smile and only brought her face a little closer. Izuku. Well, it's the least I can do. The green-haired man had given each of them a kiss, making them very happy about it. Izuku's thoughts. So Kitsuki and All Myth, it will be a pleasure to steal all the power that belongs to the master, just wait, I myself will take care of you very soon. Chapter 6. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 6. Several days had passed since Setsuna and Obara were at the UA, being able to gain the trust of everyone in their class, but obviously they were just acting, since they were only loyal to Izuku and the league. These days the girls managed to find out a few things, such as the quirks of all their classmates and all the heroes who were in UA and their quirks. At the moment. We are at the League of Villains bar and we can see our green-haired boy at the bar, looking in front of him at a computer, which showed some cameras that showed the facilities of the Hero Academy. Izuku. I'm surprised those 2 were able to advance so quickly, I knew it would be helpful. That's when Tamura and Kurogiri arrived and they could see the green-haired boy in front of the computer. Tamura. How is the girls' infiltration going? Izuku. So far it's going very well, they managed to gain the trust of the boys in their class. Kurogiri. You made a good choice, Midoriya-kun, they really are good. Izuku. You know. At the UA. We can see the duo of green-haired girls inside their classroom, sitting at their desks with the rest of their classmates, but without anyone noticing, Setsuna had a spy bug on her left shoulder, which was showing everything to Izuku, just like Obara, but she had a slight small camera in her hair, without being noticed by the rest of her classmates. With Izuku. We can see the green-haired boy having a slight smile on his face, since he was handling the spy insect, being able to see all the students of Class A. But that's everyone, including the villains. I'm coming in like a normal person. The peace symbol had entered the classroom, being viewed with admiration by the students, but the league members viewed it with some disinterest, including the green-haired girls. Almight. Very well, young people, today we are going to a heroes class, where your skills will be put to the test. The blonde hero had pressed a button in his hand and some suitcases with numbers on them had appeared on the wall. Almight. These are your hero costumes, put them on and go to the fake city, I'll be waiting for you there to start class. All the students had taken their respective suitcases and then proceeded to go to the locker room, but the spy insect had flown behind the symbol of peace. Izuku. Don't think you're going to hide from me. The green-haired man had led the robot very delicately so that it wouldn't be noticed by anyone. Shigaraki. Don't lose sight of him. Izuku. I won't. The robot had reached the hero and with great difficulty managed to land on his shoulder, making the villains very happy, but they could see that Almight was not heading to the fake city, but rather to an office, seeing that there was nothing strange. Shigaraki. What's wrong? Kurogiri. That's why he went there. Izuku. I think I have an idea. The robot had risen to be stuck to the ceiling of the office, but Kurogiri and Tamura had remained peeking when they saw that Almight was now a very thin man, having similarity to a skeleton. Shigaraki. What the buck? Kurogiri. What happened? Izuku. Well, that's his true form, since most of his organs were destroyed by Sensei, and he can only be one hero for 3 heroes, that gives us some advantage. Shigaraki. Why didn't you tell us that? Izuku. I thought you knew how to study, after all you are with Sensei. Kurogiri. Well, now we know we have some advantage with this information. Shigaraki. That's true. Izuku. I hope the girls manage to get something else that can be useful to us. Time skip. A few minutes later. In this short time that had passed, All Might had returned to take his muscular form and had sped to the fake city, and the students had not taken long to come, all wearing their hero costumes like in the original story, including Setsuna and Obara. All Might. Okay, very young people, right now we are going to do an activity where you will test your skills, and this will be between heroes and villains. All will be teams of 2, and each one will take on different roles. The villains will have a bomb in a building, and they will have to protect it at all costs from their enemies, who will be the heroes, but the only way for you to have victory is to defeat the heroes or for time to run out, and for the heroes to win. They have to neutralize the villains with this tape that will be given to them, or touch the bomb. After that brief explanation from All Might, the teams would be formed, and it just so happens that Setsuna and Obara would be a team, and that they would have the role of villains, and this had made Izuku and the villain duo who were watching this laugh. We were inside the building, and on the top floor were the girl duo, standing in front of the pump. Obara. What a coincidence that they gave us this role, don't you think? Setsuna. Well, after all we are, but we don't have to doubt, remember that we swore loyalty to Izuku-kun, so act like it. Obara. Very well, but right now we are students at the best academy, so we have to act like it. Setsuna. You're right about that, so what's the plan? Obara. Listen. But the heroes, we can see that the team of heroes were Jiro and Kaminari, who were walking through the first floor of the building, while the rocker girl had her jacks on the wall. Kaminari. Do you know where they are? Jiro. They are on the top floor, but I can only hear Obara, I can't locate Setsuna. Kaminari. Como. Jiro. It seems he has disappeared, I can only hear Obara's footsteps. Kaminari. And where is it? Jiro. This one. Obara. Behind you. The duo of heroes had quickly turned around and could see an Obara who was charging a Setsuna with her vines, and then the latter had launched against the duo of heroes, but Kaminari had launched a charge of electricity towards the reptile girl, but Setsuna had divided into several parts quickly, managing to evade the attack of the electric blonde, but Jiro saw that Kaminari's attack had failed. He had launched a sound wave, but Obara had quickly put his vines in the middle of the attack. Managing to stop it, and Setsuna managed to get behind Jiro and connected a punch in his face. When Kaminari realized that he would try to help his partner, throwing another charge of electricity towards Setsuna, but the vines had gotten in his way again, but Shiozaki would manage to catch the electric blonde, but Kaminari would try to use his electricity to get rid of the nun's vines, but it had all been in vain, since the vines were immune to electric attacks, leaving the blonde in idiot mode. Setsuna would continue fighting against Jiro, leaving the purple-haired girl in a very difficult situation, since the green-haired girl was giving her a brutal beating, since she was hitting and kicking her, and when she used her quirk, it was more difficult for Jiro, since he could not predict where the blow would come from. Setsuna had bent down to give the rocker girl a powerful kick to the chin, leaving her unconscious on the ground, and in that precious moment the voice of All Might would be heard through the microphones. All Might. The villains win. Everyone who was watching them was very amazed to see the great coordination of attacks that both green-haired girls had, since they had defeated Kaminari and Jiro very easily, and that was before they even reached the top floor. The rest of the battles would be like in the original story, only Uraraka would be with Mina. The fights that would draw the most attention had been those of Setsuna and Obara, Bakugo and Lita, since the Polysiniso had used 5% of one for all against both girls, and the last fight that would stand out the most would be that of Shoto Todoroki, since he had completely frozen the building, thus quickly taking the victory. After that, the day had passed normally for all the boys, but what no one knew was that everything was recorded and observed by the League of Villains, making a green-haired boy have a smile full of malice, and all thanks to a couple of girls. When classes were over, the girls headed to the bar, where they were greeted by their green-haired boyfriend and 2 other friends, who congratulated them on the good work they had done today. The days had flown by, and in all this time the League had managed to obtain a large number of villains at their disposal, ready for the big thing they were planning. At the UA, the girls would be arriving at the academy again, but in front of them they could see a large number of reporters, since the news that Almight was a professor was not expected to come to interview him. Both girls would quickly enter the academy, evading all the reporters. Right now they were in the classroom, waiting for their teacher again. Setsuna. What do you think we'll do today? Obara. I don't know, I hope it's something normal. Setsuna. Well, knowing the teacher, I doubt it's possible. That's when the aforementioned person would come in, making everyone sit down and stay still. Asawa. Very well students, today we are going to do something different from normal. Everyone's thoughts. What will happen now? Asawa. They're going to elect the class president and vice president. Everyone. It's a normal activity. Asawa. Silence. He said this as he activated his quirk, causing everyone to take their seats again. Asawa. Well, you can take all hour to choose the class representatives. He said this as he lay down in his sleeping bag, and the students were quick to make another fuss, thus electing themselves to obtain the position of president, except for Setsuna and Obara, since they were not interested in the position. They had all decided to hold a vote on Lita's proposal, and the votes would be the same as in the original story, except that Lita had obtained the position of president and Yaoirazu taking the position of vice president. After that, everyone would meet at the cafeteria, talking to each other to get to know each other better, but Setsuna and Obara would only be doing that to get more information about their future victims. Lita. Thank you so much for choosing me as your president. I promise not to let you down. Uraraka. It was nothing Lita-kun, we are sure that you are a good president. Sai. At least you're the only one who can keep the whole classroom in order. Momo. Setsuna-san, Obara-san. Setsuna Obara. Who? Toru. You guys seem to be very close. Setsuna. We've known each other since we were kids. Obara. We are good childhood friends. That last thing had been heard by a little-haired boy who was somewhat close to the girls' table, and he might have felt some nostalgia, since he had remembered a green-haired boy next to him playing heroes and villains, but he was pulled out of his thoughts by his friend Kirishima. Everyone would be continuing with their respective conversations, but suddenly an alarm would sound throughout the cafeteria, making all the students very upset, causing a big commotion, since everyone was in the hallway that led to the exit. Setsuna and Obara wouldn't be so scared of the matter, since her boyfriend had told them that Tamura would make a short visit to the academy. Bakugo would also be found in the entire crowd of students, but when he looked out the window, he had been left with his eyes wide open and with some tears in his eyes, since outside the window he could see an izuku next to a tree, and the latter would only show him a slight smile full of malice, and when he turned around, he would begin to walk, joining with all the plants, but Bakugo had decided to open the window and would run to see if it really was his friend who had disappeared. But when he arrived there was no one, seeing only the plants that were around. But above the academy you could see Izuku, looking with a smile at the person he once called a friend. Izuku. Very soon we will see each other Kaken, very soon you will pay for all the damage you did, and I will take the one for all to make the teacher proud. Behind Izuku a black portal had appeared and the green-haired boy would cross the portal while taking his insect form. Chapter 7. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 7. Several days had passed since the incident that happened at the UA because of reporters. They had ensured double the security of the door, but the teachers and the principal had some suspicions about that incident since they managed to discover that the door had been destroyed, but they could not get a clue as to who the culprit was, being an unsolved case, forcing it to be closed. But one student will still be wondering about a green-haired boy he had seen at the academy, and that Katsuki Bakugo, who had not slept in almost days, because the image of his friend Izuku always came to him, who smiled at him with a malicious expression on his face, which caused him some nightmares, which caused him some problems when sleeping. At the moment, we are at the UA Hero Academy, and we can see the director of the academy in his office, along with all the teachers, and they were all having a small meeting about their plans they had for us to ask to instruct their students. Nezu. Well, I wanted to talk to you about how we can instruct the students in emergency situations, since as you know, all the students made a complete fuss when the reporters had broken into the entrance of the academy. Midnight. I propose that we take the students to the UJAs, where they can be trained in rescue situations and various disaster situations. Lad King. I agree with that, but don't you think it's too soon? Asawa. Even if you're right about that, we can't make our students look weak, otherwise the villains will think the future heroes aren't that great. Nezu. Asawa is right, even if it is something very rushed, we have to instruct our students so that they can take charge in every situation. Present Mick. But since each classroom has its own schedule, I doubt they'll want to send all the students at the same time. Nezu. Next week, Class A will go, and then Class B will go, and so on. I ask you to let your students know about this report. I'm sure they will be very excited about this topic. All. Very good. Nezu. Very well, there is nothing more to talk about, please leave. Everyone present would begin to leave the office, leaving only the director, as he had some papers to sign and some calls to make. The next day. We can see all the students of class in their classroom, having a common chat. At that moment the door would be opened by their class teacher, causing everyone to take their seats. Asawa. Alright guys, I have an announcement I want you to know, and this will help you in your future. Everyone's thoughts. What will happen now? Some students would be a little nervous, since they knew what Asawa was like, so they assumed it would be something that would make them tremble. Asawa. Next week we're going to a place where you can practice your skills in different disaster situations. Everyone. We'll go on a hike. Asawa. Silence. Everyone had fallen silent upon seeing that their master had activated his quirk, causing the silence to return. Asawa. Very well, there will be your books on page 30. Ibara's thoughts. Izuku-kun will really like this information, they don't know what awaits these fools. Satsuna's thoughts. So a field trip, but if it's a heroism class, I'm sure All Might will be there too, Izuku-kun will be very happy with this. The day had passed normally, having only normal classes and also a hero practice, but those were not so relevant until finally the time to leave had arrived, but when Satsuna and Ibara were about to leave, they were stopped by their classmates. Satsuna. Hello Mima-san, what's up? Mina. Hi girls, what do you think if we go to the mall with the others? What do you say? Toru. Come on, say yes, it will be fun. Ibara. Sorry girls, but we've already agreed to help our mothers with gardening. Mina. Oh, I see. Toru. Well, what do you think about next time we go, do you think you can? Satsuna. Next time we will. Mina. Very well, it's a deal. Ibara. We feel we can accompany you. Toru. Don't worry, we know what you're doing, see you later. The pink girl and the invisible girl had headed towards where the others were, leaving the green-haired duo, but then proceeded to leave towards the League's hideout. Both girls had arrived at the League of Villains, and the first thing they saw was their green-haired boyfriend. Izuku. Welcome girls, how did it go today? Ibara. We have some news that you're sure to like. Izuku. Really? And what is it about? When Satsuna was going to tell the news, a black portal had appeared, leaving Hei Kurigiri and Shigaraki. Satsuna. Where were you? Tamura. We had to work out some things with some friends, but we've already resolved it, but anyway, what's this news you have to say? Satsuna. Well, the news is that next week we'll be taking a field trip to some of the academy's facilities. Ibara. They told us that we are going to do some rescue work. Izuku. What else? Satsuna. We are going to go all Class A, and the professionals that will go with us will be Eraser Eat and All Might. Izuku. I'm glad to hear that. Tamura. That's great. Ibara. The bad thing is that we don't know the location of the place. Izuku. That won't be a problem, that's why I have this. The green-haired man had taken a small device out of his pocket. Tamura. What is that? Izuku. This is a tracker, it will show us the location on the computer, but I need one of you to have it, and we will do the rest. Ibara. Very well, I will do it. Satsuna. And why you? Ibara. I can hide anything in my hair, but if you have a better idea, just say it. Dokage remained silent, as she had no ideas to propose. Ibara. I thought so. Izuku. Very well, I trust that you can make the attack successful. Satsuna. One thing, are you going to fight too? Izuku. Of course, but don't worry, like Tamura told me, we have a lot of villains on our side, so I doubt I'll have to fight, right Tamura? Tamura. That's right, the number of men we have is more than enough for them to take care of it, but we also have a secret weapon that will help us end all the might. Izuku. Only use that secret weapon when I'm defeated, I want to see what I'm capable of at 100%. Satsuna. Please be careful. Ibara. We don't want All Might to kill you. Izuku. Don't worry, that idiot won't be able to beat me. Izuku's hand had been surrounded by green rays, and his eyes had circled for a moment. A week later. We are at the Hero Academy, but we are in the classroom of Class A, and there we can see the students inside the classroom, but their teacher would arrive, this being Asawa, and everyone seeing that it was him, had taken their seats in their places. Asawa. Okay guys, go change and I'll wait for you outside. I'll see sensei. After a few minutes of everyone changing into their hero costumes, they headed outside the academy, and a bus was waiting for them there, but without anyone knowing, Ibara had the small tracker between her vines, being the only one who knew Satsuna, since it was part of Izuku's plan. Everyone had gone inside the bus, but while the hero class was being transported, some kind of meeting was taking place somewhere else. It was an abandoned warehouse, and inside there were a lot of villains, but then a black portal had appeared, and from there Tamura Shigaraki would come out, along with Kurogiri and Izuku, but the latter was in his insect form. Tamura. Alright idiots, today we're going to a facility of the prestigious Hero Academy, the UA, and today we'll finish off that disgusting symbol of peace. Villain 1. Finally, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Villain 2. Not even Almight can beat us all. Izuku. Wow Tamura, that was a great speech. Tamura. Shut up and show Kurogiri the location so he can take us. Midoriya had shown his cell phone to the Fogman, and when he fixed his gaze on the cell phone, he had opened a large portal in the center of everything, under the watchful eye of all the villains. Izuku. Alright, villains, as we cross the portal, we'll be about to face the most powerful hero. You better give it your all to kill that stupid smile on his face. Villains? Yes. All the villains had crossed Kurogiri's portal, but the aforementioned had opened a portal next to Shigaraki, and from there came out a Nomu, but this Nomu was very different from the others. Izuku Yste Nomu. Tamura. This Nomu was made by the sensei, and he said that this Nomu has the ability to fight against All Might at 100%. Izuku. It doesn't matter, I'm more than enough. Shigaraki. It doesn't matter, I'm going to take it anyway. Izuku. Do what you want, let's go. Izuku and Tamura crossed the portal, while they were followed by the Nomu and Kurogiri, and the latter had closed the portal upon crossing it. In the edges. The students of Class A would be in front of the Space Hero 13, who would be explaining to them about the use of their quirks in rescue situations, but a black portal appeared in the center of the place, leaving all the students and teachers somewhat confused, but two girls would be smiling internally. The Barisatsuna's thoughts. They're finally here, it's time for action. The man with light blue hair and multiple hands all over his body had emerged from the portal, along with a greenish insect man with a large tail. Shigaraki. It's time to finish you off. Izuku. It's time for action. Chapter 8. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 8. We are in the facilities of the UJAS, which was owned by the prestigious UA Hero Academy, which was used to practice catastrophic disaster problems in different matters, and which was used just today for the first-year students of the academy, these being the first-year Class A. But suddenly a dense fog appeared in the center of the place, and the entrance lights had suddenly turned off, leaving them very confused, but when the fog in the center had expanded completely. Multiple people had come out of there, leaving the students very confused, but two girls were smiling internally, since they knew very well who they were, but teachers Asawa and 13 had been on guard, since they knew who they were. Wow, they even have fake villains. That was said by a short boy, who had very peculiar hair, as it looked like purple balls of hair. Is this part of the training? Asked an electric blonde boy with an idiotic face. 13. Those aren't fake villains. Asawa. They are real villains. All the students were scared when they heard what their sensei said, except for Satsuna and Abara, but they were pretending so that they wouldn't be suspected. Asawa. 13 protects the students, I'll take care of them. Uraraka. But sensei, you won't be able to fight all of them. Asawa. I wouldn't be a pro if I only had one trick up my sleeve. The Eraser hero had put on his goggles and had activated his quirk, and with a great leap he went against the villains. Villain 1. Shooting team, forward. Villain 2. Who is that idiot creating? Villain 3. He must be crazy if he thinks he can beat us. The three villains had taken the lead and they formed a procession to fire, but when they wanted to do so, their quirks did not activate, leaving them very confused. Villain 1. But what? Villain 2. My quirk doesn't work. The Sawa had quickly taken the three villains with his bandages, leaving them out of combat very easily. The four-handed villain had headed towards Asawa, but the black-haired man had been faster, and using great agility, he had kicked the villain in the jaw, causing him to fly a few times in the air, but the villain would be caught by Asawa's bandages, and he had quickly been slammed to the ground, being knocked out. Satsuna's thoughts. I never thought Asawa would be this skilled. Ibara's thoughts. No matter how skilled Asawa-sensei is, Izuku-kun will be the one to defeat you, after all they are just subordinates. Haminari. Amazing, Asawa is very good. 13. Students, don't waste time and evacuate quickly. The space hero would be evacuating all the students, but when they were about to reach the exit, the dark fog had appeared in front of them and would begin to surround all the students. Kurogiri. Nice to meet you young people, my name is Kurogiri and we are the League of Villains and we came to kill All Might, but as we can see, he is not here, but at least we have to get rid of you, since we do not want you to become a threat to our organization. When Kurogiri was about to use his mist against the students, two of them had launched themselves against him, these being Bakugo with the 5% of 1 for all and Kirishima with his hardening. When these two thought they managed to hurt Kurogiri, the latter had expanded all of his fog towards some students, but he couldn't catch everyone, and he could only expand some students, but there was only a small group together with 13, including Satsuna and Obara. Kurogiri. Oh, how careless, I couldn't catch them all, but I won't fail again. When Kurogiri was about to catch the rest of the students, he was quickly absorbed by 13, who was using his black hole quirk to attract Kurogiri, but the latter managed to open a portal behind the space hero, leaving him out of combat, but without him realizing it. Lita had managed to escape and went to ask for help. But Izuku and Shigaraki. Both villains were watching as Asawa was finishing off all the villains with great ease. Shigaraki. Damn, these idiots can't kill just one. Izuku. Well, after all he is a professional, do you want me to take care of him? Shigaraki. Don't bother, Nomu, go get him. The Nomu, which had been completely still until now, had made its way to where Asawa was and quickly stood behind him. When Asawa turned his gaze, he was able to meet the gaze of the Nomu, who had only raised his hand, ready to throw a punch, but Asawa tried to use his quirk against the Nomu, but it was useless, and he only received the punch full in his face, which caused Asawa to leave a few meters. Izuku. Wow, that Nomu sure hits hard. Shigaraki. That's right, sensei said that the Nomu is made to fight against Almight at 100%. Izuku. Poor Eraserhead, the Nomu is going to destroy him. The Eraser hero had risen again, but this time he would focus on Izuku and Shigaraki. Asawa's thoughts. I couldn't erase his quirk, so I guess he has more than one, but I can see that he doesn't think for himself. The hero had fixed his gaze on where Izuku and Shigaraki were. Asawa's thoughts. Those two haven't done anything so far, I think they're the leaders, but that insect man worries me, I think he's the most dangerous, but if I get rid of the first one, the other one won't be a problem. Asawa and the Nomu had launched themselves at each other, but when the Nomu had thrown another punch, it was dodged by Asawa, and the black-haired man with great agility went against Izuku. Shigaraki. Wow, the hero has guts. Eraserhead had thrown a punch that went against Izuku's face. When Asawa stopped, he thought he had managed to hurt Izuku, but then he felt a great pain in his hand, since Izuku had stopped him, and he would start to put force into the grip, which made Asawa kneel, and that he started to let out some complaints of pain. Izuku. Did you really think you could hurt me? Izuku had begun to use Endeavor's quirk, beginning to burn Asawa's hand, who had let out a cry of pain. Izuku. You're not worth erasing, it's better if the Nomu destroys you. Izuku had used his tail to send Asawa slamming towards the Nomu, which had slammed Asawa very aggressively against the ground. The Nomu had begun to slam the Eraser hero against the ground multiple times until he drew blood. At that moment Kurogiri had appeared next to Izuku and Shigaraki while they were observed by some boys who were in the water, these being Kaminari, Sayu and Mineta. The Qs were able to defeat the aquatic villains, the main culprit being Kaminari, who had used a large amount of electricity throughout the water, managing to knock out the villains, but right now he was in his idiot mode. Izuku. Kurogiri, have you already taken care of 13? Kurogiri. I managed to knock out 13, but unfortunately a student had managed to escape and off to the UA for the heroes, this is game over. When Shigaraki heard that, he would start tearing his neck out in despair. Shigaraki. Damn Kurogiri, how could you let him get away? If you weren't our only way out, I'd tear you to pieces. While Shigaraki was tearing his neck, Izuku was completely calm while standing with his arms crossed. When Shigaraki had finally calmed down, he would fix his gaze on Izuku and Kurogiri. Shigaraki. Well, we better go home. When Shigaraki said that, he had made the 3 students who were spying on them happy. Shigaraki. But first. The light blue-haired boy quickly stood in front of the students. Shigaraki. Let's break the spirit of the number 1 hero. When Shigaraki was a few centimeters away from touching Sayu, an orange lightning went against Shigaraki, the one responsible being Bakugo, who was using 15% of One for All to propel himself. Bakugo. Don't even think about touching them, damn it. When Bakugo had thrown the blow, he had formed a powerful gust of wind, which had completely blocked Shigaraki, making Kitsuki believe that he had defeated the villain. When the trail of smoke had completely dissipated, Kitsuki was completely amazed, since in front of him was the insect man, who had stopped Kitsuki's blow, leaving the little haired boy in a mixture of astonishment and confusion, since he had used 15% of One for All. Izuku. Wow, so you used One for All, Kitsuki. When Izuku had said that, he had left Bakugo shocked. Kitsuki. How do you know my name? And how do you know about One for All? Izuku. You wonder how I know, well, after all, he told me himself, and how I know your name is that we have known each other since we were children, Kaken. Bakugo was shocked to hear that nickname, since only one person called him that. Kitsuki. Izuku. Izuku. Bingo. Midoriya had kicked Bakugo in the face, which made the red-haired boy fly a few meters, but Izuku had jumped to go against Katsuki, and when he was in front of him, he gave him a powerful punch in his face, forming a crater in the ground, and there everyone could see Katsuki. Satsuna's thoughts. That's my Izuku. Ibara's thoughts. This is what you deserve for everything you did to Izuku-kun. Izuku approached where Katsuki was and put his foot on his face. Izuku. You don't deserve that power, now it will be mine. Midoriya had raised his tail and slowly began to bring it closer to Bakugo's face, but at that precise moment, the main door had been destroyed, causing everyone present to fix their gaze on the main door, and all the aspirants and villains could see the symbol of peace, Almight, which showed that he was angry. Almight. There is nothing to fear, do you know why? Because I am here. Izuku. Hahaha, you finally arrived, Almight. The aforementioned had quickly used his speed, and without Izuku realizing it, he received a punch in his face, as did the Nomu, and All Might had taken Bakugo and Osawa in his arms, the latter being the one who was completely injured, but Bakugo could still stand up and stood next to All Might. Izuku. Very well, right now I will demonstrate to you the perfect creation of All for One. Izuku had been surrounded by red rays, using One for All. Chapter 9. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 9. We can see in the center of the entire Uges, the number one hero and symbol of peace, All Might, who was with a look full of annoyance, and that is because his partner and friend Osawa, the hero Eraserhead, is in a very serious state, like the hero in 13, and everything is due to a large number of villains, the main people responsible for all that being 3 people, being Shigaraki Tamura, Kurogiri and Izuku Midoriya, the ones responsible for bringing the villains and Osawa's state. But next to the symbol of peace was a Polysioniso boy who was in shock since he could realize that his best friend, who had disappeared a long time ago and who is now a villain. At the moment, the symbol of peace was ready to attack, as was the Nomu, but Izuku would only retreat to return to Shigaraki and Kurogiri's side. All Might. Young Bakugo, take Osawa out of here and go with the others. The red-haired boy just stared blankly at the ground, which was noticed by the blonde. All Might. Young Bakugo reacts at once. The aforementioned had finally reacted and quickly did what All Might said and ran off with the almost unconscious Osawa on his back. With Izuku. We can see Midoriya next to his teammates with his arms crossed. Shigaraki. Hey Izuku, why did you come back here? Kurogiri. I thought you want to fight against All Might. Izuku. That's right, I want to fight All Might, but first I want to see what that Nomu is capable of, since as you told me Tamura, he is made to kill All Might, so I want to see if it's true, but in case he is defeated, I will take care of it myself. Shigaraki. Well, you better take a seat, because you're going to see a real show. Izuku. Yes, whatever you say. Han All Might. We can see how the number one hero was very angry. Izuku. Nomu Madalo. The creature called Nomu launched itself against All Might, throwing a punch, being reciprocated with another punch by All Might, making a fist bump, making a small gust of air in the place, leaving everyone present surprised. All Might and the Nomu would begin to throw a large number of punches, dealing a large amount of damage, but all the damage was being received by All Might, which was very disadvantageous for the symbol of peace. Izuku. What kind of quirks does the Nomu have? He said this while watching the Nomu's fight against All Might very closely. Shigaraki. As I understand it, it has shock absorption, super regeneration, super strength. Izuku. Wow, the sensei really outdid himself, but I'm better than that thing. Shigaraki. We'll see about that. Izuku. How about a bet? Shigaraki. I'm all ears. Izuku. The loser will have to buy the loser a meal. Shigaraki. Can it be whatever you want? Izuku. Yes. Shigaraki. Very well, prepare the wallets. While Izuku and Shigaraki were talking, they hadn't noticed that there was a student behind them. The aspiring hero had launched himself against Izuku, being surrounded by orange rays, which had thrown a punch towards Izuku. Midoriya realized it too late and received the punch full in his face, sending him flying towards some rocks. This was noticed by Shigaraki and Kurogiri, and they could see that it was the bald boy called Bakugo who was using One for All. Shigaraki. Wretch. The light-haired boy would try to touch Bakugo to disintegrate him, but the light-haired boy had quickly dodged it, and when he was about to punch Shigaraki, he was sent flying by a strong kick, which hit him in the face, which made him go towards the water area. Izuku. What an idiot, you should have stayed with the others, but you didn't come just to die. Hey Shigaraki, don't get involved in this. Shigaraki. Very well, just don't go and die. Kurogiri. Young Izuku, don't delay, remember that we need your power to end All Might. Izuku. It's okay. Midoriya had thrown himself towards Bakugo, who was at the edge of the water, but when he raised his gaze, he could see Izuku standing in front of him, smiling, and without giving him any kind of opportunity, he gave him a powerful punch in his stomach, leaving him breathless, but Izuku had given him a strong blow with his elbow on his back, leaving him on the floor in a lot of pain. Izuku. Ha, is that all you can do? I just feel sorry for you. Bakugo. Popo, why are you with them? What happened to that Izuku who wants to be a hero? Izuku. And you still have the nerve to tell me, you damn bastard, you've made my life shit, I've suffered your damn abuse for 12 years, don't you remember what you told me before I left? Bakugo was wide-eyed, since what Izuku said was true, he has always looked down on him, he has made it impossible for him, telling him that he will never be anyone. Flashback. We are in a high school, but in a dark part, we can see a green-haired boy on the ground, and in front of him was a red-haired boy, who was smiling superiorly. Itsuki. I already told you, damn Deku, you're just trash who was always under me. Izuku. PP, but I want to be a hero Kaken. He said it with great fear towards his friend. Itsuki. That will never happen, a damn quirk will never be a hero, but if you want to have a quirk, you better commit suicide, let's see if in the afterlife you get a quirk hahaha. The Policeniso just left the place laughing, leaving Izuku on the ground completely destroyed. End of the flashback. Bakugo. I'm sorry. Izuku had taken Bakugo by the neck, being face to face. Izuku. A simple sorry won't fix 12 years of suffering, friend. Midoriya had turned his left hand into a dragon claw, and without a doubt, he made a large cut across his chest, causing the ground to be stained with his blood, but bringing a smile to Izuku's face, since it was giving him a lot of satisfaction, seeing Bakugo's suffering face. This scene had been seen by everyone present, leaving the students very worried, except for Setsuna and Obara, but the one who was saddest by the act was Almight, since he was able to help his disciple. The hero wanted to go help Bakugo, but the Nomu wouldn't let him, and he had no choice but to continue fighting the Nomu, but this time he would use more power to finish faster. While at the same time, Izuku was watching as Bakugo writhed in pain on the ground. Izuku. What's up Kaken? Did you see a coin? He said it with a lot of mockery in his words. Bakugo. Please Izuku, don't continue with this. Izuku. You remember, right? It's the same pain you've always caused me. Izuku had put his foot on top of Bakugo's chest, making the pain worse. Izuku. I always told you to stop, but you didn't listen to me. Bakugo. Ah. Izuku. I always told you to stop. Bakugo was only screaming even more in pain as Izuku began to gather fire on his foot, right above the wound. Izuku. But you never did, you even laughed when I was suffering. Midoriya had removed his leg from Bakugo's chest and raised his right hand, being surrounded by the one for all lightning. Izuku. Die already. The villain Cell had thrown his punch towards Bakugo's chest, but without him expecting it, a large pillar of ice had pushed him a few meters. All the students were in shock, since the person responsible was Shoto Todoroki, who had run off to save his classmate, but Kirishima and Kaminari had stood by his side. The Midoriya had recovered from the impact and fixed his gaze on the brats in front of him. Izuku. Well, it's not to be expected coming from Endeavor's son. Shoto had only frowned upon hearing that. Izuku. But I have to admit that you have a lot of guts to come here and want to fight me, but don't worry, very soon you will be just like your friend. Shoto. Kaminari, take Bakugo out of here quickly, Kirishima and I will stop him. Kaminari. Right away. The electric blonde had taken Bakugo on his shoulder and began to run towards where the rest of Class A were. Izuku. They won't. The Midoriya had launched an attack, but the Redeed had launched himself against Izuku, activating his hardening quirk, but Izuku had activated One for All. Both had collided their fists in a strong clash, but the cracks of something breaking would begin to be heard, and that was due to Kirishima, more specifically his arm, since the force that Izuku had used was much superior. Kirishima had taken his hand and began to let out a loud cry of pain. Izuku. K sensible. Shoto, seeing his partner in that state, had thrown a large pillar of ice. Izuku had noticed that attack and had quickly used the flames of Endeavor and without problem, had melted Shoto's ice, leaving the latter very surprised since he was able to recognize who those flames belonged to. Izuku. Ha, Endeavor's fire is powerful, but I wonder how strong your fire is, Shoto-kun. The bicolor was completely in shock as he couldn't believe what he heard. Izuku was just starting to approach Shoto, walking calmly, without any kind of hurry. Shoto was finally able to react and once again he had thrown a large amount of ice, but Izuku had once again fired a powerful flare of fire, managing to get rid of the ice. Shoto didn't stop for anything and just continued throwing ice towards Izuku, but no matter what he did, the result was always the same. When Izuku was already a few meters away from being near Shoto, everyone could feel a loud rumble. Izuku? What happened? When Izuku had turned his gaze, he could see how All Might had given a big blow to the Nomu's stomach, causing it to fly out of the edges, leaving a big hole in the roof. Izuku hadn't expected it, but he had been sent flying towards some rocks in the area. All Might. I'm very sorry for the delay, young Todoroki, leave the rest to me. Shigaraki. Damn it, my name. Kurogiri. I never thought the Nomu would be defeated. Shigaraki. Now what are we going to do? Kurogiri. Calm down, Tamura, Izuku is still with us, he will be able to finish off All Might, after all he is stronger than the Nomu. Shigaraki. Damn, well, I have no choice but to trust that idiot. But Izuku. The Midoriya had come out of the rocks and only showed a look full of hatred, looking closely at All Might. Izuku. Wretched. Izuku had been surrounded by the red rays of One for All, and without a doubt he launched himself against All Might. The hero had also launched himself at Izuku, forming a powerful gust of wind. Izuku had used his tail to try to hit All Might's chin. The latter had dodged the tail's sting, and at that moment Izuku took advantage of the opportunity to give him a powerful punch in his stomach, directly hitting his wound, causing the blonde hero to spit out a large amount of blood. Izuku? What's wrong? Did it hurt? All Might in response had punched him again in the face, causing Izuku to respond in the same way. Both would begin to throw multiple blows at each other, with Izuku having the advantage in the fight, since all of his blows were directed towards All Might's wound, causing him to begin to lose rhythm in the fight. Izuku had dodged one of All Might's blows to send him flying. Izuku. Don't think that just like that Nomu, I'm completely different. All Might. What do you mean? Izuku. I am completely different from that stupid puppet. That Nomu is not aware of itself and only follows our orders. I, on the other hand, am completely superior. I am aware of myself. I am a Nomu unique in my class, and that is because I have the cells of the 10 best heroes, including yours, All Might. The symbol of peace was very surprised to hear that, as it meant that this was indeed a danger. Izuku. But calling me Nomu is a very unpleasant thing for me, since they are comparing me with that thing, so I call myself Cell, the perfect being, the perfect creation of All for One. All Might was in complete shock, as were the students, as they couldn't believe they were in front of a real monster. Setsuna's thoughts. That's my Izuku. Ibara's thoughts. Izuku, you're so cool. But Izuku. We can see Midoriya standing in front of the number 1 hero, who couldn't believe what he had heard. Izuku. Very well, I better kill you once and for all, in the name of All for One. Izuku started by kicking All Might square in the face, sending him back a few meters, but he quickly managed to recover. Izuku. Alright, time to give it our all in this fight, One for All, 60%. Izuku had been surrounded by Nana's One for All rays, her rays being red with small dark green flashes. Izuku. Very well, All Might, don't die with the blow I'll throw. All Might recovered and got into a fighting stance. Izuku once again launched an attack, but Izuku had thrown a large number of punches at super speed. All Might tried to reciprocate the attack, but that had only been a distraction, since Izuku had quickly attacked him with his tail towards one of his legs, making him lose his balance, and quickly gave him a strong knee to his stomach and combined it with a left hook, making him go a few meters back. All Might. Don't think I think against you. Izuku once again lunged and threw a punch with his left hand, but All Might managed to block the attack, but without even waiting, Izuku used his right hand and gave a strong blow to All Might's face, doing great damage. All Might. Damn it. Izuku said nothing and quickly grabbed his head to direct him down and tried to knee him in the face, but All Might would manage to block the attack and had managed to free himself, and without expecting anything, he took Izuku by the shoulders and had thrown him behind him, but with his speed, he gave a strong blow to Izuku's stomach, causing him to spit out some blood. Izuku had taken his distance and had quickly launched a powerful flare of fire towards All Might, but the latter had managed to counter the attack with a powerful gust of wind that ISO with his fist. Izuku once again launched himself against All Might, but the blonde hero managed to grab Izuku by the head, and they both gave each other a powerful headbutt, causing both of them to bleed from their heads. All Might. Bastardo. Izuku. Dude, that wasn't bad at all, but. The Midoriya had raised his tail. All Might had noticed, but that was just a distraction, and Izuku gave him a powerful hammer blow to his jaw, sending the symbol of peace crashing into some rocks. Midoriya was not going to be satisfied with that, and with great speed he headed towards All Might and quickly began to throw a large number of punches at All Might. The aforementioned only put his arms in a cross and could only receive Izuku's blows since he was throwing some strong punches, combining it with Endeavor's quirk, which caused All Might's arms to have some burns. Izuku. What's wrong? That's all I could do, the peace symbol, ha 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 ha. All Might could only defend himself from the fierce attack he was receiving, but he was able to find an opening and punched Izuku in the face, but that was nothing to him, but Izuku in response would give him a powerful punch in his wound, causing All Might to bleed a lot and quickly knelt down. The Midoriya would only be looking with a smile at the state of the symbol of peace, but without him expecting it, the blonde would take him by his left arm, but the hero would be holding it very tightly. Izuku. Let me go. All Might. Me Jago. The blonde had put a lot of pressure on the grip and was going to tear Izuku's arm off, but Izuku had stopped him in his stomach, causing him to move a few meters. Both had taken their distance, Izuku being without his left arm and All Might in a lot of pain due to the blows he received on his wound. Please join us. We can see that the light blue-haired boy was smiling under the hand that covered his face. Kurogiri. This is incredible, Izuku was right, he is stronger than the Nomu. Shigaraki. Come on Izuku, finish that vermin once and for all. But the students. Zero. This is amazing. Hiroshima. They are on par. Shodo. But what kind of Nomu is he? Bakugo just watched the fight, his thoughts constantly repeating to himself that it was his fault that Izuku was a villain. In the fight, Izuku and All Might would be taking gasps of air due to the exhaustion they were both having since they were fighting almost to the maximum. Izuku had just let out a loud scream all over the place, making everyone scared by it, but they had been very surprised to see that Izuku's arm had regenerated. Izuku. Haha, not only do I have the quirks of the top 10 heroes, I can also regenerate just like any Nomu. All Might. Damn, I have no choice but to use more than 100%. Izuku. Ha, well then show 100% of your power. Izuku and All Might had once again launched an attack. Izuku's thoughts. For the teacher, for the league, for the girls, this will be it. Thoughts of All Might. For my students, for my colleagues, for justice, this will be it. Izuku All Might. Me Victoria. Powerful gusts of wind could be seen throughout the area, making it difficult for those present to see the fight. All Might this time would be using more than 100%, making Izuku the one at a disadvantage. The blonde had punched Izuku in the face, but quickly grabbed him by the tail, sending him to the sky. Izuku had been left flying and without waiting had launched a powerful fireball. All Might was unfazed by that and without a care in the world, he walked through the fireball. This had made everyone think that he had gone crazy, but that thought would quickly go away since All Might would now be in front of Izuku, who was surprised by the act he had just seen. All Might had given him a strong punch in his stomach, making Izuku lose his breath, but he would give him a strong punch in his head again, making him fall to the ground. All Might. Never give up, give your all in the battle. Right now the P symbol was in front of Izuku, who would only have a look of hatred. All Might. Plus Ultra. Number 1 had given him a strong punch in his stomach, causing Izuku to fly away. Shigaraki Kurogiri. Izuku. The bear and Satsuna's thoughts. Izuku-kun, knew. All Might. Now you follow. Shigaraki. You bastard, you'll pay for doing that to Izuku. The light blue-haired boy had launched himself against All Might, who could no longer move and could do nothing, but a bullet would hit Shigaraki's hand and everyone could see that they were the heroes of the UA. Shigaraki. Kurogiri, let's get out of here now. Kurogiri. It's okay. Both villains had escaped from the place, leaving behind the rest of the villains who had stayed behind. After all, that would be like in the original story until reaching the end of the day, now being night. At the moment, we meet at the villain's bar with Shigaraki there with light bandages due to the bullets he received from Snipe, and next to him were Kurogiri, Satsuna and Obara. The latter would have a face full of concern, thinking about Izuku, but at that moment a screen had turned on, causing Shigaraki and Kurogiri to kneel. Kurogiri. Girls kneel now. Satsuna. Why? Shigaraki. He is the sensei. The girls, upon hearing this, knelt down in respect. All for one. Hello guys. Kurogiri. Hola sensei. Shigaraki. We are very sorry sensei, we couldn't finish off All Might, but Izuku was very close to finishing him off, but we couldn't find him. All for one. Don't worry, Izuku is fine. Satsuna. And in Sirio. Obara. Where is he? Of course, if I may ask, sensei. The screen had changed and now everyone could see an Izuku being inside a capsule. Satsuna. What happened to him? All for one. He's fine, he's recovering right now, he did have a big fight. Shigaraki. Is he going to improve it? All for one. I'm not going to improve it. The screen had changed again, but this time showing a brown-haired man and next to him was a blonde-haired girl. All for one. They will be the ones who will make Izuku become invincible, ha 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 ha. Chapter 10. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 10. A week had passed since the incident of the Uja's attack, being great news for everyone, since even Almight had many problems in that attack, in addition to a student being very injured in that incident, this being Katsuki Bakugo, which had been a large wound in his chest, leaving him some scars, something that had worried his family, who were very sad to see the state of their son, but Almight felt more guilty, since he could not do anything to help the young Bakugo at that time. The Policioniso had never revealed the identity of the villain cell, since he knew very well that that would not be very good, but All Might told him that he wanted to talk to him, along with the other teachers, since they were able to discover something very important about Cell, because the researchers managed to obtain some of his blood due to the fight he had against All Might. But the villains. We found ourselves in a kind of laboratory, which was full of capsules, but we focused on one capsule in particular, this being the one where Izuku was. He was recovering from his tough fight against All Might. Izuku's thoughts. Damn, I was very close to killing him. The next time we meet again, you won't have the same luck. Remember this, Katsuki. Very soon you will die by my own hands, and that goes for you too, All Might. I will become stronger, and very soon you will be under my feet, and Sensei will claim the power that was always his. Throughout this week, Izuku was recovering in the capsule, being visited by All for One and the girls, who had asked their sensei to let him visit, being accepted by All for One. The girls would always go visit him, with Abara praying all the time in front of the capsule, asking God for Izuku to recover from his injuries, and with Setsuna reading some books, taking her time for when Izuku wakes up. This had lived with me for a year, I even recorded it to show it to Izuku when he wakes up. At the moment. We met in the lab, both of us green-haired, who were sleeping on some chairs, since they had come very early. Without either of them expecting it, an alarm had sounded, causing both girls to wake up with a start. Setsuna. Now what? Abara. Oh my god, what a scare. Both girls fixed their gaze on the capsule and could see that Izuku had woken up, becoming very happy about that. When Izuku opened his eyes fully, the first thing he saw was his girlfriends, who had smiles on their faces. When the capsule fully opened, Izuku had come out, wearing only black pants. Izuku. Holokai. He couldn't finish because he was suddenly hugged by both green-haired women, who were very happy. Abara. Thank God you woke up. Setsuna. Idiot, you don't know how worried I was about you. Izuku was just surprised by that, as he never thought that someone, other than his mother, would care about him. The green-haired man in response just hugged both green-haired women. Izuku. Thank you for worrying about me, girls. At that moment, footsteps would begin to be heard, causing the three to separate from the hug, and the three could see that it was All for One. The three quickly bowed in respect to their sensei. Izuku Abara Setsuna. Sensei. All for One. Hello guys, hello Izuku, I'm glad to know you're okay now. Izuku. Thank you for your concern, sensei, but I didn't manage to finish off All Might, I'm truly sorry. All for One. You don't have to apologize, you did everything you could, but what really makes me happy is that you were able to get rid of that guy who made your life a living hell. Izuku. And I owe it all to you, sensei. Abara. I managed to hear that he is in the hospital right now. Setsuna. And they say that left scars, hahaha. Izuku. Well, he deserves it. All for One. Well, I'm leaving. Right now I have an important matter to resolve. Then go to the bar. All three. Yes, sensei. All for One. Very well, goodbye. The villain had left the place, leaving the green-haired trio. It didn't take even a second for Izuku to be thrown to the ground by both girls. The first had been Setsuna, who had given Izuku a kiss. The green-haired man didn't hesitate for a second to reciprocate the reptile girl's kiss. When they had separated, they had left a thread of saliva that joined their lips. Izuku couldn't take a breath as he had already been subdued by another kiss, this one from Abara. Izuku's thoughts. Wow, they really love me, I never thought I'd end up like this. Izuku had not hesitated to reciprocate the act, taking the nun's cheek, who had smiled a little at the act. When they had separated, they had also left a thread of saliva joining their lips. They both took a deep breath, Izuku being the one who needed it the most. Setsuna had been placed next to Abara, on top of Izuku. Izuku. Thank you for worrying about me. Abara. Of course we'll worry about you, you're our boyfriend. Setsuna. You are the only one who accepted us just as we are, you gave us your love, something that no one, apart from our family, gave us. Izuku. I'm very happy about that, but could you please stand up? He said it to the sad man, because of the position they were in. Abara. Are you nervous? He said it in a somewhat playful tone. Setsuna. The villain cell is nervous just from being alone with two girls. Playing along with her friend. Izuku the answer had lifted the two, surprising them. The green-haired man then cornered them against a wall, changing the places of the papers. The Midoriya had approached the two. Izuku. If you didn't have to go to UA, I'd make you mine right now. He said it in the ear of both green-haired girls, who turned red as a tomato. Without Izuku I let them react, he had given Setsuna a kiss, leaving her very surprised, but without her expecting it, Izuku had used his tongue, deepening the kiss, and taking her by the waist. Setsuna didn't object to the act, and just grabbed Izuku by his neck and put her leg behind his waist. All of this was seen by a blushing Ibara, who had bitten her lip upon seeing that scene of lust. When Izuku had separated from the kiss, he could see how Setsuna had a big blush and was breathing a little heavily. The green-haired boy quickly went to his girlfriend's neck and began to kiss her, causing Setsuna to let out a few small moans until she felt Izuku bite her. The green-haired man had left a hickey on his neck. Izuku had left Setsuna to recover from that and headed over to where Ibara was, who was completely red and biting her lower lip. Midoriya had taken Ibara's hand to bring her closer, and with his other hand he took her by the waist, bringing her closer so they were face to face. Ibara couldn't resist any longer, and she was the one who launched herself towards Izuku's lips. Both of them would kiss, with Izuku taking her by the waist and Ibara taking his by the neck. Ibara would be the one to take the initiative, using her tongue to deepen the kiss. Izuku in response had cornered her against the wall, causing her to let out a moan between kisses. When they had separated, they had left a thread of saliva, but Izuku had gone towards her neck, beginning to kiss her, making the Ibara let out slight moans, but only a bigger one, since Izuku had bitten her. When the green-haired man had separated, he left Ibara to recover, since she was taking breaths. Setsuna. Hey, why was that? Izuku. It's so those idiots at the UA know that you are mine. I'm sure many have already set their sights on you, or am I wrong? Setsuna. You're not wrong, many want to be with us, but we're only yours. The green-haired girl had given Izuku a quick short kiss. Izuku. Well, let's go to the bar, but first I'm going to put on some clothes. I'm not going to swim around in just pants, so go ahead. Ibara. Okay. Both girls would start getting ready to go to the bar later, while Izuku headed towards a room there to get dressed. At the UA. We can see the same rodent in the principal's office, which was with all the teachers and a police detective, whose name was Tsukauchi. Nezu. Very well, gentlemen, we are here to talk about a very important topic, and it is about the Uju's attack, which the first-year class suffered. All the teachers had nodded their heads in affirmation. Nezu. As we understand, while our students were having a hero practice, out of nowhere the villains appeared, causing an attack to kill Almight, but they ended up attacking the students, leaving some seriously injured like young Kirishima, who ended up with a broken arm, and young Bakugo ended up with a wound on his chest and a large burn, and worst of all, it was by the same guy who fought against the same guy who fought against Almight. Everyone upon hearing that had been very amazed by it and had also worried about the boys, but they had also become nervous since they never thought that there was someone capable of fighting on par with Almight, but only a few people knew that there was someone capable of doing that. Asawa. It's true, that guy was very strong, even Almighty had to use more than 100%. Everyone could see an Asawa completely bandaged up to his eyebrows. Nezu. Detective Tsukauchi is here, who came with the results of the blood samples. And what good will the blood samples be for? The heroine plus 18 Midnight asks. Nezu. Well, right now we are going to see something that will leave you speechless, Tsukauchi, please. The policeman had stepped forward and began to read the paper in his hand. Tsukauchi. Thank you director, very well, as I have managed to investigate what this blood test shows, different people have been found in this result. How come you find different people in that result? Said the blood hero Vlad King this time. Tsukauchi. That's right, even the legs that did these tests were very confused when they saw the results. Midnight. Could you tell us the result? Tsukauchi. Gladly, because it says here that the samples are related to the top 10 heroes. At that moment the door would be opened by All Might, who was in his skeletal form, with some bandages on his body. All Might. That's true, he told me so himself. Asawa. It's true what he says, I could hear it myself, even the students heard it, showing that he could use the quirks of the top heroes, even that of All Might. Everyone was speechless, unable to believe what they were hearing. Even Asawa was very serious when she said that. This has to be a joke. Exclaimed the hero present Mick, who could not believe what he was hearing. Asawa. No joke, Mick, that guy has the quirks of the top 10 heroes. All Might. It's true, he himself confirmed it in front of me, and I couldn't believe it, the fire of Endeavor, the claws of Ryukyu, he can even use my power. No one could believe what they were hearing. All Might. Before you continue, I want him to explain something to you, please come in. At that moment a boy from Pelisaniso had entered, who was completely bandaged and using a crutch. Asawa. Bakugo, what are you doing here? All Might. I asked him to come, he has something to say. Nezu. Say young Bakugo, what do you have to tell us? Everyone paid attention to the little-haired boy, paying close attention to what the little-haired boy was going to say. Bakugo. And I know who the villain is. Chapter 11. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 11. We are in the prestigious Hero Academy, this being the UA, but we can see in the director's office all the heroes who work there, but they would all be looking at a specific boy, this being Katsuki Bakugo, who had said something that had surprised everyone. Nezu. Young man, is what you say true? Bakugo, yes sir. Lad King. Then speak now, this is very serious. Bakugo. Yes, sir. Nezu. First of all, can you tell us your name? Katsuki. He says his name is Cell, but his real name is Izuku Midoriya. Tsukauchi. Wait, Midoriya. Almight. What's wrong Tsukauchi? The hero was surprised to see his friend's reaction. Tsukauchi. I've heard that name before. Midnight. Isn't that the boy who's been missing for 10 months? Tsukauchi. That's right, a woman named Inko Midoriya reported her missing. Katsuki. That woman is his mother. Present Mick. But how is it possible that that boy is the one who fought against Almight? Almight. He had said that it is a Nomu, but not just any Nomu, but one unique in its kind. Asawa. He said it because he is the only one who could obtain the cells of the best heroes. Cement. Has it been kidnapped? Snipe. Maybe that could explain his disappearance. Midnight. It might be the most logical thing to do, since he may be being forced to do that. Bakugo. No, he's not being forced, he's doing it out of his own free will. All the heroes had remained silent because of this, since they could not believe that someone would do that kind of thing with their own will. Tsukauchi. I found it. Almight. What thing? Tsukauchi. The photo of the missing boy. Midnight. And what is it? The detective had shown his laptop that he had and showed the screen to everyone, and the heroes could see a green-haired boy with freckles on his face, with a smile full of innocence. Almight, upon seeing the photo, was in shock as that was the boy he had once met in an alley when the slime villain escaped from him. Flashback. Izuku. Almight, can a person without a quirk be a hero? The green-haired boy said, hopeful of his childhood hero's response. Almight. A hero without a quirk is useless, you can't be a hero. Those words had completely broken Izuku Midoriya, the boy who dreamed of being a hero, but unfortunately for him, he didn't have a quirk and his last hopes were completely destroyed by the words of the P symbol. End of flashback. Almight's thoughts. That's that boy. Bakugo. Yes, that's him. Nezu. Apparently that boy went to the dark side. Midnight. With that face he doesn't seem so bad. Tsukauchi. As I understand it, this boy is quirkless and before that an investigation was carried out on him, saying that he had committed suicide. Asawa. Well, he's not dead, as you can see. Somewhere else. We can see in a dark room a few people on the floor, these being 2 boys, 2 adults and a girl. But all of these were unconscious, being monitored by some people. Shigaraki. Hey Izuku, why did you bring these idiots? Izuku. The boys were the ones who made my life a mess until high school along with Bakugo, the other 2 are the school principal and my former teacher, I've always told them everything that happened, even they've seen everything that happened to me and they did nothing. Kurogiri. Wow, and they're supposed to be the ones in charge of making sure that doesn't happen to anyone. Shigaraki. Perhaps more to kill them. Izuku. Of course not, sensei told me that he was lacking test subjects to make more nomus, so he assigned that task. Setsuna. Hey love, and who is that girl? Babara. I hope you don't want to cheat on us with her. Izuku. That stupid girl over there is my ex-girlfriend and no girls, I would never play with you. The green-haired man had taken both green-haired women's hands. Izuku. That bitch just played with me, saying she would never be with a quirkles like me. Setsuna. If he dares. Babara. You have to pay for that. Izuku. They'd like to take care of her. Setsuna. It'll be a pleasure. Babara. I'll regret doing that to you. Izuku. Kurogiri, would you be so kind as to separate them into different rooms? Kurogiri. Right away. Portals had appeared above the fainted people, making them disappear, and each of them had been sent to a different room, but the girl was the only one left alone in a room. At the UA. We can see the little-haired man in a chair, but he had a helmet on his head of dubious origin. Bakugo. What am I wearing? Our loader. It's one that shows us all your memories, created by myself. He said it with great pride. Bakugo. But it's safe, right? Nezu. Of course, right Power Lord. Our loader. Sure, maybe, well I don't know, I've never used it, this will be the first time I use it. Snipe. But nothing will happen, right? Our loader. Don't worry, I'm sure nothing will happen. The hero had pulled a lever, which caused a machine to turn on. Bakugo. And what will they do? Nezu. We'll see everything about that Izuku Midoriya guy. Bakugo. They're going to hate me after this. He said this in a whisper, but only Nezu heard it, leaving him somewhat confused by it. At that point, a screen would begin to show the Policenisso's memories from when he was a child. Our loader. Yes, it works. Lad King. Yes, we let it be seen. The screen would begin to show a child Bakugo, with a green-haired child with freckles on his face next to him, that being Izuku Midoriya. Izuku. Wow Kaken, your quirk really is incredible, I want mine to wake up now. Bakugo. I hope so too, but I doubt it'll be as cool as mine. Midnight. How adorable. Present Mick. How could someone like him do so much damage? Then the screen showed the green-haired boy in the middle of kindergarten, with a dejected look. What is the reason for that? It's because the boy discovered that he was a Quirkless, which was a hard blow for him. Midnight. Poor boy. He said this while holding back tears, seeing how everyone else just pushed the child away. Lad King. Why the hell aren't the teachers doing something about this? He yelled angrily, seeing how the teachers in charge of the school didn't do anything about how the child was being treated, standing by the rules and doing nothing, just observing. Change of scene. You can see how the green-haired boy was in front of a group of children, who would be a fat guy with wings, a boy with an idiot face who can stretch his hands, being led by a little-haired boy, this being Bakugo. What's happening now? What's happening is that Bakugo and his gang were beating up a Quirkless kid, but Izuku had gotten in the middle of it, putting the kid behind him, but he was scared, since Bakugo had explosions in his hands. Cements. But what does this mean, Bakugo? Octoplas. That's not the behavior of a hero. The little-haired boy hadn't responded to the comments and looks from his teachers, but all might not be upset, but only a little, since he was also somewhat to blame. If he had known everything that happened to that boy, he wouldn't have said those painful words to him. On the screen. We can see right now on a secondary scale, but in a part of the school, which was a dark area, we can see Izuku Midoriya on the floor, with some bruises and his uniform covered in dust. Creator's note. I don't know the names of Bakugo's friends who used to bother Izuku, so I'll just call them Neaton, the fat guy with wings, and Zazaki, the guy who stretches his fingers. Neaton. Hahaha, damn useless. Zazaki. You're useless, why don't you just die? Bakugo. Zazaki is right, Deku, do us a favor and disappear at once. Change of essence. We find ourselves in a very dark room and we can see how Zazaki and Neaton will wake up very sore. Neaton. Where am I? Zazaki. Neaton, what are we doing here? Neaton. That's what I'd like to know. At that moment, they would begin to hear footsteps heading towards them and then applause from the darkness. Izuku. Haha, I'm so glad to see you again, my friends. Both teenagers had recognized that voice, and when the figure stood in front of them, it would show an Izuku Midoriya who was wearing an elegant suit but had a very sinister smile. Both boys couldn't believe it, Izuku Midoriya, the boy who had supposedly disappeared, was in front of them, but now he was completely different, they could even feel a great killing intent behind them. Izuku. What's up guys, aren't you happy to see me? This was clearly ironic, since the green-haired man didn't want to see them even in a painting. Neaton. Izuku, my friend, I'm so glad to see you. He said this with some fear, since he was terrified by Izuku's smile. Zazaki. Hey friend, why are we here? He said this while very scared. Izuku. Well, isn't it obvious? I brought you here to get even with you, or have you forgotten everything you did to me in my entire life? He had said that last part with a raised voice and with a look full of hearing, so that even the veins stood out, frightening the two teenagers even more. Zazaki. Boo boo bud. He couldn't finish because a small flame of fire had hit his cheek, leaving a small cut. Izuku. But. Did I hear a but? Neaton. Izuku, please don't do anything to us, it was just a simple joke. Izuku. Well, for me they weren't jokes, because if for you it's always leaving me beaten up and lying on the ground like garbage, it's no joke. The green-haired man had quickly disappeared, leaving the two very confused and very relieved, but for Neaton he wouldn't hesitate that long, since he had received a knee to his stomach, which had even caused his bones to break, causing him to spit blood and saliva, frightening Zazaki, since he was seeing how his friend was being beaten like that. Izuku had taken Neaton by the head, making him look into his eyes. The fat man had become very scared, as Izuku's eyes now showed slitted pupils as red as blood. The green-haired man had punched him in the face, causing his jaw to break, making some teeth fly out, but when he hit the wall of the room, he caused blood to start coming out of his head, leaving him on the floor unconscious, while blood came out of his mouth and head. Zazaki was completely shocked to see that, since he never thought that Izuku Midoriya, the kindest and sweetest boy of all, would become what was in front of him. The green-haired boy had turned around, looking into Sasaki's eyes, who was completely terrified, but when he noticed Izuku, who would be looking into his eyes, the green-haired boy only showed him a psychopathic smile. Sasaki, because of the fear he felt at that moment, had stretched out his fingers in fear, attacking Izuku like crazy. Izuku. You know, it's much better to be a Quirkless than to have a quirk as unique as you. Izuku had covered his tail with fire, making Sasaki scream in pain from the burns, but then he would start screaming louder, since his fingers had already been cut by the dragon claws. Izuku. What's wrong, my friend, did that hurt you? Sasaki. You are a monster. The green-haired man had grabbed Sasaki by the neck with his insect tail, now standing face to face. Izuku. I have to remind you that you, along with several people who hurt me so much during this time, made me what I am today. Izuku had taken his full insect form, leaving Sasaki very scared. Izuku. But I should thank you for this, because if it weren't for you, I would never have this magnificent power. The green-haired man had strangled Sasaki until he fainted. Izuku. Ha, they're nothing but insignificant trash. Izuku had reverted to his human form and only watched with disgust the unconscious idiots on the ground. Izuku. Kurogiri, please take me to the other room, please. At that moment, a portal had appeared next to Izuku, but he was about to leave, he fixed his gaze on the two boys. Izuku. Right, could you take these two to the doctor, then I'll go see how the Nomus project is going. Portals had appeared beneath the unconscious boys, taking them to another place, leaving only the blood stains that were on the floor and walls of the room. At the UA. Now all the heroes who were there were looking with much hatred, disgust and disappointment, since they found out about everything that Iso had in his past with Izuku. Lad King. I hope you're happy, brat. Snipe. You turned an innocent boy into a villain, and not only that, but he has the quirks of the top 10 heroes, including Almight. Midnight. You should have accepted the quirkless boy before you. She said this with a few tears falling from her cheeks, as she had burst into tears seeing everything an innocent boy suffered. Bakugo hadn't answered anything, and only had a darkened look, since everything they told him was true, although Izuku didn't have a quirk, he had the spirit of a true hero. Almight. Okay, that's enough, young Bakugo is obviously in a very serious situation right now, stop tormenting him. The others would only turn their gaze towards another with great hatred, except for Director Nezu, since he could see that Bakugo was completely sorry for his actions. Nezu. Well, it's better that we conclude this meeting at once, but I don't want any of this to be known by anyone else, least of all Mrs. Midoriya. Cementos. Of course, he would like to know that his missing son has become a villain. Nezu. Very well, see you in 3 days to continue classes and about the sports festival. All? Yes. Nezu. Tsukauchi, please take young Bakugo home. Tsukauchi. Okay. All Might. I'm coming with you too. And so everyone had left the place, while Bakugo was escorted by the detective and the number 1 hero. With Izuku. We can see the green-haired man standing in front of 2 men who are apparently trembling with fear. What's the reason for that? It's because Izuku was unleashing a huge amount of killing intent all over the room. Izuku. Wow, it's very emotional to have a student and teacher reunion, don't you think, sensei? The man had not said anything about it due to the fear he felt. Izuku. And what do you say to me, director? Aren't you happy to see me again? Ha ha ha. Director. Izuku, po, why are you doing this? Izuku. Why am I doing this? It's not obvious, revenge. Teacher. But what did we do to you? Izuku. And you still have the nerve to say it, I always wanted you to help me when Kitsuki always threw his damn explosions at me, but no, you never did anything. The green-haired boy was very angry at that moment, frightening the adults in front of him. Izuku. But thinking about it, I'd rather just kill the sensei, I already have a very special punishment for you, director. Teacher. Please Izuku, have mercy, I'm sorry for everything I did to you, but please spare my life, I promise I'll change. Izuku. Don't waste your breath, sensei, you're just delaying my inevitable. The shoulder could not continue with his pleas for life since Izuku had turned into a large green dragon and with a quick movement had taken his former sensei in his mouth and ate him as if it were nothing, leaving the director very terrified, who was sweating profusely, even urinating in his pants. Izuku. It didn't taste bad at all, but now, it's his direct turn. Before the man could even say a word, Izuku's tail would be stuck in his neck. Izuku. Don't worry, it just felt like your body was burning inside, but you won't die, you'll just feel a lot of pain until I want you to. The shoulder would just start to throb on the floor, complaining of pain. Izuku. Kurogiri, take him to the incubator with the other 2 and take me along with Setsuna-chan and Ibara-chan to the last room. The portal had taken the director, who only felt like his insides were burning inside, while another portal had appeared in front of Izuku, who had entered, and when he crossed he found his girlfriends, who had smiles on their faces. Izuku. Alright girls, would you like to get started? Setsuna. Of course. Ibara. That damn bitch is going to pay for what she did to you. Izuku. That's why I love them so much. Setsuna Ibara. And you. The girl would begin to wake up, seeing around her that she was just in a room. Creator's note. This girl will be Kimi Utsushimi, since I needed a girl who is not in the UA, so I came up with her, please for Kimi fans, don't get angry, end of note. Kimi. Where am I? Setsuna. Well, it seems the fox has woken up. Ibara. I hope you're ready to meet your maker, you wretch. In front of Kimi, Setsuna and Ibara had appeared, both of whom had a very chilling smile on their faces, something that had scared Kimi, who only stepped back a little. Kimi. Who are you? Setsuna. Oh sorry, where are my manners, nice to meet you bitch, my name is Setsuna. Ibara. And I am Ibara and we came here to punish you. Setsuna didn't waste any time and kicked Kimi in the face, causing her to fall to the ground, some blood coming out of her mouth. Ibara had also joined in the fun and using her vines, she would take Kimi by her arms and legs, putting her in front of them. Ibara would begin to hit Kimi with all her might in his stomach. Setsuna had also joined and had separated into several parts and would begin to hit Kimi on all areas of her body, who would only be screaming in pain and even worse, since Ibara's vines were drawing blood from her hands with their spikes. In the chamber. Shigaraki and Kurogiri would be watching all the torture that both green-haired women would be doing to their victim. Shigaraki. Oh my goodness, I never thought those two were that terrifying. Kurogiri. I'm glad you're on our side, imagine if it was us instead of the girl. Shigaraki. Don't even tell me. But the girls. We can see the green-haired women had blood on their hands and a little on their faces. Kimi was completely covered in blood, on the verge of unconsciousness. Kimi. Pocuff why cuff do you do this? Setsuna. Tell me one thing, do you know Izuku Midoriya? Kimi. Yes. Ibara. Well, as we understand, you never loved him and you only played with his feelings. Kimi. And what does that matter to you? At that point, they would begin to hear footsteps heading towards them, which the girls would hear. From the shadows Midoriya Izuku would appear. Kimi. Izukito, please help me, these girls are crazy, please save me. Izuku. For God's sake, just look at that. Kimi was hopeful, as she thought her ex-boyfriend would help her. Izuku. Look at your hands girls, they are dirty with this woman's blood. The green-haired man had taken a handkerchief out of his pocket and was about to start wiping the girls' hands and faces. Kimi. Hey, what are you doing? Izuku. Hello Kimi, but you look so bad. Kimi. Why are you cleaning them? Help me, don't you see how they left me? Izuku. Well, you deserve it for what you did to me, and I care more about them, since these beauties here are my beautiful girlfriends. That comment had made the two green-haired girls blush and shocked Kimi. Setsuna. What did you hear, friend? You lost this bass drum you see here. Ibara. He is a great man with a big heart who knows how to treat a girl, something you wasted, and all for the simple fact of being Quirkles. Izuku. Well, girls, how about we just get this over with and the three of us go eat some cake together? Setsuna. Sounds good to me. Ibara. I would love to. Izuku. Ibara-chan, would you like to do the honors? Ibara. Only if you kiss me first. Izuku. Well that's fine. The green-haired boy approached the green-haired girl and took her by the waist and connected his lips with Ibara's, being a gentle kiss, this being seen by Kimi, who was crying because of it, since she had lost that kind and gentle boy that he was. Ibara. Thanks for that love. Izuku. It was nothing. Setsuna. And me. Pouting. Izuku. I'll give you one too. Just like Ibara, Izuku and Setsuna would start kissing, but in a more passionate way, since she loved it. Ibara would begin to use her vines to pull Kimi's arms and legs with all her strength. The girl had been left lying on the ground, watching as Izuku kissed Setsuna, that being the last thing before dying. Izuku. Well, girls, you go ahead, I'll go see something, and then we'll eat the cake I told you about. Setsuna. It's okay, love. Ibara. I'm not late, please. Izuku. Of course not, it will be quick. Two portals had appeared from the green-haired girls, filling the bar with girls and taking Izuku to a kind of laboratory, but in 3 capsules were Sasaki, Niton and the director. Doctro. You're finally here. I was planning on starting without you. Izuku. Don't be hasty, that's never good, but since I'm here, you can start. The doctor had activated a kind of machine, causing needles to be injected into the 3 inside, but they would begin to feel a lot of pain and their appearance would begin to change. Izuku. Ha 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 ha. This only lasted a few seconds, and right now there could be 3 Nomas in the capsules. Chapter 12. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 12. After what had happened at the heroes meeting at the Hero Academy, Bakugo felt like his teachers now hated him, as they discovered the entire past of the new villain who attacked Judges with a league of villains, his identity being revealed as Midoriya Izuku, a boy who had disappeared a long time ago, since the poor boy could not stand the abuse he suffered from Katsuki any longer, since because of him. That innocent and kind boy became a completely different Nomu from the one who fights against All Might, since now he possessed the quirks of the 10 best heroes, including All Might himself. Even the symbol of peace had a hard time finishing him off. The attack on the Judges could not be hidden for long, since everywhere they talked about that incident, and the League of Villains would be known from now on, since the news was even given that a new villain called Cell was about to kill All Might due to the statements of some police officers. This news would make many people react in different ways. The heroes had reacted with astonishment, since they never thought that someone would be able to face All Might, and fear, because if that guy managed to put number 1 in trouble, he would be a great threat to everyone. The reaction of the villains had been completely different from that of the heroes. Their reaction had been one of happiness and admiration, since they knew that if that guy could corner All Might, they would not hesitate to look for him to try to join him, and others would try to recruit him to their ranks, such as some groups of villains and high-level mafias. During these 3 days, a piece of news had been broadcast on the news that had left Katsuki in complete shock, and what was the reason for this reaction? Well, it is because in more news, a report had already passed where they said that 5 people had disappeared, these being recognized by Katsuki, since they were his high school friends, Sasaki and Niton, the teacher and the director of the high school, and a girl named Kami Otsutsuki, Izuku's ex-girlfriend. Katsuki obviously knew the reason for their disappearances. Niton and Sasaki along with him always bothered Izuku since he was a child, the principal and the teacher, because they never helped Izuku when he always accused them about them, and Kami, well, she just played with him, telling him that she was in love with him, but it was all a farce. At the moment, we are at the base of the League of Villains, this being the usual bar, and we can see that our green-haired boy was with his girlfriends, eating a chocolate cake, being a nice moment for the green-haired trio, since they were spending time as a couple, something that made the girls happy, and also Izuku, since he finally found some girls who love him, something that never happened with Kami. At the bar were Kurogiri and Shigaraki, who would be watching television, spreading the news about the Judges and the disappearances of the 5 idiots, who little does anyone know that now 3 of them are their Nomas, and 2 of them were dead, 1 had been devoured by a green dragon, and the last had been torn apart by some vines. Shigaraki. Ha, we're already famous guys, and all because of the attack we did. Kurogiri. And it's also happening about the disappearance of those that Izuku had kidnapped. That had caught the green-haired man's attention. Izuku. They deserved it, besides, it's not like anyone would miss them. Setsuna. Izuku-kun is right, tomorrow there will be more interesting news as always. Ibara. But we don't really know that, after all, the UA is the biggest news, and being one of its facilities attacked by villains, will be news for a while. Setsuna. That will be until at least there is another attack or All Might does something interesting. Izuku. Exactly girls, but now that you mention it, don't you know when classes will start again? Setsuna. They sent us a message to our emails, saying that classes will resume tomorrow. Ibara. It's a shame, I would have liked to spend more time here. Izuku. Don't worry about it, remember that we are doing this for the good. Shigaraki. Remember not to show any suspicion. Setsuna. We understand that. Kurogiri. Good girls, you better go, since it's too late for you. Pointing to a clock on the wall. Ibara. Well, we're leaving now. Kurogiri. Don't you want there to be a portal for you? Setsuna. Yes please, let it be close to our houses. The portal had opened in the center of everything, and the girls had taken their cases to leave, but not before saying goodbye to their beloved green-haired boy. Ibara. Goodbye love. Izuku. Goodbye Ibara-chan. The two gave each other a loving kiss, while Izuku gently took her cheek, something that fascinated Ibara, since she liked the affectionate and gentle gesture that Izuku made with her. They had both separated, and the girl vines were with a small blush on her cheeks, accompanied by a smile. Setsuna had also stood in front of Izuku to say goodbye. Setsuna. See you soon love. Izuku. I'll be waiting for you with pleasure. The two had kissed, but Setsuna had put her arms behind Izuku's neck and then began to use her tongue, since she liked a somewhat lustful touch, something that Izuku had not denied at any time. When these two had separated, they had left a thread of saliva that joined their lips. Setsuna Ibara. See you. Izuku. Goodbye. The girls had left the place, leaving the trio of villains at the bar. Shigaraki. Wow, Izuku, what a handsome man. Kurogiri. I'm glad you were able to find love, young Izuku. Izuku. Thank you very much, Kurogiri. And as for you, Tamura, what will be our next move? Tamura. Sensei still wants us to stay because of the news, but he said he would do something to improve you. Izuku. What do you mean by improve me? Kurogiri. Well, he just showed us the photo of these two people that they would do something to improve you. Taking out a photo I had of the subjects. Izuku saw the photo and was very surprised to see who it was. Izuku. So these two are going to improve me. Shigaraki. Do you know them? Izuku. Well, of course, who didn't know the great scientist David Shield and his only daughter Melissa Shield, both are known for being great scientists in a place called Island. At that moment a voice would be heard. All for one. That's right, Izuku, those great scientists you see are the ones who will grant you greater power. The three villains had fixed their gaze on the voice and could see that their leader was on the computer. The three quickly knelt down in respect. Izuku. Sensei, I'd like to know how I managed to get them to improve for me. All for one. No, they didn't agree to help us, after all, they are very close to Almight. Shigaraki. Then. All for one. As I understand it, we are currently working on some new creations, which are androids. Shigaraki. And what's so special about an android, Sensei? Our Nomas are even far superior to those things. Izuku. Tamura is right, but what's so special about those androids? All for one. That these androids have unlimited energy. Izuku. Androids of unlimited energy. Kurogiri. Is it possible to create machines with that power? All for one. Remember that we are talking about David Shield, for him nothing is impossible. Izuku. And how will we be able to get those machines? All for one. Right now I have some spies on Island, when they have the androids they will be ready, but Izuku, you will have to go there yourself. Izuku. Okay Sensei, I'll be ready to attack. All for one. Okay guys, I have to go now, I'm waiting for your next attack. Shigaraki Kurogiri Izuku. Okay Sensei. The collection is cut. Izuku. Well, with what androids with unlimited energy? Shigaraki. With those androids plus the Nomas and a villain exercise we will be unstoppable. Izuku. Well, see you. Kurogiri. Where are you going? Izuku. I'm going to train, the next time I see that damn Almight I'll kill him. Shigaraki. We were very close to achieving it, but we don't have to rush, it will be a lot of fun if we go little by little. Izuku. You're right, but even so, we can't let ourselves go, we have to strengthen ourselves. The green-haired man had left the bar, heading to a training room. Time skip. Right now we are at the UA Hero Academy, which had reopened its doors, and the students had returned, but we focused on one class in particular, this being the first year Class A. Everyone was probably talking among themselves about the incident that had happened. Setsuna and Obara were probably talking to the girls about it, but at that moment, Kitsuki had walked in, still wearing bandages on his face. His friends had approached him, as they were all very worried, since Bakugo was the student who received the most damage in the attack. Setsuna and Obara were just watching the whole scene, but inside they were happy and upset. Happy because Bakugo was completely broken inside, and upset because Bakugo was still alive, but for them, that wouldn't last long. At that moment, a black-haired man, completely bandaged up to his eyebrows, had entered. Everyone had recognized him and quickly sat down, but two green-haired men were holding back their laughter inside. Isawa. Okay, guys, I have a very important announcement to make. Lita. Are you okay with Isawa-sensei? Obara. How is that okay? Isawa. Yes, I'm fine, it's just that I won't be able to work for a while, but that doesn't matter now, what I'm going to tell you is of the utmost importance. Everyone's thoughts. An important matter. Setsuna's thoughts. Izuku will really like this. Isawa. In a week, the UA Sports Festival will take place. Chapter 13. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 13. At the Hero Academy, they were giving out some great information, something that two green-haired girls liked, thinking that this could be useful to their beloved green-haired boy. Somewhere else. We can see our green-haired boy in his insect form in a training room, fighting against some normal Nomas. Izuku's thoughts. I need to train more on that Nana's one for all, otherwise I'll never be able to surpass All Might's one for all, or even if that damn Bakugo gets to want more than 5%, it'll be a real problem, I have to reach more than 100%. The Midoriya had been surrounded by red lightning, and in a quick flash of speed, appeared behind a Nomu, and threw a punch with all his might, and the Nomu had exploded, leaving only half of its body, but the floor had been covered in the Nomu's blood. Izuku had seen his fist with which he hit the Nomu, seeing that it had some blood. Izuku. Well, so far I've only managed to reach 60%, but with training I managed to reach 73%, I need to train more, but I think that's more than enough for today, I need a bath. He said it because the Nomas he killed were covered in sweat and blood. Izuku. Kurogiri-san. A portal had appeared in front of Izuku, Desolators returned to his human form and crossed the portal, returning to the bar where Shigaraki and Kurogiri were at the bar. Shigaraki. And how did it go? Izuku. Pretty good, but I still need to get full mastery, I'm already close to 100%. Kurogiri. Young Izuku, in your room are your clothes for you to change. Izuku. Thanks Kurogiri, a bath wouldn't hurt me. Shigaraki. Well, you have 20 minutes for your girlfriends to come here. Izuku. Plenty of time. The green-haired man had retired to his room. Han Satsuna Ibarra. We can see how both green-haired women were heading towards the villain's bar after having spent some time with the girls from their class. Satsuna. It was a great day, weren't you, Ibarra? Ibarra. Yes, first they inform us that we have a week until the sports festival, then the other classes declare war on us, and to top it all off, we had to go out with the other girls for a bit of friend time as Ishido-san says. Satsuna. Well, this will help us see the rest of the quirks on the other classes, and better yet, many heroes will be there watching us. Ibarra. And what's up with that? Satsuna. Don't you see? With so many heroes watching the festival, that's going to make the streets look neglected, something the boys could take advantage of to recruit and kill other heroes, that will make them not recognize her. Ibarra. Satsuna, you are a genius. Satsuna. I know, you don't have to complain so much. Scratching her nose in happiness. Ibarra. Izuku's gonna love this. Come on, we're almost there. Satsuna. Hey, wait for me. Running after her friend. After a few minutes. The door of the bar had been knocked on and opened by Kurogiri, offering them the pass. Kurogiri. Welcome girls. Ibarra. Hola Kurogiri-san, Tamura-san. Shigaraki. Hello. Satsuna. Where's Izuku? Looking around for her green-haired friend. Kurogiri. At one point he came down, he was taking a shower. Ibarra. I see. Shigaraki. So, what did you achieve today? Izuku. I hope it's good girls. Entering the bar in his usual attire, with a few drops of water in his hair. Satsuna. Well, we were informed that within a week. Ibarra. The sports festival is taking place. Izuku. I see, even after we attack them. Shigaraki. They're saying you're not afraid of us. Satsuna. But this is perfect, with so many heroes at the festival, the streets are going to be neglected. Ibarra. Something we could use to kill some heroes or get some new recruits. Izuku. Good idea girls. Shigaraki. We need to put our name on the streets once and for all. Kurogiri. You're right. Izuku. Well, while we're killing heroes outside, you'll be in charge of getting information about the other students' quirks. It's possible that some of them could serve us as recruits or we could turn them into Nomas. Shigaraki. We're talking about the UA, I'm sure there will be many interesting quirks out there. Kurogiri. He has a good point and he has also managed to investigate someone who could perhaps help us. Izuku. Corrupt hero or villain? Kurogiri. A bit better, the guy who walks around Hosu killing a lot of heroes at night. Showing on a laptop the photo of a man surrounded by white truths and others red like blood and all over his body, he was with swords and knives all over his body. Everyone was surprised to see the person they were seeing. Izuku. The hero killer, Stain. Showing an evil smile when he saw the photo of the hero killer. Izuku. This is going to be a lot of fun, but before that, girls, it's time to train, I bet you'll need to be in shape for the festival, won't you? Ibarra. That's right. Izuku. Well, let's get started right away, Kurogiri-san, please. The aforementioned only opened a portal, Izuku entered with the girls behind him. When Izuku and the girls arrived at the training camp, Izuku had approached the girls and quickly gave Satsuna a kiss, leaving her surprised by her boyfriend's sudden action, but she quickly reciprocated since it was a gentle and loving kiss. When they separated due to lack of air, but Satsuna was with a small blush, but Ibarra was somewhat jealous of that. Izuku. Very well done Satsuna, that was very clever of you. Satsuna. It was nothing Izuku-kun, as long as you give me kisses as a reward, I'll do anything. Putting his leg in Izuku's hand and taking him by the neck. Ibarra. Hey, I also gave the idea, it's not fair. Moving your hands up and down, with a small pout. Izuku. Calm down my beautiful angel, I'll give you one too. Approaching her, he took her cheek and gave her a tender kiss. Ibarra reciprocated, but it accidentally caused her vines to wrap around her and Izuku. They stayed like that for a full minute until they separated due to lack of air. Izuku. Well, time to train, dears. Satsuna. when can we train in bed? In a flirtatious way, something that made Ibero blush, and to the girl's surprise, Izuku, the cool had a small blush on his cheeks. Setsuna. Ara, Izuku-kun está sonrojado. Ibara. This isn't something you see every day. Izuku just approached Setsuna, who was very nervous, thinking that she had screwed up. Izuku just took her by the waist and quickly kissed her neck, something that ISO made Setsuna let out a few small moans. Izuku separated from her neck and went to her ear. Izuku. How about after the festival, we can train in bed like you say. That made Setsuna blush at massive levels. Ibara had seen and heard all of that, and in her mind she began to imagine how Izuku was on top of her, giving her many thrusts. Ibara would quickly have those images in her head, and she was just completely red. Izuku had kissed Ibara's neck, something that made Ibara and the ISO let out a small moan, but she tried to contain the rest. Izuku had left a mark on his neck. Time skip. Change of scene. Right now we're at the UA Sports Festival Stadium, packed with people, most of them heroes, who came to see if they could find good candidates for their agencies. Present Mick. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, today we're going to see the great sports festival for our future aspirants. Everyone had let out loud screams of excitement, very anxious for the festival to begin. But Izuku. We can see how our green-haired boy was in an alley, but on the ground was the body of a hero with blood, missing part of his head. Izuku had the hero's head in his left hand, still with a little blood coming out of it. Izuku. Very well, it's time for action, are you ready Tamura? Speaking through a communicator. In another we can see the sky blue-haired man holding a heroine in his hands, who was completely disintegrating. Shigaraki. It's time to make ourselves known, let's see how many deaths we can make. Izuku. Remember we also need to find new recruits, but if they don't accept, just call and I'll take away their quirk. Tamura. Okay, time to act. Cutting off communication with Izuku. The aforementioned had begun jumping all over the buildings, starting to look for victims. At the festival. Now we can see how they were starting the first phase of the festival, with the obstacle course, everything being normal. With Shoto he began to freeze the entire ground, but Ibara had dodged him, with Setsuna dividing and beginning to float, and with Ibara who covered himself with his vines and began to run after Todoroki, as did Setsuna, who began to levitate while keeping her parts divided, but Bakugo also began to attack the trio of his companions, using one for all to reach them. When everyone had arrived at the robot area, the first to act had been both green-haired girls, with Ibara using her vines to separate the robot parts and Setsuna using her parts to destroy all the robots. This had surprised everyone, as the girl duo had quickly destroyed the robots. Shoto wasn't going to stay and quickly used his ice to freeze one of the 3 robots in front of him. Bakugo propelled himself with his explosions and quickly with a one-for-all blow, he destroyed the robot. So they continued on their way to where the area of the Great Abyss was. Ibara and Setsuna had quickly crossed the chasm, with Setsuna flying above everything and Ibara using her vines to get across. Shoto and Bakugo had arrived at the area, but using their ice and explosions, they managed to pass. While all this was happening, in the stadium all the people were screaming with excitement, but in one place among several people, you could see a black-green hair, this being Izuku, who was using another hair color, and his freckles disappeared, and his clothes changed. Izuku was watching the screen with a smile on his face, being very happy for his girlfriends, and also because he was very happy to see so many interesting quirks from several applicants, but especially from Shoto and Bakugo, the first because he wasn't using his fire side at all, and Bakugo because he was using one for all in a very acceptable way. Izuku's thoughts. Very well Kaken, keep it up, but very soon they won't be very happy when all this comes to an end, very soon their academy will be under the sensei's feet. The Midoriya got up from his seat and just left the place, with a smile full of malice. Quickly Izuku had vanished into thin air, becoming just a clone. But Izuku. We can see how the original Izuku was on top of the building, but received the clone's memories of what was happening at the festival. Izuku. Wow, those two are really showing off, I think I'll give them a good reward, Hey Izuku, can you hear me? The aforementioned had placed his hand on the communicator he had. Izuku. What's up Tamura? Shigaraki. This is good, now we know where the hero killer is. Izuku. Take me to the bar now. The portal had opened in front of him and he quickly appeared in the bar. Izuku. And well. Shigaraki. Right now he is in an alley, fighting against the ingenuine hero. Izuku. Kurogiri, take me to him, I'm going to recruit him. Kurogiri. He's sure of that. Izuku. Don't worry, I have the gift of the gab. Shigaraki. Good luck getting your head cut off. Izuku. Yes, whatever you say, Kurogiri, please. The aforementioned had opened another portal, being crossed by Izuku. Change of scene. Right now we are in an alley, and we can see how the ingenious hero and the hero killer were in a fight, with the killer having the advantage. Ingenuity. Don't think you'll escape, hero killer. The hero was about to throw a punch at the hero killer's face, but a burst of fire got between them, causing them to distance themselves. Ingenium. Who is it? Both had seen an insect-colored insect man on top of the building, since Izuku was in Nomu form. Stain. Who the hell are you? Izuku quickly appeared behind the hero Ingenium, piercing his chest with his hand. Ingenium looked under his chest and saw how a hand pierced his chest and seeing the insect man behind him. Izuku, goodbye Ingenium. Izuku had removed his hand from his chest, letting the body of an agonizing Ingenium fall. Izuku had set his gaze on Stain, who was surprised by the speed he used but quickly became on guard. Stain. Who are you? Izuku. A taste killer of hero Stain, I introduce myself, my name is Cell, and I like to invite you to the League of Villains. Chapter 14. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 14. At the UA Sports Festival, many things had happened. In the obstacle course many things had happened, the entrance exam robots had appeared to block the way, but the students who faced them had been the ones who stood out the most, being these Shodo Todoroki, who would use his ice to freeze and finish off the robots, Bakugo Katsuki, who would use his explosions to propel himself and get on top of the robots, and finish them off with a one-for-all blow with 8%, but not only could they discard, but also Setsuna and Obara. Since these two with their great synchronization managed to destroy the robots in an easier way, Setsuna dividing into several parts and going first for the robot's legs, and with the results of the training she had with her beloved, her strength had improved too much, something that benefited her. With Obara it was something similar, since with the help of several strategies that she managed to formulate, she was able to make her vines go along the ground so that she could unbalance the robots and finally finish them off. This had caught the attention of many heroes due to the great spectacle they were putting on, and this continued until the fight phase, which had caused many to give their all in the fight. Setsuna had fought with a boy named Tokoyami, managing to win too easily, since thanks to his division, his quirk called Dark Shadow could not catch her, managing to get him off the platform. Obara had fought against a boy named Denki Kaminari, who tried to flirt with her, something that angered Obara, and in the end, Obara let her vines go straight against the blonde, leaving him slammed against the wall, being a very humiliating defeat for Denki, but Obara didn't care. The whole festival had gone by normally as if nothing had happened, without knowing that a very important conversation was taking place elsewhere. With Izuku, we can see how Midoriya was in front of the hero killer, but next to Izuku was a dying Ingenium, who had a hole in his chest, since Izuku had pierced him with his hand very easily. Ingenuity. Don't think this is over, very soon you will be brought before justice. Izuku had put his leg on the hero's head and began to put force. Izuku. Trash silence, you are very irritating. The blue-haired boy couldn't do anything and just tried to scream, which was a real pleasure for Izuku. Hearing those screams of desperation and suffering was a real delight. Izuku. Goodbye. Stomping hard with all his strength, the hero's head was completely crushed, leaving a small pool of blood on the ground. Izuku. Well, as I was saying, my name is Cell, and I would like to invite you to the League of Villains, hero killer. Stain. And why do you think I'm going to agree to join your stupid league? Having their knives ready to attack. Izuku. Because we also seek the same thing as you, a fair society, in which there are no false heroes, people who can live happily without fear. Don't you want the same thing as me? Stain. I can hear you, Cell, but if you try to do anything, I won't hesitate to slice you up. With a tone full of ferocity. Izuku. Don't worry, I promise you won't regret being with us, but it's better if we talk somewhere else. He said this because police sirens could be heard in the distance. Izuku. Follow me. Leaping onto the roof of a building, he was followed by the killer. After a few minutes, you can see how the heroes and police had arrived at the alley, horrified by the hero's lifeless body without his head. That whole scene was seen by Izuku and Stain, who were watching all of that from a building. Stain. There are only false heroes, and I must take care of them. Izuku. Of course, well, let's continue where we left off. Stain. What is this about your league? Izuku. Tell me Stain, for you, is there a real hero? Stain. Of course, the only one I recognize as a hero is Almight, and I will only let myself be killed by his own hands. Izuku. Wow, that sounds interesting, but what would you say if I told you? Looking into the murderer's eyes. It was because of Almight and his disciple that I became this. At the festival, we can see what the fight between Katsuki and Todoroki was like, being a somewhat even battle, since Bakugo was only using his explosions, while Shoto was only using his ice side. They were both completely tired. Bakugo for using his explosions in a somewhat exaggerated way all this time, causing minor burns. Shoto was somewhat frozen on half of his body, but if he continued to use his eye side like that, he might get hypothermia if he continued like that. In the stands. We can see how Setsuna and Obara were very attentive to the fight between those two, also recording in case it was useful to the league. Setsuna. He's an idiot. Obara. If she doesn't use her fire side she will freeze. Setsuna. But why wouldn't he use it? Obara. Do you remember what Izuku said? Setsuna. What thing? Obara. That he had family problems or something like that, Endeavor might be the reason. Setsuna. To be honest, I never liked Endeavor. Obara. Even if he were number 2, it wouldn't be that good. Setsuna. Do you think Izuku wasn't watching? Obara. I think so. At that moment a powerful gust of wind could be felt throughout the stadium, and what happened? Well, Bakugo had used 15% of One for All again, and with that he was able to land a strong punch on the bicolor, who tried to defend himself from the attack with his ice, but it had been in vain, since Bakugo had been faster, and thanks to that he was able to get him out of the arena, giving him the victory. While all the Victoria people go to the Pelisoniso, Izuku was telling Stain the whole truth, his childhood, his hell until high school, all the bullying and abuse he suffered from Katsuki, and how his childhood hero crushed his dream, as if it were garbage. All of this had left Stain very surprised, since he couldn't believe what he was hearing, the hero he believed in, destroyed a boy's dreams. Izuku. And you know what's the worst part? That bastard who made my life shit is in college, still having the nerve to be a hero, knowing in his conscience everything he did to me. Stain was now upset about that last thing, how is it possible that that boy is in the UA, even knowing everything that I saw? Stain. You're afraid to believe the boy thing, but that All Might did that to you, I still can't believe it, I need proof. Izuku. Well, but that will be in a week, since I still need to make some preparations, here. Giving him a card. But this you can contact me, you just have to put some of your blood into it, and a portal will take you to where I am. Turning around and ready to jump. See you in a week. They now leave the place, leaving behind a shocked Stain. The assassin had begun to jump from building to building, still thinking about everything that had happened, but then he came across a screen, seeing Bakugo right there on the screen, with his fist raised to the sky. Stain. I know who I'm going to kill, false hero. But Izuku. The Midoriya had taken to an alley, returning to his human form, and a portal had opened in front of him, crossing it and returning to the bar, where Kurogiri and Tamura were, who were watching TV. Tamura. How did it go? Izuku. In a week we'll have a new recruit joining our ranks. Tamura. How did you do it? Izuku. Well, I showed him that his hero is nothing more than a vile lie like all the others. Kurogiri. I'm impressed to know that you convinced a hero killer. Izuku. Anyway, how many heroes did you kill, Tamura? Tamura. I killed about 20 in total, I could have killed more, but the police had arrived with a top hero. Izuku. And who was it? Tamura. He was a big orca. Izuku. Very well, likewise, I killed a total of 30 heroes, the last one was Ingeniun, I'm sure his brother will come for me for revenge. Tamura. There's no reason to doubt that, but I think he'll go for Stain first. Kurogiri. It's true, Ingeniun was after Stain for a long time, it's possible he'll go for the first one. Izuku. Well, nothing to worry about, anyway if that idiot dares to interfere with my plans, he will have the same fate as his brother. Showing his fist surrounded by One for All. Chapter 15. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 15. After Izuku had a brief conversation with Stain, the sports festival had finally ended in something good for Izuku, since he was able to make the assassin doubt the hero he respected, showing him that because of him, Izuku's dreams were shattered, and that even worse, the boy who made his life a mess since he was a child, was chosen as his successor. That was more than enough for Stain to see that All Might was just a lie, that it doesn't really help anyone. After a day had passed since the sports festival, Setsuna and Obara went to tell him everything they could gather about the boys, even being able to see about Shoto Todoroki and Itachi Shinso. The first still had an enormous hatred for his father, so much so that he did not want to use his fire side, something that they could take advantage of very well. Izuku already had a plan to be able to recruit the bicolor, and well, Hitachi Shinso, it would be something very difficult. Although he wants to be a hero, convincing him would be very difficult, but if he dares to reject the offer, Izuku will simply eat him. At the moment. But 3 days had passed since the sports festival, and we found ourselves at the League of Villains bar, and we could see Izuku and his 2 companions, standing in front of them. Tamura. So these are the guys you want to recruit. Izuku. That's right, just like the girls told me, they could be useful to us. Kurogiri. But do those guys have your attention? Izuku. Shodo Todoroki, as the girls told me, he has a deep hatred towards his father, so much so that he doesn't want to use his fire side. Even at the sports festival he refused to use his fire, to the point of almost giving him hypothermia due to excessive use of his ice side, and we can use that to our advantage, so that he joins us. Tamura. Good idea, having the son of the number 2 hero with us, not only will it benefit us, but it will completely ruin Endeavor. Kurajiri. But what about the other boy? Izuku. Hitachi Shinso, this boy was discriminated against for a long time for his quirk, which is brainwashing. If someone answers one of his questions, a truly wonderful quirk, but what a waste that it is in general courses. Tamura. This society is really wrong, even I have to admit that quirk would be a big problem if a hero had it. Kurajiri. But the girls told us that this boy is determined to be a hero no matter what, how can we convince him? Izuku. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. Tamura. And what happens if he rejects my offer? I doubt you'll just let him go like nothing, or will you? Izuku. Of course not, if he doesn't want to join us, I'll keep his quirk. Showing off his insect tail. Tamura. You really are evil, hahaha. Izuku. Very well, now we just have to wait, we still have to wait 2 days for Stain to answer me about the offer I gave him. Kurajiri. Sam, I hope it doesn't get out of control. Tamura. Calm down Kurajiri, it's not going to get any worse. Well, what do you want to do now? Izuku. Do you want to watch a movie? Tamura. A horror or a comedy? Kurajiri. I'll go make more popcorn. But the girls. We can see how both green-haired women had a look of astonishment. The reason? Well, they were looking at the board for their proposals, which they received from various heroes due to their great performance at the festival. The bar's thoughts. I wonder if any of the top managed to send one to me, so I can make Izuku-kun kill him. Satsuna's thoughts. I have to make a hero choose me in his agency, I can't disappoint Izuku and the others, I also want some fun, after all, Tamura and him were the only ones who had fun. What the reptile girl was referring to is that after the sports festival, the news was talking about the deaths of multiple heroes in the streets, the cause of their deaths being during the festival, being a total of 50 heroes, but one of those heroes was Tenyalita's brother, the class president A, and right now the boy was very upset, since due to some security cameras that were nearby, it was possible to show how the hero killer and the new villain Cell were the cause of the death of this hero. Something that made Lita have a great pain, since not only he cried for his brother, his parents were the ones who suffered the most. This obviously saw the ear that the blue-haired man had, knowing very well that he would go for revenge, but they did not have to worry about anything, since they knew very well that Izuku could take care of him without any problem. In addition, they thought if Lita was so stupid to go to supposedly kill the villain who managed to put All Might in serious trouble, even being about to kill him. Now all the students were talking among themselves to see which agency they were going to go to. Mina. Hey girls, which agency are you planning to go to? Ibara. Maybe I'll go with a big orca, who will you go with, Satsuna? Seeing the green-haired reptile, who was holding a leaf, which was in her hands. Satsuna. I got a request for best genist, maybe I'll go with him, or if anything, I'll go with Mirko. Ibara. You better go with best genist, maybe you learn some moderation that way. That had made a vein pop out on Satsuna's head, but it had made the other girls laugh. While everyone was just talking to each other, Lita and Bakugo left the room for different places. Uraraka spoke to Lita before leaving, she asked if she was okay, but Lita just said yes, with a fake smile. The Bakugo. We can see how the little Redeed was walking through the halls of the academy, going towards All Might's office, because he sent him a message to go. When Bakugo arrived, he could see that there was the symbol of peace, which was sitting on a piece of furniture, but had its gaze on the floor. All Might. Young Bakugo. Hitsuki. What's going on All Night, what do you want to talk about? All Might. Please take a seat. The red-haired boy only listened to what he said, sitting in front of the blonde. All Might. Young Bakugo, I want you not to go with an internship hero. Bakugo. But why? All Might. What happens is that I want you to go with my teacher, the pariah, to help you control one for all in a better way. Bakugo. What? He knows it too. All Might. Yes, he was the one who helped me when I was young. Bakugo. What's his name? All Might. His name is Gran Torino, maybe you haven't heard of him, after all, he is a retired hero, but he was one of the best. Bakugo. It's okay, if with it I can improve my handling of this power there's no problem. All Might. Besides that, I also want to talk to you about the boy named Midoriya Izuku. Bakugo. Yes, I know, you're going to blame me for that too, I'm very sorry for what I did, because of me, now it's time. Without Bakugo realizing it, tears would begin to fall from his eyes, this being seen by some pity by All Might, who offered him a handkerchief and a glass of water. All Might. You shouldn't feel guilty about that, young Bakugo, you're not the only one to blame for all that. Bakugo? What do you mean? Almight. I also made that young man go down the wrong path. Bakugo. What? Almight. Remember the day where you had been attacked by the mud villain? Bakugo. That's right, that day you had to go the extra mile to save me. Almight. Well, that day, I also had an encounter with young Midoriya. Bakugo. What? Almight. Long before he attacked you, he had taken a hostage to escape from me, but I was able to save him. That boy had fainted, but when he regained consciousness, the first thing he did was ask me for an autograph, but because I had to leave, he clung to my leg, but since we were in the air, the first thing I did was go to a terrace. He began to say how much he admired me, but he was the first to see my true form. Which left me no choice but to control everything about my injury and my time limit, but he asked me about if a person can be a hero without a quirk. Bakugo. I suppose you told him yes, right? Almight. No. That had left the red-haired boy perplexed. Almight. I told him that he couldn't be one, that he should dedicate himself to being a police officer or something else, and he asks to see that that was my worst mistake. When I arrived at the place where you were being subdued by the villain of Baba, I could see the young Midoriya among the crowd, but I could see that he had a smile of joy on his face when he saw your suffering, something that surprised me, and after that, he just left the place without any problem. Bakugo was surprised by that. Izuku, before becoming Cell, enjoyed his suffering when he was trapped that day. Almight. So because of that, you don't have to feel bad about it. I was also guilty of everything that happened to young Midoriya. I was also partly to blame for that. Bakugo. Thanks for that, Almight. But Izuku. We can see how the aforementioned was in front of his girlfriends, who had smiles on their faces. Izuku. So you guys are going to do internships, but which heroes are you going to go with? Dabara. I'll go with a big orca, maybe I can get some information about that fish. Setsuna. I'll go with best genist. What do you think if we go destroy one of the heroes? Izuku. Great orca, he's not a bad hero, his quirk allows him to create sonic waves, but maybe there's one or two things that I don't know how to use. After all, I didn't use the great orca quirk for a long time, and, best genist, he can use threads from the clothes he wears. Your idea doesn't sound bad at all, Setsuna. Also take advantage, and you'll be able to get some moderation classes. Dabara. That's the same thing I said. Tamura. Getting information on 2 of the top 10 heroes, that's a prize. Kurogiri. I hope nothing happens to them if they get suspicious. Dabara. Don't worry, Kurogiri-san, we can do it. Hey. That voice had been from a television, being from All for One, making everyone bow in respect. Everyone. Nice to hear it, sensei. All for One. I'm glad to see you guys too. Kurogiri. What is the reason for his call, sensei? All for One. Well, I just wanted to talk to Izuku. This is a special mission in which you can get more power. Izuku. It will be a pleasure to receive that mission. All for One. In 2 weeks, you'll have to go undercover on Island. I bet you already know the place, right? Izuku. That's right, in that place where the brightest minds of all are found, those in charge of the best hero suits. All for One. I'm glad to know that you already know the place. Well, your mission will be to go undercover in the building of David Shield, one of the best scientists on Island, who had been All Might's partner. Izuku. Yes, I know him. All for One. Well, just as my informants told me, he and his daughter, Melissa Shield, are working on a project called Androids of Unlimited Energy, but they don't know if they mean that they were building androids, since they heard that they could make their bodies better, so that those androids could be themselves. Izuku. Very well, but what do you want me to do with those androids? All for One. When you see the opportunity, I want you to absorb them. If that succeeds, I'm sure you'll be able to achieve even greater power than you have now. Izuku. Very well, sensei, just tell me the day I'm leaving so I'm ready. All for One. In 2 weeks. In 2 weeks everything will be ready for you to go. That was all. Good luck on your next shot. Cutting the transmission, leaving a silence in the bar. Izuku. Well, Stain better give me a quick magazine starting tomorrow, at least we have to get his loyalty somehow. Tamura. Calm down, listen, we still have time, besides, I think you have another problem. Pointing behind Izuku, he could see that Setsuna and Dabara were looking at him with darkened expressions. Izuku. Oh, shit. The next day. We can see how all the students from Class A were in front of their sensei, who was giving a small motivational speech, but both girls were somewhat down, due to some news that they suffered yesterday. With Izuku. We can see how Midoriya and his companions were in front of the hero killer. Izuku. And tell me, Stain, accepted or not? Looking into the killer's eyes, being in his insect form, but with his hands behind his back, in case Stain wanted to do something. Stain. I accept. Chapter 16. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 16. We are at the League of Villains bar and we can see the 3 members of the League of Villains and in front of them was the hero killer Stain who came to give his answer to the proposal that Izuku gave him to join the league. At the moment. Izuku. And tell me Stain, what is your answer? Stain. Yes, I accept, I will join the league, Cell-san. Izuku. I'm glad to hear that. Extending his hand, being reciprocated by the murderer. Stain. But I need a week to finish my work at Hosu. Izuku. Okay, Kurogiri, please open a portal for our new colleague. The dark fog heeded Midoriya's request, creating a portal in front of Stain, who crossed the portal, leaving the bar. Izuku had returned to his human form and quickly gave a heavy sigh and sat down on a bar chair. Izuku. Phew, well, we already have a great element like Stain on our side, now we just have to think about our next hit before I leave. Tamura. What surprises me is that Stain hasn't launched an attack, I thought he would try and ask for something in return. Kurogiri. I thought the same thing too. Izuku. Well, we just have to wait for the girls to tell us what they managed to investigate. Tamura. Aside from that, I think you have to do something to make it up to them. Kurogiri. Tamura, you're right, since Sensei told you that you would be leaving for Island as a spy in 2 weeks it affected them, you should at least do something that they like. Izuku. I think you're right, well, Kurogiri, could you serve me a drink while I go back? Tamura. Are you going out? Izuku. Yes, I'm going to get a gift for both of us. 30 minutes later. We can now see Izuku with white hair without freckles, wearing a black sweatshirt with pants of the same color, but with red eyes. The Midoriya was walking quietly through the city, since no one knew him with that appearance. Izuku's thoughts. Phew, it feels good to walk around people, but if they knew that they were next to the villain who could humiliate and kill a total of 30 heroes while the UA Sports Festival was taking place, but now I have to see a gift for them too, at least so that they stop being so discouraged, I don't even like seeing them like that, who would think that I would get pretty girls to notice me. Still walking calmly until reaching a small market, looking around to see if there was anything his girlfriends might like, but then he saw a television store, seeing that they were showing the news, and out of sheer curiosity he went to see. News. And as we could see, there were a total of 30 people, the vast majority being heroes, who unfortunately died at the hands of the villain cell of the League of Villains, as well as a total of 20 heroes from other members of the League of Villains, but unfortunately we could not get at least an alias, but we suspect that they work together, but the police told us that they have seen something strange. Since the clothes of some heroes were found on the floor without being able to find their body, some say that they could have been kidnapped by the villains, but both the heroes and the police say they will take action on the matter. We can see Izuku with his hands in the pockets of his sweatshirt, looking seriously at the screen. Izuku. Wow, things really got intense. Old man. Yes, that's true, but perhaps, later on, everything might be resolved for a better future. The green-haired man had fixed his gaze on the old man who was leaving by the other path. Izuku's thoughts. Maybe you're right, old man, but we will bring true peace with strength, which the heroes never did. The green-haired boy had returned to his walk, still looking for at least one gift, until he finally found something. With the league. We can see how Tamura and Kurogiri were watching television, the light blue-haired boy was very happy to see the news since they were talking about them in the league, but at that moment the door had been opened, revealing a duo of green-haired girls, being Setsuna and Obara. Kurogiri. Good morning girls. Obara. Setsuna. Hello. Tamura. So what happened? Setsuna. It's nothing, just that in 2 days we're going to do an internship. Obara. Do you know where Izuku is? Kurogiri. He went out for a moment, but he'll probably be back soon. Setsuna. Really came out. Obara. Where did he go? Tamura. He said he went to buy something, but he didn't tell us what it was. Kurogiri. Well, did you manage to investigate anything? Obara. Shoto Todoroki, we know that he will go with his father, although he wanted to go with another hero, but as we know, he will go with Endeavor by force, we do not know yet why. Setsuna. Bakugo Katsuki, as I was able to know, since I managed to separate my ear, I could hear that he is going with a retired hero, called Gran Torino. Wow, that does sound interesting. Everyone could see that it was Izuku who had arrived. The 2 girls had rushed to hug him, and he responded with gusto. Setsuna. Where did you go? Izuku. I went to check on some things, but I already solved them. Tamura. Did you see the news there? Izuku. Yes, by appearing we are already becoming famous. Kurogiri. But now we have to be careful, it is possible that they are now planning a way to catch us. Izuku. You're right, and that goes for you girls too, you have to be very careful when you come here. Obara. Don't worry about that, we always make sure of that. Izuki. Hey Kurogiri, could you open a portal to the training camp for us? Kurogiri. Glad to. Izuku. Okay girls, time to train. The three green-haired men had gone through the portal, leaving the two villains at the bar. Tamura. Do you think he found them? Kurogiri. I think so. But Izuku. We can see how the aforementioned was with his girlfriends at the training camp. Izuku. Okay girls, are you ready? Both? Yes. An hour later. We can see an Izuku with slight scratches on his body and clothes, and on the ground we can see Setsuna and Obara, who were panting, since the training was intense on their part, since at all times, their attacks were very serious. Izuku. Very well girls, you have improved a lot. Obara. Thank you. Setsuna. Izuku. Izuku. Yes. Setsuna. Is it necessary for you to leave? He said it looking at the ground just like Obara. Izuku. Well yes, it is an order from the sensei, also, it is a way to become stronger than I am to defeat Almight. Obara. We don't want you to do that. The two had raised their gazes, revealing that they both had some tears in their eyes and were blushing deeply, showing that they were sad. Izuku seeing that brought back a bitter memory when he cried. Flashback. We can see a little 5-year-old Izuku who was crying because his friend Katsuki had hit him as usual. At that moment his mother had arrived home and saw that her son was crying, which made her quickly go and hug him. Inko. Come on, my boy, don't cry anymore. When you're crying, remember that a hug from mom will always help you. Little Izuku had responded to the hug, gradually stopping crying. Izuku. Thanks mom. End of flashback. Izuku had approached where the girls were, and without thinking he hugged them both, which had surprised both of them. Izuku. I wouldn't want to, but it's necessary, come on, don't cry, I don't like to see the women I love cry. The two were surprised, but they reciprocated the hug, now happy to hear those beautiful words from Midoriya. Izuku. By the way. Pulling away from the hug, he reached into his pocket for something, which confused them both, but they were wide-eyed in surprise. In the green-haired man's hands were two necklaces, one of a small dinosaur, and the other was a cross of God. Izuku. I bought them thinking of you, at least you'll have something of me to remember me by, you like it? Obara and Setsuna kissed him on the lips, thanking him for the gesture. Izuku. What have I done to win over girls like you? Returning the kiss that both of them said to him. Time skip. The days had passed, and Setsuna and Obara had gone to their internships, but wearing around their necks the necklaces that Izuku gave them to remember him by, since when their internship days end, Izuku will already be gone. The green-haired man only has 2 days and a week left before leaving. But Izuku. We can see how the aforementioned was with Stain, who was having a drink, and the green-haired man was having a chocolate shake. Izuku. And tell me Stain, have you managed to finish what you were missing? Stain. I'm almost done, tomorrow I'll be done, and then I'll be ready. Tamura. I thought you already finished off a lot of heroes in Hosu, what's left? Stain. This is all that's missing so you can see that this is my city, and I'm in charge of purging the false heroes. Izuku. Good point also, that the number of heroes has decreased too much in Hosu. Stain. Lo Ven. Tamura. Well then good luck. Stain. Thank you. Izuku. Yeah. Standing up from his chair and looking at Stain. Izuku. What do you think if I help you? Stain. How could you help me? Izuku. I'll take care of getting the attention of some heroes, after all, you've become very famous, and I don't doubt that some top hero will look for you, so you could kill the last heroes you can, what do you say? Stain. Sounds good to me. Tamura. Do you plan to fight Izuku? Izuku. Of course not, I'm going to use those pathetic nomas who were once my classmates and the principal of my school. Tamura. Good idea, but first you'll have to go to the doctor to see if the 3 of them's quirks have been successful. Izuku. Yes, I'll see. Stain. Well, I'm leaving now. Izuku. Alright, see you tomorrow. The killer had passed through the Kurogiri portal, returning to Hosu. Izuku. Kurogiri, please take me to the doctor, I want to see if the nomas are ready. Kurogiri. Right away. The portal had appeared in front of Izuku, he had taken his insect form, and when he crossed the portal, he could see a laboratory, being able to see the doctor in front of him. Izuku. Doctor, do you have the nomas ready? Doctor. Are you sure you want to use those nomas? To be honest, they're very weak. Izuku. Don't worry, next time I'll bring you better quality subjects, but tell me, are the nomas ready? Doctor. Of course, they are, at least if they are somewhat strong, but yes, they are not as strong as the Nomu from the Uja's attack, but they would be useful for an attack. Izuku. I'm glad to hear that, I'll take them tomorrow. Doctor. Okay, but bring me better subjects for the Nomus test next time. Izuku. Okay, see you. Heading back to the bar. Izuku. Very well, it is decided, tomorrow we will attack the city of Hosu with the Nomus. Chapter 17. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 17. We are at the League of Villains bar, where we can see Izuku and his companions watching television, very happy about what they were seeing, since they were still talking about the great massacre they did during the sports festival. But they had something else on their minds too, since Izuku agreed with Stain that tomorrow he would attack Hosu with his Nomus, making himself even more known. At the moment, we can see how he was in the training camp, being in his Nomu form, but he was being surrounded by red rays, being those of One for All, and around him, you could see how almost everything was destroyed, since Izuku this time did take his training to the limit. At that moment Izuku fixed his gaze on his hand. Izuku. I finally managed to reach 82% of One for All. I'm one step closer to 100%, but I think that's enough for today. I have to be ready for tonight. You never know if a top hero can go to Hosu. The Midoriya had returned to his human form, and quickly a portal had opened in front of him. Now we can see how Izuku had arrived at the bar, seeing his friends. Izuku. Hey guys. Tamura. Hello. Kurogiri. Hello, how did it go? Izuku. It went well, I finally managed to reach 80%, I'm one step closer to reaching 100%. Tamura. Do you already have a plan for tonight's attack? Izuku. Yes, I have it ready, we're just going to release the Nomus while we enjoy the show and the destruction. He said simply while wiping his sweat with a towel that Kurogiri gave him before, but the aforementioned and Tamura had a surprised face upon hearing their partner's plan. Tamura. Seriously, is that your plan? Izuku. Yes. He said simply. Kurogiri. But what will happen to the Nomus? Izuku. Nothing will happen, the doctor said that the Nomus are not that important, they are very weak, but he said to bring him stronger subjects to create more powerful Nomus. These Nomus are so weak, but they could give some heroes a problem or two. Tamura. Well, maybe we can take advantage of this opportunity to kidnap one or another hero to turn him into a Nomu. Izuku. You're right, but first of all, I'm going to take a bath, I'll be right back. Kurogiri. Your clothes are already in their usual place. Izuku. Thank you Kurogiri. With Stain. We can see how the killer was watching television, being able to see that some scenes from the sports festival were playing, being able to see the fight between Bakugo and Todoroki. Stain. So, you're the one responsible. Watching as orange rays had surrounded the little redeed. Stain. And you still have the nerve to be there after what you've done. It's their fault I ended up like this. Those were the words Izuku said to him when he told him his story, the main culprits being the hero he believed was One, and not only that, the boy who caused him many things, was his student and successor. Stain. You don't deserve that power. While that was happening, we can see how on the streets of Hosu, you could see how a professional hero was patrolling the streets of the city, but next to him was a blue-haired boy who was wearing his hero costume. The hero was Manuel, the hero with whom Lita had decided to go during her internship time, but while the hero was giving an explanation on how a hero should behave during his patrol time, Tenya didn't pay attention to what the hero was saying, since he still had something on his mind. Lita's thoughts. Hero killer and Cell, you will pay for what you have done, you will pay me. With Bakugo. We can see that the aforementioned is next to a short old man with a cane, but wearing a yellow and white hero suit and a yellow cape, the veteran hero being Gran Torino, who was previously the master of Almight, because the symbol of peace received a notification about the hero, wanting to train the successor, but obviously did not tell him about the villain who has the One for All from his teacher. During this time of training, Bakugo managed to reach 20% of One for All, but when he was still training, Gran Torino was told that they would go on patrol, making the teenager excited, since he arrived with the old man, he only spent his time training to be able to better control One for All, but in his mind, he could not get rid of the news where his former classmates, teacher and director of his high school had been kidnapped, since he knew very well who was responsible. And he did it for revenge. Change of scene. We can see how Bakugo and Gran Torino were inside a train, heading to Hosu City. Bakugo. Hey, old man, why are we going specifically to Hosu? Gran Torino. Because there's a lot of crime in Hosu, what better way to train with criminals, so you also gain experience to help your hero career. Bakugo understood everything he wanted to get to, so he decided to just look out the window until he reached his destination, but when he looked out the window, he noticed that there was a huge fire in the center of the city. Bakugo. What the buck? But at that precise moment the train had moved abruptly, frightening all the passengers, but putting Gran Torino and Bakugo on alert. It lasted a few seconds of silence, which could have calmed everyone for a few seconds, but at that moment a wall of the train had been destroyed by the body of a hero, who was badly injured, leaving people very terrified to see his condition. At that moment, a creature with its brain exposed had entered through the hole. Bakugo. he's a Nomu. At that moment the creature had quickly gone against the hero and with all its strength had crushed the hero's head, killing him instantly. At that moment Gran Torino had given the Nomu a strong kick, managing to make it go outside the train. Gran Torino. Brat, stay here, I'll take care of this. Launching himself head-on at the Nomu, carrying it towards the city with all his might. Bakugo had reached the train hole and could see how in the center of the city there was a huge explosion, wondering what was happening and how it happened. A few moments before. We found ourselves at the top of a building, able to see the hero killer, who was looking out at the city sunset, while behind him were the 3 members of the league. Izuku. Okay, time for action. Stain. Okay, let's go. The killer had jumped off the building and started heading in search of heroes. Izuku. Very well, it's our turn. Tamura. The Nomus Kurogiri. Kurogiri. Right away. The portal had opened in front of them, from which the 3 Nomus had emerged. Izuku. Very well, cause all the destruction you want. The 3 Nomus had let out a loud cry and quickly sped off to cause destruction. Tamura. This will be fun. Kurogiri. I agree with Tamura, this will be very entertaining. Izuku. Let's go to a better place to watch the massacre. Tamura. Very well, let's take advantage and go get something to eat. Izuku. Good idea. The 3 villains had gone to another place to see how their creatures would begin the massacre. At the moment. We can see how in the center of the city 2 Nomus were causing chaos, terrorizing all the civilians, and causing problems for several heroes who arrived at the scene, being a beautiful spectacle for the villains who were watching from the top of a building. Tamura. It's sublime. Kurogiri. That's art. At that moment a group of heroes had arrived, where the manual hero was, who began to shout where a certain leader was, making Izuku pay attention. Izuku. Guys, I'm back, I'm going to go get Stain. Tamura. Okay, don't delay, Endeavor has just arrived and I have no doubt that other top heroes will come. Izuku. Okay, I'll come quickly. Beginning to fly in his Nomu form. But Stain. We can see how the hero killer was in an alley, with a dead hero next to him with a pool of his blood underneath him, and on the ground was a blue-haired boy with glasses, while the killer had his foot stepping on the boy's head. Stain. Ingenuity. I remember, he's that hero who tried to arrest me. Lita. You're a bastard, I'm going to avenge his death. Stain. You're wrong about something, kid. I wasn't the one who killed him, I only fought against him, but who was Cell? Lita. But you were also involved. Stain. You're just like your brother, you don't deserve to be a hero, a true hero doesn't seek revenge, and that's why you will die. Raising his sword to stab him in the head, but at that moment an orange beam went against Stain, which was pushed away with an explosion. At that moment, a dark-haired boy with orange lightning bolts surrounding his body could be seen. Stain. Oh, it's you, fake hero. Bakugo. What? Stain. I already know everything about you, he told me himself, and you still want to play the hero right now, even though you know everything you did. Bakugo. Shut up. Wow, what a great surprise, I never thought I'd see you here, Kitsuki. The 3 of them had fixed their gazes on the person responsible for the voice, revealing the same individual who attacked the Uges with a league of villains and the Nomu. Stain. Lita. Cell. Bakugo. Izuku. The aforementioned just stared at Bakugo with seriousness but was surrounded by red rays and quickly disappeared and appeared in front of Bakugo, giving him a powerful punch in his stomach, causing him to completely lose his air with some blood, but Izuku gave him a strong knee in his face and quickly grabbed his neck, squeezing him against the wall. Lita. Bakugo. He tried to get up to help his friend, but a sword was stuck in his leg, preventing him from moving. Izuku. You're just trash, Kitsuki, you're still too weak to face me, but you want to know a secret. Approaching her ear to whisper something. You'll never be able to surpass me no matter how hard you try. Before Bakugo could do anything, he could feel his body being completely paralyzed. Izuku just left the body of a paralyzed Bakugo on the ground, leaving him with a beautiful view of where his friend was. Stain. What do we do with it? Pointing at Ida, who was staring at both villains, Izuku simply bent down to look into Ida's eyes, seeing that they were filled with hatred. At that moment Izuku's eyes turned completely red, but when Lita looked into Izuku's eyes, she realized that he was no longer in the alley, and she didn't see Stain or Izuku, she could only realize that he was in a car, and when he turned around, he could notice a short blonde-haired girl, who was eating ice cream. Creator's note. Hahaha, give your Fs for poor Lita. Outside the illusion. Throughout the alley screams of agony would begin to be heard, both Stain and Kitsuki had been scared when they saw how Lita would begin to cry while screaming in agony, but Izuku would always have a smile full of evil. Lita's screams had lasted about 8 minutes, until Lita would start begging for mercy and pleading for it to stop. Izuku. Calm down, I'll free you from your pain. Izuku had understood his hand, which had been surrounded by fire, combining it with a one for all, and without any mercy, he hit him with all his strength and super blow on his back, even managing to pierce the floor where the blue-haired man was. Izuku had removed his hand from Ida's body, revealing that he was surrounded by fresh blood, while Ida had spat a large amount of blood onto the ground, trying to breathe as a small pool of blood formed beneath him. Bakugo. No. Izuku. You will slowly watch as all of your dear friends die at my hands, while you are left with the pain of not being able to save them, because of you for having created this monster. The little-haired boy was completely paralyzed by the sight, and also by the guilt he felt for not having done anything to prevent it. Izuku. Don't worry Kitsuki, it will be your turn very soon, but everything in due time. Izuku had taken his human form to stand face to face with his former friend and show him a psychopathic smile and then give him a strong punch in his face, causing him to fall unconscious on the ground. Izuku had once again taken his Nomu form to head toward Stain. Izuku. It's time to go. Stain. And what about him? Pointing at unconscious Bakugo. Izuku. It's not worth it, I'll kill him very soon, just leave him there, don't waste your time. Izuku had taken the body of a dying Lita and had quickly jumped to leave the place with Stain who followed him. Of Tamura and Kurogiri. We can see both villains had arrived at the meeting point they had agreed with Izuku since the Nomus had and the fire had been stopped with the ice of Endeavor's son and some heroes with water quirk, but when the heroes had arrived at the alley where they had heard from Lita, they could only find an unconscious Bakugo and a dead hero. With Izuku. We can see that the group of villains had returned to the bar, but Izuku asked for a portal to go to the doctor. Doctor? Wow, and how did it go in Hosu? Izuku. Pretty good, there were a total of 7 heroes killed by the Nomus, but in the end they died. Doctor? Did you bring me a test subject? Izuku. Yes, here he is, Ingenion's younger brother. Doctor? Wow, a quality piece, let's leave it in the capsule. The green-haired man had done what the doctor asked and left Ida's body, where faint attempts to breathe could be heard. When the capsule was lit, syringes could be seen approaching Lita. Then screams of pain would begin to be heard while a black smoke completely covered Lita, while Izuku and the doctor laughed at how she suffered. After a few seconds, the screams had ceased and the capsule had opened, letting out a new Nomu, but which had engines on its legs, but had white parts like armor on its arms and legs. Chapter 18. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 18. A day had passed since the attack on Hosu, as a total of 7 heroes had died in the attack, and 1 student was missing and another seriously injured. That's what the news was saying today, especially that the hero killer, Stain, is still on the loose. Both the news and Lita's parents were asking for an explanation of how they will deal with their student son's situation. The UA said they would do everything possible to address the matter and that they regretted not having been able to do anything about it. Then Hosu. We are in the city that had suffered an attack by 3 Nomus in the center of the city, but mourned the death of 7 heroes that night, but now changes of place, now being in the city hospital, and we can see how the doctors and nurses of the same hospital were very busy today, since they were caring for all the wounded because of the attack, being many victims, even being very close to death, but from all the habilitations you could see a Policiniso in a bed in the room. Even right now he was looking at the white ceiling of the room, right now having a look full of sadness and remorse. Slowly you will contemplate how all your dear friends die in my hands, while you are left with the pain of not being able to save them because of you for having created this monster. Those were the words echoing in his head. Right now he felt like a complete piece of shit for not putting what he had done against Izuku to help Lita. He only had in his mind the image of how Izuku and Stain left the alley with the body of a dying Lita. Bakugo's thoughts. I'm shit, I'm weak, I'm a disgusting person, I couldn't do anything to help Lita, and because of my damn arrogance, my best friend is my worst enemy, I'm complete garbage. Those were all the thoughts of the little-haired boy who had his hands on his face, but his thoughts had been interrupted when he heard the door being opened. When Bakugo fixed his gaze on the person in charge, he could see that it was Gran Torino who was coming with Police Chief Tsuragami. While the applicant was being interrogated in another place, more specifically in the League's daycare, all the members of the League could be seen, except for Setsuna and Obara, who were in the hero agencies that they were assigned to during their internship time. Above the bar you could see Tamura and Stain, who were drinking some beers, while Izuku, who was in his human form, was watching television with a chocolate shake, having a smile on his face, since they were going through everything that happened in Hosu. Izuku. It seems we have only killed a total of 7 heroes and 1 missing student. Tamura. Haha, well, we can't ask for that much, after all, Endeavor went to Hosu. Stain. That flame idiot came for me, but he wouldn't have stood a chance against me anyway. Izuku. Well, it was very comforting for us, and even better since we also got a good quality Nomu. Kurogiri. Good point, the Nomu Ingenune is an incredible specimen. Demura. I want to see how all those friends I had make me completely melancholic when I see that now their friend is their enemy. Stain. By the way, apart from me, how many members are there? Izuku. Well, with you now we are 4, but with the other 2 who are my girlfriends, we would be a total of 6 members, but now that they saw on TV what we are capable of with only 3, I am sure that now we are the center of attention of several villains who will not hesitate to join us. Stain. You're very young to be so wise, you know that. Izuku. Heh, I've been told that many times. Demura. Even I'm surprised at how smart he is at that age. Izuku. Enough, you make me blush. While the villains were celebrating their victory, let's return to the Pelisoniso. Bakugo had finished talking to the police chief, telling him everything that happened in the alley that day, the attempt he made to help Ida against Stain, Cell's appearance, and how he had left Ida in critical condition due to the mental torture, and the huge blow he gave her in her chest, and how they had taken Ida away. The boss assumed that the suspicion that the League and Stain were working together had been confirmed, and when he had left, Gran Torino only told him that when he left the hospital, they would talk about everything that happened at his house, leaving the Pelisoniso alone. In Bakugo's mind he would begin to see the ceiling of the room again, but this time it only lasted a few seconds, since he had fallen completely asleep from exhaustion. Time skip. From here, 3 days had passed since Hosu's attack, in which Bakugo had spent recovering, until he had finally returned to Gran Torino's house, who still wanted to talk to Bakugo, and although the boy didn't want to say anything, he still had no choice. Right now teacher and student were in the main room, sitting at the table. Gran Torino. Alright Bakugo, let's talk, what does that guy called Cell have with you? Bakugo. It's complicated. Gran Torino. Come on kid, I've seen and heard a lot of things in my life, besides, I can see from your look that you need to say something that I should know. Bakugo couldn't deny it, Gran Torino was the master of Almight, and this also has to do with One for All, and he had no choice but to say it. But once he said it, there was no turning back. He already had the hatred of his teachers, but now he had the hatred of Gran Torino, but he would have no choice but to say it. But Izuku. We can see the aforementioned being outside for a while, since he wanted to stretch his legs for a while, and being still on a day like this is not something he likes. Izuku's thoughts. Let's see, who could I meet to put my new form into a fight? It should be said that Izuku was in his Nomu form, flying near buildings to see if he could get the attention of a hero to fight. But for this situation I need at least someone with a giant or giant animal quirk, that's what I need. But someone had interrupted Izuku's flight, since at that moment the hero Kamui Woods had appeared, who had thrown some branches at Izuku's back, who managed to notice this and quickly covered his entire body in fire, causing the branches to burn upon full contact with Izuku, causing the hero to cut the branches so that the fire would not reach him. When Izuku stopped to look into the hero's eyes, he only showed a smile full of malice. Kamui Woods. You are under arrest, we know that you are a villain, a member of the League of Villains. Izuku. Wow, that's a real surprise, even though you're a fourth-rate hero, you're fortunate enough to know my name. The hero had been annoyed to hear that from him, but before he could do anything, a giant hand went against Izuku to catch him, but the aforementioned quickly increased the muscle mass of his legs and combining it with fire, gave a powerful kick to the giant hand, causing a moan of pain to be heard, effectively being from a woman, and when Izuku looked up, he could find the heroine Mount Lady, who had held with her free hand the other hand that had been burned by the fire kick. Izuku. It's just what I was looking for, I'm so lucky. Kamui Woods. Don't move. He launched his branches again to try to immobilize Cell, but Izuku no longer needed the cheap copy of Spider-Man, but the giant heroine. Izuku quickly launched a powerful burst of fire, but when the hero tried to attack from behind, Izuku was faster with One for All, managing to block the hero's blow, but without the hero expecting it, he received a strong punch to his stomach and another to his jaw. Izuku. This is how you really have to hit, each hit has to be given separately with the intention of killing your enemy. He began to throw multiple punches at high speed with a One for All, and even heard several bones breaking. Once Izuku finished hitting him, he gave a powerful kick to the hero's jaw, causing him to crash into some buildings. Both Izuku and Mount Lady could as the hero had fallen to the ground with all his bones completely broken and a lot of blood coming out of him. The heroine had turned around to face Izuku, who still had his leg raised, and then lowered it to look at Mount Lady. The heroine wanted to fight right there to avenge her partner, but she couldn't because of the many civilians around her. Izuku. Before we fight, let me do that. Izuku's wings would begin to divide into multiple pieces and then fly away at great speed towards where all the people around were, causing everyone to flee far from the place. Even Izuku's wings regenerate to continue sending parts of them to get people out of the place. The heroine couldn't believe what she was seeing, the villain was making sure that people weren't hurt by their fight. Once all the people around had left the place, all the parts of Izuku's wings had disappeared and the ones on his back had regenerated. Izuku? Well, how about we get started? The Midoriya had taken a great leap towards Mount Lady as his size began to increase along with his appearance. The heroine thought she could catch him with her palms, but Izuku quickly pushed the heroine with a large wing, causing her to fall to the ground, forming a tremor, but thanks to Izuku's wings, there were no civilians in the place. When the heroine raised her face, she could see in front of her a black dragon with light green scales and wings of the same color. The dragon had landed on top of some buildings and fixed its gaze towards Mount Lady and only a loud roar. When the roar had ended, the heroine could be seen to have become a little frightened, but she quickly stood up to put herself on guard. Izuku, now being a dragon, launched himself against Mount Lady. The heroine could see how the dragon launched an attack, but when she managed to grab the dragon's head, she was quickly pushed to the ground in a very abrupt manner, so much so that some buildings were destroyed when they felt the great impact. Mount Lady had felt the great weight of the dragon. When Izuku tried to bite his face, he had been pushed by one of the heroine's legs, who managed to free herself from his grip, but she was not completely saved, since Izuku managed to cause a large wound on one of her arms because of his claws. Once the heroine managed to distance herself, she took the place where her wound was, being able to see her blood. When the heroine returned her gaze to the dragon, she could only see a flare of fire heading towards her, forcing her to jump aside to avoid being burned. But she still had to keep running, because the flame began to follow her, causing her to fly through the buildings, because Izuku was throwing fire from his mouth, and still he wouldn't let his prey escape at this moment. When Mount Lady had taken the top of a building and with all her strength threw it against Izuku, who only destroyed it with a blow with his tail, and then went to attack the heroine, who could not do anything to defend herself and could only receive Izuku head-on. While the two of them were fighting, they failed to notice that there was a news helicopter flying above them, recording everything that was happening. And not only them, but also some heroes were heading to the place to support. Meanwhile at the UA, we can see how Principal Nezu, along with all the teachers and Almight, are watching a screen that is currently showing the fight between Mount Lady and Izuku in his dragon form. Vlad King. Even his dragon form is bigger than Ryukyu's. Asawa. And not only that, he can change both Ryukyu and Endeavor's quirks at the same time. Midnight. He's becoming more and more dangerous with all the quirks he has. Nezu. It's decided. Everyone turned to look at him with some confusion and seriousness. Nezu. The plan to make dormitories for students has to be done as quickly as possible. With the league. We can see how the three members of the league were watching the fight, but Stain and Tamura had a smile on their faces, seeing how Izuku was massacring the giant heroine in the fight. With Izuku. This time Izuku had the heroine at his mercy, who was trying to do everything possible to prevent Izuku from attacking her, using her hands to hold Izuku's head, who was trying to bite her. Izuku was already getting fed up with the situation, since at any moment all the heroes would come. At that moment Mount Lady had let out a loud scream of pain, since Izuku had concentrated the fire on her entire body, making the poor heroine feel like her entire body was burned by the fire. All of this was seen and heard with pity by all the people who watched it on television. Once Izuku finished burning Mount Lady, he had separated and turned around and started walking, roaring as he returned to his Nomu form. In the distance, a large group of professional heroes could be seen approaching the area. Izuku? Yujiko-san. When Izulu opened his mouth, a kind of silver liquid had come out and covered him completely. The one leading the group of heroes was the heroine Mirko, and behind her, you could see a total of 8 heroes accompanying her. Mirko was the only one who looked into Izuku's eyes, who only showed her a smile before leaving the place completely. When he finished his entire massacre, at the same time Bakugo finished telling the whole story with Izuku and Gran Torino, who at all times remained silent with a serious expression. Bakugo. I understand if you don't want to train me anymore, I'll take my things and leave. Before Bakugo could get up from the chair, a stick fell on his head and when he looked up, he could see Gran Torino with his hand extended. Gran Torino. I never said you were leaving, kid. Leaps with his quirk to stand in front of Katsuki. Even though you did all that to a poor boy who didn't deserve anything you did to him, I can see in your eyes that you're very sorry for everything you've done and you want to make up for your mistakes to bring him back. That's the attitude of a true hero. Katsuki now didn't know what to say, the veteran hero's words were telling him what he wanted to hear for a long time. Gran Torino. Very well, go change right now, we're going to train like I trained All Might, and believe me, it's not going to be anything nice, we're going to take advantage of the last few days of your internship that you have left. Bakugo. Yes sir, sounding as animated as possible. From here we will do a time skip, being the day where the internships had ended, and within the villain's bar, where the 3 members of the league could be seen with the doctor, and in front of everyone was Izuku, who was wearing black pants and a sweatshirt, also having a yellow backpack on his back. Izuku? Well, I'm leaving now. I'll come back as quickly as possible, so make sure you don't do anything stupid while I'm gone. Demura. Go away if you want to be boastful, I just hope you come back in one piece. Stain. I hope you get stronger, kid. Gurigiri. Good luck Izuku-san. Izuku. Likewise. Izuku had crossed the portal while extending his hand in farewell. Izuku's thoughts. Setsuna-chan, Ibara-chan, I'll be back as soon as possible, wait for it. Once Izuku raised his gaze, he could see that he was now on Island. Izuku. Alright, time to find the perfect power. Chapter 19. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 19. In Japan, almost a month had passed, during which many things had happened with the League of Villains. After Izuku left Island, the League had managed to have more members in its ranks, since they had been recruited by a guy who worked with the League, called Jiren, who managed to attract a few guys who wanted to enter through Stain and Cell, since these two were very well known, Stain for their ideals, and in Hosu, and Izuku for the Uge's attack, and especially about his fight against Mount Lady, which led half the city to almost destruction. Setsuna and Ibara were a little sad when they heard about their beloved's departure, but they had also gained some allies inside and outside the UA, at least to be able to make their beloved happy, something that would make him happy. Meanwhile, Izuku didn't do very well. In his first days, he was with All for One's informant, who only gave him information about the place and all the scientists on the island. He had to find an apartment and look for food, and try not to attract attention, having to be in his human form and in civilian clothes all this time, since he had already gotten used to wearing a suit all the time, but the only positive side is that nobody knew about him. At the moment, we can see Izuku inside an apartment that was for him alone, and the aforementioned was at a table with some papers that had information and photos of the building where David Shield is located, being accompanied by his daughter, whom he discovered is called Melissa Shield, without particularity, but with a brilliant mind like her father's. Izuku. Shit, as I understand it, there are only 2 more weeks left until the end of the month, which means that the UA will finish its semester, and also that David will completely finish his android project, but I have to make a plan to steal those androids. The Midoriya had put his face on the table in frustration, since all this time, he was doing everything possible to at least have David in his hands, but almost everything was impossible, since he was always surrounded by scientists or with his daughter. Izuku decided to take out his phone, seeing that it was 12 noon. Izuku's thoughts. I'm going to call them, I deserve a break after so much work, and I miss them, after half a time I want to see them. Midoriya had decided to send a message to a chat where only the 3 of them were and another group where they were with the League. Izuku had sent a message that said the following. Hey girls, I miss you so much, I hope you're all okay. Before she could send another text, she felt the urge to go to the bathroom, so she ran off and left her phone on the table for a few moments. In Japan, more specifically in the UA. After the news of the attack in Hosu, the kidnapping of a UA student, and the combat and almost destruction of the city by the fight between Cell in his dragon form and Mount Lady in Kamui Woods, Japan was almost in a complete disaster, since some citizens did not understand why Cell had done what he did before the fight, and the claim of some civilians to stop Cell once and for all, since this was now a category of great threat, and the veteran heroes knew very well that Cell was very dangerous. But being below only All for One, but they could do almost nothing. One was because every time they wanted to confront him, he always disappeared in different ways, and the other was because he had disappeared half a month ago, and they had no trace of him or the League. When Setsuna and Ibara had returned from their internships, they were surprised to find that the UA had given them the surprise that they had dormitories for them, and they said that it was for their even greater protection, due to the kidnapping of the president of Class A, that Ida had. When the students were notified of this, their parents were quickly notified so they could sign the authorization for their children to stay in the dorms. Some didn't hesitate at all and managed to stay in the dorms, others weren't very lucky like others, these being a small percentage of the students, because their parents didn't have enough confession from the academy due to the kidnapping of one of their students, and luckily, Setsuna and Ibara's parents were among them, something that benefited the girls, since they didn't run the risk of being discovered by their classmates, especially by Jiru, since she could listen through the walls. And that would be annoying. Right now they were at Ibara's house, since her parents had gone to church, while the girls stayed behind studying, since the end of the semester was approaching, and they needed at least the basic knowledge if they wanted to stay inside and pass on information. Setsuna. God, what a pain. She said, falling face down on the small table in her religious friend's room. Ibara. And you say it, this is at least what we can do. Setsuna. How do you think he is? she said, referring to a certain green-haired man. The Bara. I don't know, we haven't heard from him for 2 weeks. At that moment Satsuna's phone had rang, since Abara's was turned off because the battery died. When the reptile girl had taken her phone, she saw that it was a message from the group they had, making her stand firm and smile like crazy, something that made Abara look at her. Satsuna. Yeah, it's Izuku-kun. She said happily, making Abara quickly stand by her side. Abara. What does it say? Satsuna. Asks if we are okay and that she misses us. Abara. What are you waiting for? Call him now. Satsuna. That's what I do. Pressing the video call button to see her boyfriend from both of them. But Izuku. Midoriya had come out of the bathroom with a face of relief. Izuku. Ugh, that curry this morning came out like a Saiyan like a Colossa. He said jokingly, but was quickly brought out of it when he heard his phone start to ring, and reaching out to pick it up and seeing that it was Satsuna, he answered without hesitation, only to be met with the heads of his girlfriends. Satsuna. Hello, Izuku-kun. She said cheerfully upon seeing her boyfriend on the other side of the screen. Izuku. My beautiful ones, how are you? Abara. We're here studying, but it's a shame you're not here. Izuku. I'm sorry girls, I miss you too, but it won't be long before I can go to Japan. Satsuna. How are you doing there? Izuku. It's a nightmare here, he's been hospitalized all this time to take David's shield, but it's almost impossible since he hasn't finished off the androids yet and I have to wait until the end of the month. Satsuna. Wow, it seems that it was really hard for you. Izuku. If you can imagine it, but how are you doing there? Abara. Well, after you left, we were able to gather all the information we could find out about the agencies of the heroes we left with. Satsuna. And at UA they've made dormitories for all the students, supposedly for greater protection. Making quotation marks with her fingers that last bit. Abara. Very few have managed to stay in the dormitories, as some parents do not trust the UA due to the kidnapping of Tenyalita. Satsuna. You took them, right? Izuku. Yes, right now he is a Nomu under the doctor's supervision. Abara. Wow, but he deserved it anyway, he was very annoying, all the time doing his robot movements and above all rules. Satsuna. At least we don't have to see them again. Abara. They also told us that apart from the exams, they will take us to a camp. Izuku. Un campamento. Satsuna. Yes, they say they will help us increase our abilities with our quirks. Izuku. How interesting, it will be a great reunion. Satsuna. And we find out that Tamura has managed to get more members for the league. Izuku. I see, but remember, they are Tamura's, we have to get our own members, in case Tamura fails. Abara. You don't have to worry about that, we've already found 4 allies for ourselves. Izuku. Really? How did they do it? Satsuna. Let's say we open their eyes, and about you and your ideals. Izuku. When I return I hope to see them, and manage to spend at least some time with the 3 of them. Abara. Please, look, it's been a month since you gave us affection. Outing at the screen, but his cheek is being pulled by Satsuna, something that made Izuku laugh. Satsuna. By the way, I heard around here that idiot Bakugo has started a very hard training, I don't know how much he has mastered now. Izuku. Don't worry about that, I'll take care of him, but be careful, we'll see each other again very soon. Satsuna. I hope it's soon. Abara. Please be careful too. Izuku. I'll have it, see you girls, I love you. Satsuna. Abara. See you, Izuku-kun. We love you. The call between the two ended, leaving the 3 green-haired girls very happy about it. Izuku's thoughts. Very well, I know what I'll do. Time skip. Change of scene. Now we can see one of the greatest scientists of the entire Island, being well known not only for being a great scientist, but also for being responsible for manufacturing the Almight suits in his youth, and also for being the creator of several artifacts that favored a large number of heroes in their careers. He was now in his personal laboratory, which was located in the tallest building on the entire island, on the top floor. The scientist was with his daughter, Melissa Shield, a very beautiful young woman with blonde hair and a great figure at 17 years old. Father and daughter were making some final modifications to some computers on some capsules that were there, which had numbers that were 17 and 18, but inside the capsules, there were 2 young people inside, 1 woman and 1 man. Creator's note. These are 100% androids, they are not flesh and blood humans at all, they are 100% robots, but with the consciousness of a human, end of note. Melissa. Dad, we're done. With these androids, we can help people. The girl said happily to finish her project with her father, since she at least wanted to be a heroine indirectly, and making these androids could be at least that. David. That's right, daughter, we're finally done, it's time to turn it on and try them out. Melissa. Yes, let's do it now. she said, excited to try out her new inventions. David. Let's go. I was about to press his key, but before I could, the door had been knocked on. David. Melissa, go see who it is. Melissa, yes dad. Walking towards where the communicator was. Melissa. Who is it? Speaking to understand who he is. Haha, Melissa, David, here I am. The two mentioned had been surprised to hear Almight's voice on the communicator that was behind the door. Melissa. Uncle Might. She said happily upon hearing her uncle's voice, since it had been a long time since she last saw him. Melissa, come on, open the door. I have a cake here for the three of us to eat together. David had suspected something, but it was too late. David. Melissa esp. He couldn't finish because his daughter had pressed the button to open the door. Melissa's expression of happiness had quickly changed to one of absolute terror, seeing that it was not her Uncle Might, but a green insect man. Izuku. Hello, niece. Melissa. It's not Uncle Might. Trying to escape from there, but being quickly grabbed by the waist by the subject's tail. David could only break out in a cold sweat at the sight of his daughter in danger. Izuku. Hello, doctor. Showing a slight smile as he held Melissa with his tail. Chapter 20. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 20. We are on Island, the island where the largest number of scientists gather, who are responsible for making multiple artifacts to help humanity and the heroes in their suits and accessories to support them in their fights. But both father and daughter had never expected this. All MiGs had arrived at their laboratory by surprise, bringing a small cake, but what they never expected is that it really wasn't all MiGs, but the villain Cell, who had faked the voice of all MiGs to deceive them. But before they could do anything about it, Melissa had been taken hostage by the villain's tail, leaving a very scared David by the situation he was in. Currently. Now great tension could be felt throughout the area, and it was because Izuku had Melissa's shield hostage, holding her with his tail from her waist to her neck, being seen by David's shield, who looked angrily and worried at the same time about the situation his daughter was in, but he couldn't blame her right now, he just let himself go, but right now he didn't know what to do. If he opened his androids, he didn't know if he could face them, since he hadn't even tested them. Right now he was going to test them with his daughter, but now at this moment everything was impossible. Izuku. Don't even think about making a fake move or your daughter will pay the consequences. Putting a little force into the grip, causing Melissa to wince. David. Okay, what do you want? Izuku. Very easy and simple, just leave those androids with me and nothing will happen to Melissa. David. What do you want them for? Izuku. Those androids have limited power and with them I can increase my powers, so just leave me those androids and that's it and go with your daughter far away from here. David. It's okay, just don't do anything to him. He proceeded to walk forward with his hands extended. What none of the three knew was that someone was in the lab, being David's assistant, who had hidden himself as soon as Izuku entered and took Melissa. Izuku. Come on, I won't hurt you if you do what I say. Seeing how David was walking towards him, already in front of him. Izuku. See, it wasn't that difficult. He said this as he released Melissa, who began to do so with the help of her father, since she was gasping for air from the grip. Izuku. Well, just like I said, I let them go while I take care of the androids. He said as he started walking ahead, leaving the father and daughter duo behind him. Before anyone could do anything about it, the roof had suddenly opened. Izuku. But what the hell? Looking in all directions of the lab, David's assistant was staring at the control center there, pressing a button. Izuku. Damn. Launching himself at the man, who, out of fear, quickly pressed a blue button that was on the table. At that moment the capsules were pointed at the sky. Before Izuku could stop them, a flash of light hit him squarely on the side, causing him to fall against the wall. The person responsible had been David, who had brought a laser gun that was near him. David. Quick Mitsuyo, get the androids away. The assistant, now known as Mitsuyo, just nodded and without wasting time he sent the two capsules flying, which left at great speed, but Izuku did his best and without caring about the place, he transformed into a large black dragon, causing the entire floor to almost be destroyed and a tremor was felt throughout the building. David and Melissa had taken cover under one of their machines, while Mitsuyo had only fallen to the ground, but luckily nothing serious happened to him. The great dragon barely managed to grab one of the capsules with one of its claws. When he wanted to take the other capsule, it was too late, as this one had gone out of reach of his worn-out reach. Izuku, seeing how the capsule was gone, intended to go after it, but quickly fixed his angry gaze on the scientists, who were trying to leave the place, being very close to the door, but quickly a dragon claw had gotten in their way. When they looked up, they could see that the black dragon was very angry and quickly let out a great roar, scaring and sending the three flying into a wall. Izuku felt how the capsule he had in his hand, still with the propulsion activated, was trying to continue on its route, but it quickly hit the ground, causing its propulsion to be destroyed, but obviously without damaging the contents it had. Izuku fixed his gaze on the three scientists, who were scared when they saw the furious look of the dragon in front of them. Before they could even do anything, Izuku had grabbed the three scientists with one claw, and with the other he took the capsule. Outside the building. All the people outside began to gather around the building, as they could only see a capsule flying away, but they could also make out a large black tail. Some of the island's heroes had arrived at the scene, wanting to get in and see what was going on, but before they could even do anything about it, they saw something that shocked them. The top floor of the building had been completely destroyed, causing debris to fall to the ground, almost falling on top of the civilians who were nearby, but luckily for them, they were saved by the heroes who were in the area. But they could also see in the sky how a large black dragon with green scales came out, which had let out a great roar throughout the area, scaring all the people around, but they had been scared when they saw like 3 people in the dragon's claws, those being the shield and David's assistant, and in the other claw kind of capsule. Before any hero could do anything, Izuku had fired a large wave of wind throughout the area, pushing and sending everyone flying. Izuku took advantage of that moment to take flight and leave the place. The 3 hostages were very scared in the situation they were in right now. Izuku was already walking away from the island, happy to have accomplished his objective. But at that moment, Izuku could see a beam of light heading towards him in the distance, and he quickly had to move to the side to evade the attack. When he turned around, he could see that it was the strongest hero of his island, the hero Godzilla, who had launched the previous attack against Izuku, trying to help and prevent the dragon from taking the scientists. Izuku? Insolent reptile, who do you think you're dealing with? Watching as the hero once again charged an atomic ray from his mouth, while Izuku prepared a large amount of energy from his mouth. At that moment both enemies had shot powerful rays from their mouths, but Izuku's ray was red. When both attacks collided, a powerful sonic wave could be felt throughout the area, even causing some to fall to the ground and others to fly. It was obvious to everyone that the attacks were on equal footing, but that wasn't true, well, not until that moment. Izuku had increased the shock of his power with a one-for-all, being stronger than the heroes, who received all the damage from the attack and was dragged through a few streets of the island. Izuku didn't want to waste any more time and quickly flew away from the scene, leaving a complete mess on Island. At the UA. We can see in the Hero Academy how some teachers were in a room since they were having a very important meeting, since they were discussing the topic of the camp that was approaching, since before that they were going to do a test with the students who would fight against them. Nezu. Very well, it's decided to see how the students are doing physically. In a week we will test them by fighting against us. All. Okay, director. Nezu. Well, without anything else to say, I'll adjourn this meeting. Before anyone could do anything, an alarm had been sounded throughout the academy, which luckily there were no students in the academy. When everyone was on their way to the academy courtyard, they could see how there was something in a kind of crater, a kind of capsule somewhat damaged by the impact. Nezu. But what is this? Almight. I don't know, but look, it only has one number. Everyone looked towards where Almight had pointed, which said number 18. Everyone began to get closer to get a better look and could see something inside the capsule, only a blonde hair inside. Asawa. It would be better to check it in the power loader lab, it could be dangerous. Midnight. Eraser is right, Lord, bring something so I can carry it. Power loader. I'll be right back. Running off to get one of his machines. Almight. I have a bad feeling about all this. On the other side of the world. We can see in the skies how Izuku's dragon, standing alone under the salty sea, had in his claws 3 scientists and an android capsule in his hands. Izuku's mind. Where is that rock? The doctor told me it was around here if I'm not mistaken. Looking around at all the rocks, he managed to see in the distance a kind of sword-shaped rock on the coast of an island, which was completely isolated from people, since it was at the beginning of the sea. Once Izuku arrived at the island, it didn't take him a second to throw the 3 hostages to the ground and also the capsule itself. The 3 scientists didn't take long to run away from there, except for Melissa, who stayed there because of the fear she felt due to the dragon-like appearance she had, but Izuku just ignored that and without wasting any time, he began to detransform, returning to his insect form. Izuku. Hey girl, you better get away from here, this is going to get very turbulent. Starting to walk away towards where the android capsule was, while Melissa only listened and quickly went towards where her father and Mitsuya were. The 3 of them had moved away from Izuku, seeing what was going to happen from now on. Once Izuku arrived in front of the capsule, he did not hesitate to press a button that was on the door of the capsule, which after pressing the button, and the door had come out as smoke, and when the door had slowly opened, he had been sent flying by a kick from Izuku, who had no patience at this time. After all, one of his targets had escaped from him, but that will be solved later. At that moment you could see a boy with long black hair and blue eyes coming out, wearing a black shirt with blue pants. At that moment Izuku had used a quirk to turn invisible with the light and the environment, while he saw how the android got up from his capsule, and then looked at his surroundings, only finding Earth and the 3 scientists far away from there. But before he could continue, he was quickly hit from behind by a punch, and then by a spinning kick to the neck. Izuku. I don't have time to waste with you, I have to return to Sensei at once, so take it easy and cooperate. Showing himself to the android, he raised his tail towards the android, who noticed how the tail had opened, and quickly grabbed it. Izuku. Time to eat. At that moment Izuku had completely eaten the android, being seen by the 3 scientists who saw that horrified and could only watch as the android was swallowed completely. At that moment a huge light began to surround Izuku, who had let out a great scream while releasing some energy with the red rays. A large tremor and strong gusts of wind began to be felt all over the island. 1.10 until the end. Once his transformation was complete, Izuku fixed his gaze on his hands, seeing how he changed completely, not only in appearance, but also in power, and he could feel a great increase. Izuku. Haha, this is incredible, it's a surprising power. Chapter 21. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 21. We find ourselves on that island where Izuku had managed to absorb the android that had kidnapped with the scientists who had managed to kidnap the 3 most important scientists of the Island, but what nobody expected was that he would manage to defeat Godzilla, the strongest hero of Island. At the moment, we find ourselves on the island where Izuku had absorbed the android, which turned out to be one of All for One's hidden bases. For some reason the doctor told him to go to that specific island, and where Izuku had taken shelter, but obviously taking his measures with the scientists, who had locked them in an electric cage, from which they could not escape, and even if they did not want to anger Izuku, much less with his new power that he obtained. So escape was not an option. At the moment, we can in the lair of the island where Izuku used him as a temporary guard, and right now he was in a part of the island training his new form, and realizing that not only his speed increased, but his power as well, being his attack stronger and more destructive in his attack range. The Midoriya had approached the shore of the island to see his reflection in the water. Izuku. It's really incredible power, with all this, my quirks will have evolved too, although looking at the face in detail. This aspect doesn't fit very well, even my previous form was at least more elegant than this one. Well, it will only be a matter of time to get that stupid android, I just hope my form manages to change for the better. Standing up and turning around to go back inside the base. Izuku's mind. I think I have an idea to make them give me the android once and for all. At the base, we can see all the technological devices, but in one part of the place you could see the 3 scientists in Ryo's cage. But Seiya. We have to plan something, we can't wait for someone to rescue us, no one has the knowledge of this island. David. We can't do anything anyway, that guy will kill us if we do anything suspicious, and even if we manage to escape, how do you plan to use anything to get out of here? At that Mitsuyo remained silent, David was right no matter how he looked at it, they couldn't do anything against Izuku, much less escape from the island or from him. Melissa was sat in a corner of the cage, but she was also terrified. Anyone would be in the same situation as her. They were attacked, one of the projects she and her father had worked so hard on was taken away from her, and now she was a prisoner of the same person who had done all of that to her. She had in mind that her uncle might come to help her and her father, leaving this to return to his island. At that moment the laboratory door had been opened, being Izuku, who just ignored them to go straight to the center of everything, where there was a large computer, and quickly began to press buttons to call someone. The other 3 saw what he was doing, while only one of them was planning something to escape. At that moment the screen had turned on, revealing the doctor from AFO. Izuku. Doctor, long time no see. Doctor. Izuku. Looking at the new change in your appearance. I see you've changed a lot, but is it for the better, right? Izuku. If it's for a doctor, the power increased to incredible levels, but I have a problem. Doctor. What's the problem? Izuku. Unfortunately, one of the androids managed to escape, and I have a hunch that it reached the UA. Doctor. How are you so sure? Izuku. The only people David Shield trusts are those from the UA, especially Almight, since he is right there. Doctor. I understand very well, what do you need from me? Izuku. I need to know if the android is in the UA facilities, when I can find out about that, I will inform him about my next move. Doctor. Very well, I'll take care of it. Izuku. Thank you very much, see you later. Cutting off communication. David. What are you planning to do? The Midoriya just turned around to see where they were. Izuku, don't worry Dr. David. You'll know soon enough. But I suggest you say goodbye to one of them. He means Mitsuyo and Melissa, and then start leaving. Izuku. I'll be right back, I'll go get something to eat, maybe it'll be your last meal. Leaving the place to leave some terrified scientists in the cage. Meanwhile at the UA. We can see how all the teachers and the principal were in the power loader lab, inspecting the capsule that had fallen yesterday at their academy. Right now the capsule was in some kind of machine so they could see the contents inside. Nezu. What is power loader? Power loader. Apparently what he was able to find out is that it is an android in the form of a girl, and as he was able to confirm what little he knows, this android is very peaceful, since inside it was possible to see that there is a program to be like a support for the heroes. I don't know who this android is, but she really is a genius. Asawa. So an android, but the question is, who sent it? Or why did they send it here? Nezu. I just know, but first of all, don't open the capsule until further notice, is that clear? All. Yes, director. What no one knew was that a floating eye was watching everything that happened, and next to the eye was a floating finger with a mini camera. The eye and finger quickly left so as not to be discovered. Almight started doing hero work to patrol, but inside him, something wouldn't leave him alone, as if this android was something very peculiar. But right now we focus on a house, in which inside it you could see a young woman with liana hair, that being Abara, who was in Satsuna's house, and that is because the doctor asked the two to go investigate what is happening at the UA, and that was easy, since due to the exams, all the students had a lot of work to study, since they were about to finish the exams in 2 weeks, and right now Abara was in the living room with a laptop, which was showing everything that the camera was recording. Which had her faithful friend Satsuna, who went to infiltrate the UA facilities, which was very easy for her with her quirk. Abara. Good job Satsuna, this is more than enough. Satsuna. Okay, I'll be right back so they don't get suspicious. Cutting off communication and then going to do some things to be able to send it to the doctor. Abara. Good work, now we just have to wait for a response. Stretching out to lie down on the couch and stare at the ceiling. Abara's mind. How is Izuku right now? With Izuku. We can see how the aforementioned had brought food to the 3 scientists he had caged, who said nothing and just ate in silence, being watched by Izuku. It should be noted that at no time had Izuku shown his true form. At that very moment, the screen had turned on, being the doctor. Izuku. What happened? Doctor. You were right, the android is at the UA. Izuku. Excellent. Doctor. What are you planning to do? Izuku. You're going to be surprised, but right now I need you to send me 3 nomas and to send a live video device to the heroes. I want to give you a special announcement. Doctor. I like where all this is going, well all this will be ready in less than 1 hour. Izuku. Very well, I'm not in a hurry for that, I'll be waiting for him. Doctor. Well, at least I'll send you the nomases right away. The cameras will be ready when I let you know. Izuku. Okay. Time skip, 1 hour later. Now we can go outside the laboratory to Izuku with the 3 nomas, who were taking the 3 scientists so they wouldn't escape. At that moment Izuku prepared to send his message. Izuku. Anytime, doctor. Speaking through the message in his ear. Doctor. Very well, here we go. At the UA. We can see how all the teachers were still examining the capsule where the android was, but at that moment one of its windows had broken, but it quickly went up to the wall to show itself, as if it were a device that showed something that scared and angered others. Everyone was watching Cell, who was on some kind of island with 3 nomas. Almight, Melissa David. Midnight. But how did that happen? Lad King. But how did his form change too? Looking closely at Izuku's new form, he was completely taller, and his insect form had changed to an almost human form. Melissa. Uncle Might, help me. Screaming when she saw her uncle on the other side of the screen. Almight. Damned wretch, if you dare to touch a single hair of his I swear I will. Izuku. Come on, relax, you don't want to deflate, do you? Mocking the hero upon learning of his condition like everyone else. Izuku. Well, it's a pleasure to see you heroes again, it's been a while since we last saw each other, I'm sure you're wondering why I'm calling you, well it's simple, I want Android 18 that you have in your academy. All the heroes were shocked by that. David. Don't do it, don't give him the android. Izuku. Shut up. Kicking him in the jaw to knock him out. Almight. Unhappy. Clenching his fist in anger at seeing his friend like that. Izuku. Well, leaving that aside, I want to kindly ask you to bring me android number 18 to this island that you are seeing on the screen. On the other screen you could see coordinates and a map where an island was located far from where the Midoriya was originally. Present Mick. What if we don't want to do it? Asawa. What will you do? Izuku. I was expecting that question, I'll show you right away what I'll do if you don't listen to me. Making a sign with his hand to one of the nomas, the one that had Mitsuyo. Izuku had grabbed the collar of the shirt. Before anyone could say anything, Izuku raised his tail and stabbed Mitsuyo in the back, being watched in horror by everyone. 1:56 to the end. Everyone had watched in horror as Izuku had eaten Mitsuyo, leaving only the clothes of the scientist who had just died on the floor. Izuku. This is what will happen to the other two if they don't give me the android at the coordinates I sent them to, that's all, they have a total of 3 days maximum to do it, of course, unless you want to see your beloved niece or your best friend Toshinori die. Almight. I swear I'll tear you to pieces if you do anything to them. Angry and shouting in anger at Izuku for having killed someone in front of him and not being able to stop it. Izuku. See you in 3 days, Tashi. Turning off the call, the device had self-destructed right there without leaving any evidence. But Izuku. We can see how the aforementioned had a big smile on his face, while Melissa was horrified to see such a cruel act of murder. Izuku. Taking them to the cage again, don't be so rough with them. Starting to walk towards the base with the 3 nomas that were behind him with Melissa and David in his arms. Change of scene. Now we can see how everyone was back in the lab, with David and Melissa in the electric cage, but David was still unconscious from the blow he received, while Melissa was in front of the cage looking at Izuku, who was watching as the nomas were leaving the room, leaving only Izuku and the 2 shields. Melissa. Why? Izuku. Did you say something? Melissa. Why? Izuku. What? Melissa. Why are you doing all this? Why are you doing all this to Uncle Might? He's a hero, and he didn't do anything to you. Screaming as tears began to flow from his eyes and fall down his cheeks, but also causing David to slowly regain consciousness so he could see and hear everything, but not be able to get up. Izuku just had his eyes shadowed by his head looking down. Izuku. Why am I doing this? Starting to approach the cage while a light hoof surrounded him. Izuku. It's very simple, revenge. Melissa. What? Izuku. You know very well the pain of all the stupid, arrogant, and proud people who have quirks. You and I suffer the same thing by being quirks, we have the same pain. Melissa. Were you also a quirk? Izuku. Exactly, I was already fed up with all this, when I was diagnosed, everything started to suck. Melissa hadn't noticed, but Izuku began to decrease in height. Izuku. All those I once considered my friends began to make me their punching bag, all the time it was hell wherever I looked, even my supposed best friend was the main one responsible, all the time he saw me he always saved me from explosions all the damn time, I was always the damn Deku that they only used for fun, and although my mother always showed me her support, my pain was always present like my blows. It could be seen how Izuku was returning to his human form, but Melissa did not realize that, she was only paying attention to the words that Izuku was giving her at that moment. Izuku. That lasted for 12 damn years, and nobody did anything, the abuses and mockery continued, they even played with my heart in high school, a day like any other of mockery, and more, I was about to die against a villain of slime, I thought that day was my end, but suddenly I was saved by the one who was my hero, like others your dear Uncle Mig saved me, but after all, I asked him a question that all Quirkles want an answer to. Can someone without a quirk be a hero? Melissa opened her eyes to that was also the question that never got an answer. Izuku. Do you know what his answer was? Melissa didn't say anything about it. Izuku. Someone without a quirk can't be a hero, that was your uncle's response to me, to a boy who wanted his hero to tell him that he could do it, but it was just an illusion like all the others, that same day I was going to commit suicide. Izuku had returned to his original form, revealing a young green-haired man in elegant attire with a serious look, standing in front of Melissa, only the line of the cage separating them. Izuku. But they gave me a great opportunity to get revenge, All for One gave me the opportunity to be someone, and thanks to him I am what I am, people who went through even worse things than me, people who finally understood me, gave me a family, and I gave them my loyalty. Melissa just looked at him face to face to see him with a slight smile. Izuku. But you know something, Melissa, you and I would have been heroes if your uncle hadn't chosen a bad bearer. Melissa. What do you mean? Finally speaking for that last point. Izuku. Your dear father also knows that little secret about your dear uncle and his power. Melissa. What? Now David was upset to know what she was referring to. Izuku. Your uncle was always a Quirkles, and the power he has was not originally his, but someone gave it to him, that's how you hear it, your dear uncle was also a Quirkles like you and me. Surprising the blonde with that information, might your uncle also be a Quirkless like her? But why did he never tell her? These and more questions began to run through his head. Melissa. But what do you mean by saying that you and I could be heroes? Izuku. Well, it turns out that the power of your dear uncle Migs could have been passed on to someone else, and both you and I could have been the ninth bearers of One for All. But no, your uncle gave that power to the damn unfortunate Bakugo Katsuki, the one to blame for the shitty life during the 4 years. Your uncle only wanted the power and his explosion quirk, but it was only a failure. I now have the One for All from your uncle's teacher. And I managed to master 92% so far, well that idiot only manages to reach 20%, so you know, quirkles like your uncle, we could have become the strongest bearers of all, since someone with a quirk would take longer to advance, but your uncle never thought of you or me, only of someone with a strong quirk. Taking Melissa's cheek to begin gently caressing it and wiping away the tears that Melissa began to shed a while ago. Izuku. Shepherd. The aforementioned raised her gaze to look into his eyes, which revealed a green glow and a slight kind smile. Izuku. I don't care about you or your father, but I want to propose that you join me, with your help, a new era of true peace. Melissa only instinctively took Izuku's hand, feeling its softness. Izuku. Don't worry, if you don't accept, I won't do anything against you anyway, I'll just let you go. Taking his hand off Melissa's face, he just started to walk away. Izuku. You have 3 days maximum, think carefully. Leaving the room to leave a father and daughter there in the cage, but leaving a completely confused Melissa by everything she just heard, but instinctively put her hand on the cheek where Izuku's hand was, and without her knowing it, a slight blush appeared. Chapter 22. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 22. We are on the island where Izuku was hiding with Melissa and David until the 3 days agreed upon with the heroes to give him the android pass, and they had to comply with it no matter what, because if not, David or Melissa will die, that being what the heroes understood, but Izuku kept his word with Melissa, not to do anything to his father or her, he only wanted the android and would let them go, but not if, he would only keep them as prisoners until Almight cooperates. But we will look at what the UA is doing about the situation. Currently at the UA. We can see how all the students were already outside the academy, being the first year classes A and B, talking among themselves while waiting for their teachers about the camp announcement. Meanwhile with the teachers. We can see each and every one of the UA teachers along with Principal Nezu were looking at each other seriously, even Nezu was the same as all of them. Nezu. It's more than clear, I don't want any student to know about this and ensure complete safety for them in case an emergency happens. Wife Lad King. The director. Nezu. Soon we will have all the preparations to go to the agreed island and help the scientist David Shield and his daughter. Midnight. Very well, but when will the heroes go there? Nezu. Iran Almight, Endeavor, Hawks, Edshot, Mirko, Ryukyu, Midnight, Cement Sense Snipe. Lad King. Why can't Asawa go with them, director? Nezu. Even if Asawa goes with them, his quirk won't work against someone who has some of the best heroes and more. Midnight. It might not be a good thing to say at this point, but that kid is really going to need help when we catch him. Making everyone remember the record of that boy who is the Nomusel of now. Mind of All Might. It's all my fault. Remembering that green-haired boy she met on that rooftop a long time ago. Nezu. If we manage to get the chance, once we capture him, we'll try to do everything possible to see if we can return that boy to normal, but for now we have to concentrate on what's at hand. Asawa and Vlad, go now. Both heroes had nodded and were heading towards where all their students were, while all the teachers went to their classes, and those who were going to form the team that was going to face L were going to prepare their things and their physical condition to be ready, since they had to leave at night. But the students. We can see how everyone was talking to each other very happy and calm, even Bakugo was away from everyone very quiet while he had his gaze on his phone. Satsuna and Abara were talking to each other about a specific topic, mainly about the camp, excited about the things they could do, putting on a good front, but at that moment both Asawa and Vlad King had arrived and they told them to get on the buses so they could go to the camp immediately and not have time to waste. Each class had left on their respective bus, but since Lita had been declared missing or kidnapped by Cell, Yaoi Rozu took her place and Jiru the vice president. Shoto did not present any emotional or physical change, he only became colder than before, he did not talk to anyone and still did not use his fire side at all. In Class B a boy had joined the class, being a purple-haired boy who looked like a miniature version of Asawa, this being Itachi Shinso from the general courses, who was transferred to the hero courses, since Nito Monoma was transferred to Class A after Lita was kidnapped, and Shinso was only transferred because there were not enough people. While the first year classes A and B were heading towards the camp where they were going to go, let's see how the situation with Izuku. On the island. We can see Izuku in the middle of the sea testing his new abilities in the form he managed to obtain, throwing fire around in the middle of the sea, air shots, his new scale armor that he managed to use, even if he wasn't in his dragon form, he could even see that his strength had increased to incredible levels, so much so that he could destroy half of the island if he could. Izuku. Haha, this power is really incredible, I can't wait to absorb that android, I think right now I could be on equal terms with Almight at 100%. Watching as red rays formed in his fist, he then fixed his gaze on one, where in the middle of it, he could see a huge rock that had been carried by the sea. Izuku just got into an attacking stance and threw that punch with all his might, and as if it were a cannon, a powerful gust of wind went against the rock, which approved of receiving the attack, had been completely destroyed and turned almost into dust. Izuku. This is going to be exciting. At that moment a small winged Nomu had arrived towards where he was. Izuku. Yes, I know, time to eat, let's go now. Flying towards his hiding place while the little Nomu followed behind him. When they had arrived at the temporary guard, Izuku ordered the Nomu to give food to Melissa and David, and listening to his master, the Nomu used his telekinesis to bring 2 plates of sushi and ramen for them, while Izuku also went alone to get something to eat, since later he had to go see what the doctor told him. With Melissa and David, we can see how the 2 scientists were in the electrical cell, with David trying to do everything possible to deactivate the cage, while Melissa just had a blank stare at the ground while hugging her legs, since right now she was in a mental debate. Since he didn't know whether to continue believing in his Uncle Might as an exemplary hero. After everything Izuku told him about what happened in his life as a Quirkless, all the discrimination from people, from his supposed best friend, the disappointment of the response his uncle gave him towards that boy who once dreamed of being a hero, and to think that there were people who went through the same or worse than him or her. She also remembered what she had to go through as a child, all the teasing and staring, even being excluded from almost everything at school. At that moment the Nomu had arrived with both of their food and just ate them and sat in front of them. David and Melissa just started eating the food they had right now. David. Don't worry, Melissa, we'll be out of here soon. Eating while watching the state of his daughter, who just looked at her father with a slight smile. Melissa. I know Dad, Uncle Might will come soon. Eating the ramen, knowing that deep down he was lying to his father. It only took a few minutes for them to finish their food, and the Nomu saw the empty plates and used his telekinesis again, taking the plates and all the cutlery away, since he had made sure that all the cutlery was there, since even David could use it to try to get out. It only took about 5 minutes after Izuku entered the room, holding a glass of wine in his hands in his human form, with a slight smile as he headed to the computer, ignoring David's hateful glare and Melissa's neutral one. When he was in front of the computer, he began pressing buttons as if it were code, and it only took a few seconds before he saw how the communication had connected with the doctor. Izuku. Good afternoon, doctor. Doctor. Good afternoon Izuku, I think you want to know about the hero's movements, right? Izuku. That's right, do you know what the situation is with the heroes and the girls? Doctor. Well, as I understand it, the girls went to the wild Hussycat camp that you were told about earlier. Izuku. I see, and the heroes? Tomorrow the time I gave them will be up. Doctor. Well, as you're asking to know, they'll be leaving on a small plane tonight, arriving at the meeting point around 10 in the morning. Izuku. Understood, it will be a huge surprise for everything. Doctor. Surely you already have a plan, right? Because you know they won't give you the android easily. Izuku. Yes, I know, don't worry, I already have everything planned, I just need some nomus, with about 7 I'll have enough. Doctor. Very well, I'll send them to you in a few minutes. In case of an emergency, I'll send you a portal like Kurogiri so you can get here. Izuku. Very well, thanks for the help, leave the rest in my hands. Doctor. Good luck. Cutting off the communication and leaving Izuku with a smile. David. Don't think you'll get the android so easily, they'll capture you. Izuku. Haha, we'll have to see that for ourselves Dr. David. Smiling as he left the room, not before seeing Melissa and smiling at her, making Melissa blush a little. When Izuku left the room, he could see how the nomus that Izuku had asked for had appeared in front of him, so he didn't want to waste time and began to form a plan with all the nomus he received from the doctor. The next day. We find ourselves on the island where Izuku had agreed to meet to make the exchange, and in the middle of the whole area we can see Izuku in his Nomu form, being with David and Melissa, and behind the aforementioned were 2 nomus that protected them so as not to let them escape. Izuku stood with his arms crossed with his eyes closed waiting patiently. Izuku's mind. They're coming. The helicopter had appeared above them all and landed on the other island, where Izuku was so as not to be harmed in case he escaped. At that moment all the heroes and Nezu came down on All Might's head, which the aforementioned had the android capsule. Everyone in the distance saw how Izuku was on the island in front and 2 nomus behind him with David and Melissa. Everyone quickly went straight to where Izuku was, but Midnight, Edgeshot and Hawks were hidden to execute the plan, while the rest went to negotiate with Cell. When everyone stepped on the ground, Izuku opened his eyes to look directly at them. Izuku. Wow, they finally arrived. I thought they were going to leave them for me and my Nomus. Smiling as one of his Nomus pinned David to the ground, getting angrier than ever upon seeing that. Nezu. We brought what you asked for, now we want the hostages. Izuku. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Leave the android in the middle of the area and back off, and I'll give you the scientists like we agreed. Smiling while holding his arms behind his back, the heroes became angrier at him. Endeavor. Stop playing cell games. Screaming angrily at that bastard who was making fun of them. Izuku. You better shut up number 2, unless you want me to kill the hostages. Making a small sign with his hands for the Nomi who had David to forcefully pin him to the ground, causing him to let out a moan of pain. That had made everyone upset and worried about David. Nezu. Okay, we'll leave the android, just don't do anything to the hostages. Nezu quickly told All Might to leave the capsule with the android, and they retreated a few meters back as he asked, while those who were hidden approached more quietly. Izuku began to approach while his Nomus followed him with David and Melissa. The heroes could only watch as Izuku was getting closer and closer to the capsule, while the hidden heroes waited for the opportunity to attack. Once Izuku was near the capsule, he just made a sign with his hands to his Nomus, who obeyed and released David and Melissa, and both ran to where the heroes were. Izuku looked through the glass of the capsule at the android he had and smiled widely. When he was about to press the button to open the android and obtain its perfect form. Ahariaya. It was Nezu's scream that had been heard throughout the island, something that confused both Izuku and the scientists. At that moment, some feathers and some threads had gone against the Nomus, killing them instantly, but quickly some threads and a whip took Izuku in the middle of his entire body. At that moment the 3 professional heroes had appeared and come out of hiding. Izuku. Damn sons of bitches. He tried to fight off Midnight's whip and Edshot's thread with his strength. At that moment he had completely covered his body in fire, managing to escape from the grip of both heroes, but he quickly had to dodge a kick from Mirko and a flame from Endeavor, and also some wind waves from All Might. Izuku. So that's how you want to play, huh? Very well, you can do that, get out Nomus. From that scream the Nomus that Izuku had hidden underground in case of an emergency had begun to emerge. The Nomus quickly went against the weakest, those being Nezu, Midnight and Ryukyu, but the latter took her dragon form and began to fight against the Nomus she had, while the rest also had to fight against the Nomus, seeing Izuku an opportunity to go against the android, flying at full speed towards his capsule with a smile on his face. Izuku. Finally, it's mine, number. He couldn't finish as he was sent flying against some rocks by a strong punch from All Might, who arrived in time to stop it. At that moment Izuku had come out of the rocks and stared at All Might with a look full of hatred. Izuku. Damn bastard, you still won't stop getting in my way. Being very upset and releasing red rays around him. All Might. Young Midoriya, I know I did wrong by telling you that, and I am. Izuku. Shut up you bastard, I'm tired of you and your stupid sense of regret, when I'm now powerful you seek my forgiveness. You really are trash. Launching herself at him to give him a super punch with 88% of Nana's one for all, making All Might have to protect himself with both arms formed in a cross, but making a powerful wave of wind around them and breaking the ground beneath them. Izuku quickly continued to hit at great speed, so much so that All Might had to block or receive due to the power and might of those hits. He could even feel how Izuku's one for all gradually increased and continued to hit. Izuku. You have no idea what I had to go through. Picking him square in the wound, making All Might spit blood from it. Izuku. Every damn day of his life since he was a kid was hell. Punching him in the face. Izuku. All the beatings and teasing I received were my daily bread. Slashing out with his hand turned into a dragon claw, tearing the suit and part of All Might's abdomen. Izuku. You don't know everything that happened because of that explosive idiot. Knowing very well who All Might was referring to. Izuku. Whatever I want, it was my favorite hero who said yes I could do it no matter what. Punching All Might in the face with his fire-covered hand. Izuku. And what did you do? What did you do? Nothing. All Might. I really didn't mean to do it, I didn't want him to get hurt, I wanted to protect you. Izuku. Do you want to protect me? Then why didn't you give me the OFA? Why were you only interested in that idiot's quirk? Was I not worthy? Hitting him square in the stomach with the OFA at 150%, sending him flying several meters and even destroying 5 rocks with the aforementioned body. Izuku. You never realized that, and now, you'll see how that quirkless boy you despised in the past becomes the most powerful and perfect villain in the world. I change direction towards the capsule, but I can see a Melissa there, looking at the capsule on the ground with a neutral look. All Might. Melissa. Screaming at the sight of his niece in front of him and David who hadn't noticed when she had left. Izuku quickly disappeared and appeared in front of Melissa. Izuku, what are you planning Melissa? Staring into her eyes, Melissa is not fazed by it. "Melissa. I'll help you." Saying it as if it were the most normal thing in the world with a slight smile on his face. Izuku had been surprised by that, but All Might and David were still worried about Melissa since they couldn't hear what she had said. "Izuku? Really? I swear if you dare to deceive me I will eliminate you right here." Melissa just smiled at that, and without thinking, she pressed a button on the android's capsule, which slowly began to open. At that everyone was surprised including Izuku, but he quickly formed a smile at that. "Izuku? Thank you very much, Melissa-chan." At that moment the capsule door opened completely and Izuku wasted no time as he could see how the heroes were beginning to approach and prevent them from going after the android, but it was too late. Izuku had taken the android with his stinger and took her inside. Hawks was the fastest of all, and he threw all his wings he had into trying to stop him from achieving his goal. Izuku had only responded with a strong electric rush towards the feathers, forming a chain reaction that destroyed all the feathers. At that moment when Izuku completely took the android, a greenish aura like a tornado that formed around surrounded Izuku, while his power began to change and not only that, but also his form. Just take into account the scenes where he absorbs 18 and when he transforms. When the tornado had disappeared along with the dust cloud, everyone present was waiting to see what had happened to Izuku. Did his plan work? Did he manage to survive? These and more questions were asked about what happened. At that moment the surrounding cloud of dust had disappeared and the first thing they could see was a lemon bomb in the area, with some dust and some of its clothing torn in the area from being close. Before All Might or David said anything, next to Melissa you could see an individual who was slightly taller than her, but completely different from a human. It was Izuku, who was now in a completely different form than before, although his height had decreased somewhat, his appearance seemed to be more imposing. "Melissa? How do you feel?" Looking at him from head to toe, while Izuku threw punches in the air. At that moment Headshot had launched himself against Izuku's to try to immobilize him in the process. When he was already close to him, he began to hit him multiple times at enormous speed and force, but Izuku hadn't even bothered to see it, he only focused on watching the great change in his body, he didn't even feel the ninja's blows. Headshot, seeing that his blows were useless, even tried to use his quirk, but it was useless, since his thread could not pierce Izuku's tough skin. "Izuku? You're a nuisance, get out of the way." At that moment Izuku had disappeared and appeared behind the ninja and gave him a super kick full on his neck, causing him to fly into a few rocks. In the distance couldn't believe it, with a single blow he sent Headshot flying. Midnight being the closest went to check on her partner's condition. "Midnight? Headshot-san, Estes?" He couldn't finish seeing only the state of his partner's body. You could see how Headshot's neck was completely broken, you could even see the bone and blood was gushing out. "Midnight? This dead?" Everyone had heard that the ninja hero had died from a single blow to his neck by Cell. Before anyone could do anything about it, a black portal could be seen appearing in front of Izuku, who just smiled at that and started heading towards the portal, but first he looked at Melissa. "Izuku? What do you say, Melissa, will you come with me?" Extending her hand and smiling at him, Melissa saw that and smiled as she started walking towards Izuku. "Almight. Melissa." Screaming as he saw his niece leaving with Izuku towards the portal. Melissa just turned around to look at her eyes very coldly, as if she didn't care. "Melissa? From now on, we are no longer family." That had made Tashi remain incredulous upon hearing what Melissa had just said and wanting to cry at this moment for what he had just heard, the girl he loves as his family had just told him that they were no longer family. At that moment, Melissa gladly took Izuku's hand and they both walked towards the portal hand in hand, under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Chapter 23. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 23. On that island where we can see, there were the heroes who went to save hostages and stop Cell, but everything had gone wrong. Cell managed to absorb the android and have one more transformation, having even greater power and killing a top hero, being the number 5 ninja hero killed in front of everyone, with his neck broken with a single blow. Right now we can see how all the heroes were still on that island, looking helplessly at their dead friend who was on the ground. Midnight, Mirko and Ryukyu were the ones crying the most, although Mirko was holding back her tears out of pride. The heroes present with Nezu just had their eyes lowered so as not to show their sadness and frustration for their fallen comrade. "Almight. Headshot-san, rest in peace friend." Clenching her fist to keep her tears from coming out. Endeavor was just serious and severe about everything, but inside he was a little hurt since he didn't want to show his pain in front of everyone. Nezu only took a few steps to stand in front of everyone and cough a little. Nezu. "Gentlemen, today we lost one of Japan's best and it is a pain that many are feeling now, but we cannot fall in the face of these circumstances. His murderer is still out there and we have to stop him at all costs." with firmness in every word, making the heroes nod their heads firmly. David. Sorry to interrupt, but we have to go quickly. Almight. Since we're talking about it, David, did you manage to discover anything while being with Cell? Everyone knew David was being held hostage for a while, so he might have some valuable information during his stays. David. In fact, yes, while I was locked up, he was able to find out about some infiltrators who are in his students, saying that they only went to a camp that is affiliated with a group of the Pussycats heroines. Nezu. The camp where my first year went. Hawks. We have to get back as fast as possible. If he's in that place, no one will be able to stop him. Endeavor. Everyone board the plane quickly. Everyone wasted no time and got in to leave, but something happened. The entire command center had been destroyed by the Nomus, who managed to infiltrate the plane to prevent them from fleeing the island. Mirko. Damn, those damn things destroyed everything. David. Now what? Ryukyu. I can take everyone, but I won't be fast enough to arrive on time. It would take more than 3 days to arrive. Hawks. I can go alone as fast as possible and send a plane to come here. Nezu. Quick Hawks, go now. Hawks. Yes, sir. He got out of the plane and started flying away as fast as he could, leaving his companions behind on that island. Hawks mind. Ryukyu is right, despite being able to fly, she wouldn't be able to get to Japan on time, plus she would get tired of having so many people and would need to rest a lot to be able to continue. Come on Kigo, go as fast as possible now. Disappearing from everyone's mission range. Mind of All Might. Melissa. Sad to remember how the young woman he saw as a niece went to Cell his side and told him that they were no longer family. Mind of All Might. But what have I done? With the League. We can see in the bar how Tamura was with Stain and Kurogiri. The assassin was sharpening his knives and swords on one side of the tables, Tamura was at the bar drinking a glass, while Kurogiri was behind the bar, cleaning some glasses. Stain. So tomorrow we will attack that camp at night. Tamura. That's right, everything is already planned, the vanguard group is getting ready for action. Taking his drink. Kurogiri. What will be the main objective? Tamura. It will be to take the largest number of students possible, there is no specific number, also, as I understand, Setsuna and Abara told me that there were only 2 teachers in the Pussycat team, but I have nothing to worry about, after all, there are 2 assassins too strong to take care of the highest threat ones. Stain. But when will Cell come back? It's been a long time since he left. Kurogiri. It's true, but the gentleman said he would call us when he was already here. Tamura. There's nothing to worry about, I'm sure he'll come and do his job. Finishing his drink in one gulp. Change of scene. We found ourselves in a sort of laboratory surrounded by large capsules in which we could see incomplete nomuses inside. In the middle of it all you could see how there was the doctor from All for One who was watching his screen where he had some programs for the nomus he was making and what to do after the coup he was going to do. At that moment a portal had appeared behind him. From there, Izuku emerged in his Nomu form, holding hands with Melissa, who had arrived at the laboratory. When Melissa arrived at the lab, she was surprised to see the nomus that were in the capsules. Izuku. Hello, doctor. The aforementioned turned around to see the young man, but was completely surprised to see Izuku's new appearance. Doctor. Wow Izuku, you've really changed a lot, and you see that another one is fine, how do you feel? Izuku. I feel amazing, my powers have increased too much, I feel incredibly powerful. Doctor. Who is your friend? Looking at Melissa, knowing who she is because of her father. Izuku. This is Melissa, our new ally. Taking Melissa's hand to introduce herself. Melissa. Nice to meet you sir, my name is Melissa, I would like to be of help to both you and Izuku-kun. Bowing slightly and smiling. Seeing this, the doctor had something in his hand for her. Izuku. Tell me doctor, is there a possibility that she can be like me? Standing with his arms crossed as he looked at the doctor, who stood up from his chair to smile. Doctor. Well yes, there is a method, but this will not be as effective as your cell phone. She dreams she will be able to have a limit of 7 quirks at most, but she will be able to transform and return to her human form like you. Melissa. Can I be like him? Happy to know that it will be like Izuku. Doctor. That's right, girl, but let me tell you that it will take me a maximum of 1 or something like that, if it goes well, about 5 days maximum. Melissa. Don't worry about that, I'm willing to help Cell-san in the entire league. Doctor's mind. How does this guy manage to recruit people who are so beneficial? I'd rather not ask. Turning around the screen. Izuku. Well doctor, I'll leave Melissa here, I trust you'll ensure her transformation. Doctor. That's how it will be, kid, don't worry, as soon as she's ready, I'll send her so you can see her capabilities. Izuku had returned to his human form to go to Melissa. Izuku. It's okay Melissa, the doctor will take care of you, I have to go take care of some matters. Putting a hand on the blonde's cheek. See you soon. Approaching her to give her a kiss on her forehead. Izuku then turned around to return to his Nomu form and then a portal opened in front of him. Melissa had touched her forehead and then a smile and a blush appeared on her face while she watched Izuku leave the laboratory. Doctor's mind. These young people today always show affection no matter where they are. Giving a deep sigh. Doctor. Okay girl, before I help you with your new powers, I need you to help me with some things about what I'm doing. Melissa. Let me see the information, maybe I can make some improvements. Unknown location. We can see a completely dark room, which only had a kind of chair that had some capsules where they were connected to a person who was sitting. That was all for one, who was watching everything that was happening outside in the world. At that moment a portal had opened, revealing Izuku. Eifo had turned around to see Izuku in his Nomu form, who was kneeling in respect. Izuku. Master, I have returned as I promised. Eifo. I'm glad you're back Izuku, I see you've managed to absorb the 2 androids. Izuku. That's right, I was able to absorb the 2 androids and reach perfection. Eifo. I'm glad to hear that, did you have any problems? Izuku. Yes sir, the heroes had gone to that island since they had the last android, but having hostages like David and his daughter, I managed to take the android, but now they are trapped on that island, with Melissa's shield as our ally. Eifo. And where is she? Izuku. I left her with the doctor so he could speed up the Nomu process and she could become a shape-shifting Nomu like me. Eifo. She will be a great help to us. Izuku. I know sensei, right now I'm going to meet with Tamura and he'll tell me the current situation at the camp. Eifo. It's okay, I trust you that the blow will go well, now that you're here, everything will be easier. Izuku. I am flattered by your words sensei. Getting up and opening a portal to leave. At the bar. We can see how the trio of villains continued doing their thing with the television on. At that moment, a portal had opened, similar to Kurogiri's, causing the 3 villains to be on guard, but Izuku had emerged from the portal in his Nomu form with a slight smile. Izuku. It's been a while, friends. Stain. Who are you? With his sword in hand and ready to attack. Izuku. Come on, relax, it's me. Returning to his human form, leaving the trio of villains surprised. Tamura. It's you boy, I see you've become very strong. Kurogiri. Welcome young Izuku, it's a pleasant surprise. Stain. It's you boy. Izuku. What a nice welcome my friends. Smiling as he headed to the bar to take a seat. Izuku. He already misses the smell of this place. Tamura. Tell us, Izuku, how did your mission go? Izuku. Pretty good, I've managed to absorb the androids and much better, we have Melissa's shield on our side. Stain. Wow, another woman in your ranks, huh? You sure don't waste time. Hitting him on the back playfully. Izuku. And tell me, how did it go? Tamura. So far so good, we have already gotten many members to spin claws and right now they are in that camp where the girls had said, tomorrow night will be the attack. Izuku. Too interesting, tomorrow before the attack I want to go see them personally. Tamura. Come on, relax, they can fix them. Izuku. I know it well, but I want to see if they are fit to be here with us, because I bet some are just here to kill and are mentally crazy, right? Stain. Well yes, and one of them came dressed like me. Izuku. Hahaha, well, after all we are famous now. The green-haired man had gotten up from his seat. Izuku. Tamura, I want you to plan a surprise attack on the UA Academy while I and your men attack the camp. We have to take advantage of the absence of Almight and the top heroes being trapped on an island, but we have to be too fast, the most it will take would be 2 days for them to return. Leaving the bar to take a walk and see the current state of Japan, leaving behind a somewhat happy Tamura and Kurogiri, since they knew that their biggest threat was outside, it would be a great opportunity to attack. With Izuku. We can see how the green-haired man, jumping between the buildings, saw how people were walking in the streets. Izuku's mind. Soon all this will be chaos, and the age of heroes will end once and for all. Stopping in front of a large screen on top of a roof, seeing how since the Hosu attack, fear towards the league had increased, plus the disappearance of a student, made something that lowered the reputation of the UA by a lot, since Lita's family were upset by the academy for not ensuring the safety of their son, and wanted revenge for Cell, since he was the main culprit of the deaths of his 2 sons. For which they would begin to move together with other heroes who were affiliated with him and others who were Tensei companions. Izuku just started jumping and continuing to look at the city, but something came to his mind and it was knowing how his mother's condition was. Since he joined the league, he didn't know what happened to his mother, only the last thing he knew about her was that she was looking for him with wanted posters. Izuku may be the worst of all society, but now he just wanted to see his mother, at least from afar, he wanted to see her and see her condition. Izuku's mind. I should at least give him something. Help please. It was the scream that was heard from an alley, making Izuku come out of his thoughts and look below him. At that moment he could see a little girl with white hair, wearing a hospital gown, who was running down the alley as if she was escaping from someone. Izuku only decided to watch for a few seconds to see what it was. At that moment someone began to be illuminated by sunlight. That person had a green jacket with purple feathers, but underneath the jacket you could see that he had a black shirt with a tie of the same color, but what stood out most about him was that he had a slightly red mask. Izuku recognized him when he saw him, he was Overhaul, a Yakuza boss who was known in the underworld. Previously, Izuku had the intention of looking for him and trying to make an alliance between their groups, but it could not be carried out due to his mission. Izuku didn't want to waste time and went to where the girl and the Overhaul were. At that moment the girl was still running, waiting for a hero to be nearby, but she had collided with someone who was in front of her. The girl quickly looked up and saw Izuku in his Nomu form. The girl, not knowing who he was, quickly hugged his leg. Please help me. He said it with fear and with slight tears coming out of his eyes. At that moment Overhaul had arrived where Izuku and the girl were. Izuku. Hello Chisaki, or should I call you, Overhaul? The brown-haired boy was surprised because someone recognized him. Izuku. You better not say anything, in case you don't know me I'm a cell phone, so you know the great threat you're in. Saying that made Chisaki remove his hand in one of his gloves. Chisaki. What the hell do you want from me? Knowing very well who Sella was and that he wouldn't have the chance to win whatever fight he wanted to do. Izuku. Well, nothing, I was just passing by and I saw that now you're a Yakuza, you kidnap children. How low have you fallen? Mocking the first thing he saw from above. The girl just kept hugging Cell's leg, not wanting to leave him. Overhaul. She's my daughter, which is why I want her back to me. With raised hand. Izuku. Girl, is it true that he is your father? Looking at the girl, who only tightened the hug and shook her head. No, he's not my dad, he's just using me as an experiment and hurting me, please don't let him take me. Crying her eyes out and begging to never return to the hell she was living in. Izuku just turned his gaze towards Chisaki, who quickly put his hand on the ground and multiple spikes went towards him and the girl. The spikes had quickly crashed against the walls of the place, causing him to appear there, something that annoyed Chisaki. Chisaki. Damn, that's a lot of dust. Scratching himself with some irritation. Izuku. That was a good Chisaki attack. The aforementioned turned around quickly and followed Izuku behind him with a little girl in his arms. Izuku. But that won't be enough to beat me. Smiling while Chisaki was with some fear on his face. Izuku. I'll just tell you one thing Chisaki, in a month you'll see what the League of Villains is capable of and you'll want to form an alliance with us and you'd better do it if you don't want to just be an ant like the rest of the heroes who will be under my feet. Starting to levitate while holding the girl. We'll see each other again, Chisaki, if you survive, of course. Flying away with the girl in his arms, leaving an annoyed Chisaki in the alley. Izuku flew at high speed until he reached a rooftop, making sure no one was around. Izuku. Hey girl, you're safe now, you can get off now. He said this looking at the girl in his hands, who just looked up. Isn't he here? Afraid to see Chisaki. Izuku. No girl, he's not here, I won't do anything to you if you tell me who you are. He said this as he lowered the girl to the ground. Thank you for your help sir. Izuku. Don't worry girl, tell me, what's your name? My name is Eri. Izuku. Eri, what a nice name, tell me girl, do you have somewhere to go? Eri just shook her head sadly. Izuku. Don't worry, little one, I'm going to leave you in a better place right now. Eri. Are you going to leave me? With slight tears on their faces from the sadness of being abandoned again. Izuku. No girl, I'm not going to abandon you, I'm just going to leave you with some friends of mine, so you're safe, because if not, it's possible that Chisaki will find you again. Opening a portal for both of them to enter. Izuku had left Eri with Melissa and the doctor, making the blonde become fond of the girl, and explaining to the doctor who she was, and if he could cure her of her scars, and please don't do anything to her while he was gone. The doctor obviously assured that he wouldn't do anything to her, since if Izuku brought her it was so that they would really take care of her, and he didn't want to know what he would do if Izuku did something to her. After Izuku finally went to see his mother. When he arrived, he was on top of a building in the departmental area, seeing his mother in the distance at home, who was alone in the living room in her house, watching television with a look that showed all the sadness she felt. Izuku felt bad for her, he couldn't look her in the face after all the damage she had done. Izuku. I'm sorry mom, but when all this is over, I'll give you the life you deserve. At Inko's doorstep, 2 suitcases and a basket full of groceries had appeared. The older green-haired girl could only hear someone knocking on her door and went to see and could only see the 2 suitcases and the basket of products. The green-haired girl looked everywhere to find the person responsible, but she hadn't found anyone outside, so she decided not to ask and didn't find anyone responsible. With the help of his quirk, he was able to get everything into his house. Izuku from a distance just looked with a smile at his mother's expression, who was surprised to see the amount of money in the suitcases. Izuku just left there knowing that at least his mother was okay. The next day. At the camp. We can see how all the students in classes A and B of the first year were training as hard as they could, being instructed by the Pussycats and their homeroom teachers. In one part of the field we can see Setsuna and Obara, one was in 30 separate parts of itself, and the Obara was with its vines everywhere. They were a little sweaty, but not tired. In the distance you can see how Bakugo was surrounded by orange rays, fighting against Tiger, but it was really a beating for Bakugo, since Tiger was using his flexibility against him. Even with the Policenisso's explosions he didn't touch him, but he did manage to graze him a few times. Setsuna's mind. I wish night would fall already, this is so boring, the best thing about it is the food. She thought as she continued to move in many parts of herself. Obara was only focused on doing her exercises, but inside she was dying of boredom. Obviously she had to compare this training with the one she had with her boyfriend. It was like taking a nap, but at least it made her sweat. Pixie Bob. Come on guys, if you manage to finish everything on time you can have fun tonight. You will have a test of courage between both classes, something for you to have fun, so please make an effort. Everyone was a little happy upon hearing that, at least they could relax a little, but Setsuna and Obara just smiled internally upon learning that, with the test of courage, everything will be easier. After the day everyone had finished training, ending up almost like zombies from all of that. Everyone would start making the food, everyone helping, also Setsuna and Obara helping with the vegetables, but also ignoring the insinuations of some of their classmates, more specifically Mineta and Kaminari, the perverts of the class. They were holding back the urge to kill those 2 idiots in front of everyone. Until night finally arrived, something that made them happy. While they were all making the rules of everything about the test of courage, in one part of the forest something was happening. In one part of the forest we can see all the members of the league's leading teams. Everyone was waiting for the signal to attack, but at that moment a black portal had appeared in front of everyone, who were waiting for Tamura to come out, but the green-haired boy in an elegant suit had come out of the portal. Izuku. Greetings gentlemen, I imagine you are Shigaraki's men, right? Spinneer. Who are you, boy? Izuku. I am also a member of the League of Villains. I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself before, my name is Cell. Bowing slightly to everyone. Muscular. What do you mean you're a cell phone? Don't buck with me, kid, get out. Preparing a punch to kill Izuku. But in that moment, the muscle was sent flying against the mountain wall, scaring everyone there. Muscular had a hole in his chest shaped like a punch, but with his stomach open, revealing his organs. Everyone there knew that Muscular was the strongest of all, and he was killed with a single blow. When everyone looked at Izuku, he was taking his Nomu form, but being very angry in front of everyone, which caused a killing instinct to make everyone afraid just by looking at him. It's as if the ocean itself was sinking them. Izuku. Let's see, you insignificant pieces of trash, I'm in charge here, and if anyone dares to disobey, I'll kill them just like the idiot over there, is that clear to you? Looking at everyone who nodded while trembling. Izuku. Alright, before everyone, I already have the information on each and every one of you, so I'm just going to improve the quirks of some before attacking, after all we have 30 minutes to spare. Everyone just nodded at that and waited for orders. Izuku. Twice, come here. He ordered while waiting for the aforementioned. Twice. Yes sir, here I go, don't shout at me. With his split personality he went towards Izuku. Izuku. As I understand it, you assume that you are a clone of yourself, and that is why you are afraid to go to the front for fear of disappearing as the clone that you supposedly are. Izuku only grabbed his arm and broke it, causing the aforementioned to scream in pain and fear, alerting the others about it. Izuku still holding his hand repositioned him, releasing twice. It only took a few seconds for his pain to pass, and then he looked at himself. Izuku. See, you're the real one, not a clone, you would have melted instantly as I understand. Twice. It's true. Izuku. Very well, next, Dabi and Toga. The 2 of them took the lead. Dabi. What will you do with us? Our skills are at an acceptable level for battle. Toga. It's true Cell-sama. Smiling like crazy. Izuku didn't ask anything and quickly grabbed their faces, and then a greenish aura went towards them. The aforementioned only felt their bodies tingle slightly. Then Izuku let them go to take a breath. Izuku. The last one will be your child. At the camp. We can see how now everyone had started with a test of courage, and in the middle of the soak, we can see how Setsuna and Ibara were walking together. Setsuna. I hope this ends. Ibara. Are you scared? Setsuna. What's the fear? I'm cold, I didn't bring a jacket, and that's killing me. Ibara. I forgot, your quirk is its reptilian part. At that moment, a purple smoke appeared on the girl's path. Setsuna. It's already started. Ibara. And I didn't bring the masks. At that moment, gas masks appeared in front of them, and a jacket was put over Setsuna. When the aforementioned looked up, she could see that the one who put it on her was Izuku, who smiled at them. Izuku. Hi girls, I missed you. Smiling at them as always. Ibara. Setsuna. Izuku. Throwing herself to hug him tightly. Izuku. Hey girls, calm down. Setsuna. I missed you so much. With slight tears wanting to come out. Ibara. Honey, I'm glad you're here. Same as Setsuna, but this one was near her neck. Izuku. I'm glad to see you girls too, but we're in the middle of the operation now, and you know what it means. Setsuna. Of course we know. Ibara. It's time for them to do their part. Pulling a radio out of her hair and turning it on. Ibara. It's time guys, do what you have to do. In another part of the forest. We can see a group of students where Shishida, Shinso, Jioru and Ryuko were. Shinso. Guys, what is that? Pointing to a place in the forest. Jiro. What the hell? Shishida. What? Ryuko. What's happening? Neither of them could finish since Shinso had used his quirk to make them follow his orders. Shinso. Do what I tell you and go to the mountain now. None of the three said anything about it and they went towards the mountain. In another part of the forest to a group of students. Those were Todoroki, Bakugo and Kasei. Todoroki turned around to see something behind the trees. Kasei. What's wrong Todoroki? The bicolor said nothing and quickly used his eyesight against them, managing to trap Kasei completely and Bakugo by the legs and arms. Bakugo. What the hell are you doing? Izuku. It's time to end all this and this farce. In the forest hospital we can see how Magni and Spinner had arrived in front of all the heroes and students who were there, but having Lita's Nomu as a companion, being recognized by their companions. Izuku. It's time for all of you to be useful in our plans. In another part of the forest we can see Toga in front of Uraraka and Tsuyu, stagnant with some knives that appeared under their arms. Izuku. The UA will finally fall before us. Elsewhere we can see Vlad King and Asawa on the ground, while Dabi and Twice were with clones and blue flames in their hands. Izuku. We will be the ones who command now. In the middle of the forest we can see how Mustard had a kendo in his hands and a Tetsutetsu on the ground with blood coming out of his head. Izuku. The age of heroes is over. On the mountain we can see how a child was next to a gentle criminal and his companion, La Brava, who met the child but told him that they would not do anything to him, only that he stay there while they went for the missing shelves. Izuku. Our era has arrived. Chapter 24. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 24. The Wild Hussycats Camp, the camp of heroes specialized in rescues from landslides and disasters different for each situation. Their camp had been requested by the UA as they asked them to allow their students to go train and further strengthen their quirks. Everything had been normal for everyone, spending hard training day after day to be the best heroes, making food, living together to improve their relationship between classes, and having fun too. Oh, that should be said in every situation, because in the ones they are not the ones initiated to say it. It was now nighttime inside the camp, you could see how the fire around it was spreading through the surrounding forest. Purple mist also surrounded it, which made the majority sleep. In the middle of the forest you could see how the three remaining members of the Pussycats, Mandalay, Pixie Bob and Tiger, were injured on the ground and unconscious, the culprits being Magni and Spinner, the latter of whom had turned into a giant and more muscular lizard. The same could not be said elsewhere in the forest. Shodo Todoroki and Hitachi Shinso had revealed their true intentions to their companions who were now in their hands, since they were with a league of villains, or rather they were with Cell. At the top of a mountain you could see how a gentle criminal and his brave companion were watching everything that was happening in the abyss, while next to them was a boy with a red cap who luckily seemed calm since they told him not to do anything to him as long as he didn't interfere in the matter. At the camp where the temporary student dormitories were, we can see how Izuku was there with Setsuna and Ibara. Izuku. What did you want, girls? Are you looking for here? Ibara. My new clothes. Izuku. What? Setsuna. So, Ibara decided to change her look to wear that heroine outfit. Izuku. Really? I thought you liked your suit. Ibara. Yes, but you're not the only one who can change style, right? Izuku. It's true, go, I'll be waiting for you. The Midoriya had returned to his human form and had only sat in a chair that was there. Mr. Cell, we have already captured all the students from Class A and B. Izuku had taken out a communicator that he had under his suit, listening to Gentle's voice on the other side. Izuku. Very well, take everyone to the center of everyone, except for Kitsuki Bakugo, leave that idiot alone in the forest. Gentle. Are you sure, sir? Izuku. Yes, now is not important at all, we have all the students. Gentle. We've also found a child, apparently he's a relative of Mandalay's, what do you want us to do with him? Izuku. Well, if he wants to come with us or leave him there, but don't do anything to him, we are not so ruthless as to kill a child. Gentle. Okay, sir. Izuku was about to put away the communicator, but at that moment. Lord Cell, I am Magni. Izuku, what's going on, sir? Magni. What do you want us to do with the pussycats? Izuku. Don't do anything, just leave them there, anyway the objective is already accomplished, surely the worms will eat them and that's it, the only property we have to look for is Ragdoll. Magni. Okay, sir. Izuku's mind. That's true, I better get rid of Eraser once and for all. Izuku. Dabi, are you there? Dabi. Yes sir, I'm here. Izuku. How is the situation with Vlad King and Eraserhead? Dabi. They are still standing in front of me and twice. Izuku. Okay, look, I need you to do this, maybe it could be unpleasant for Twicer for you. Dabi. What would that be? Izuku. Take out Eraserhead's eyes once and for all, that idiot is a complete nuisance, but now that I'm busy with something I can't go there. Dabi. Do you want him dead or did you just gouge out his eyes? Izuku. Do what you want, but I don't want to see that bastard without an eye, it doesn't matter if he's dead or alive, have fun. He cut off communication to sit back and get comfortable in his chair while his girlfriends were changing to leave and be done with it. The Dabi. The black-haired man was returning with Twice, who had the two teachers tied up and gagged on the floor, but also had Asawa blindfolded. Twice. What did Salsama say? What did that guy say? Dabi. Let's take care of our dear friend Eraser. Obviously referring to Asawa. Twice. Just him. What about the other one? Referring to Vlad King. Dabi. He will be one of the nomas we will make, after all, a sensei will always be with his students until the end. Asawa. Even if they kill us, there will always be more heroes to take care of all of you. Vlad King. They will make them pay for all this, sooner or later they will fall. Dabi. Twice, make the big guy shut up. The aforementioned listened and with a kick he knocked Vlad King unconscious and with some help from his clones, he began to take Vlad King away, leaving Dabi alone with Asawa. Dabi. It's a real shame Eraserhead, you won't be able to see your beloved students as nomas. Before Asawa could say anything, Dabi put his hand over her mouth. Dabi. Bye-bye Eraser. In another part of the forest. We can see Todoroki Shoto there, who was with a pillar of ice next to him, in which he had two frozen students, Kasei and Bakugo, the latter being conscious. Bakugo. What the hell are you doing, Todoroki? Trying to break free from the ice. Todoroki. Could you shut up? You're such a pain when you don't. He frees Kasei from the ice and grabs him by the leg, starting to walk away. Bakugo. Damn, I can't let this happen again. Releasing orange rays that surrounded him and destroyed the ice that held him. Todoroki. You really can't stay still for once. Bakugo. You'd better let go of the boy if you don't want him to do it by force. Shoto. Well, that's what you should tell him. Bakugo. Who? At that moment a tree had fallen behind Bakugo, who quickly turned around to find a green Nomu with multiple saws around him. Bakugo. Damn. On the other side of the forest. We can see how Toga was in front of some unconscious Uraraka and Seiya, who had some cuts on parts of their backs and chests, even some small cuts with some blood on their faces. Toga. Hahaha, they were incredible girls, they did give me problems, but they couldn't beat me, we would like to be friends, but that won't be possible, but I will still remember them well, hahaha. On the other side of the forest. We can see how Mustard was with some Tetsutetsu and Kendo in his smoke arms, because he was returning to the center of the camp to regroup. Mustard. Haha, this improvement of my quirk is incredible, it was really the best decision of my life to join the league. At that moment he met a group of students, those who were guarded by Yui Kadai and two students, and right behind them were Momoyoi Rozu with a waist. Mustard. This will be more fun than I thought. Being surrounded by smoke again that was directed at the students. But Izuku. He was still sitting waiting for his girls. Izuku's mind. I think everything is as it should be, I should call Kurogiri at once. Before he could follow the communicator, the bedroom doors had opened. Setsuna. Sorry for the delay. From there came Setsuna with a suit similar to the one she had before, only this one was completely dark green instead of blue. Izuku. Wow, you look amazing. seeing how some parts of her outfit highlighted her great figure, especially her butt. Izuku? Where is Ibara? Ibara? Here I am. When Izuku left, he was left with his eyes open, since Ibara had a very different suit. She was wearing a sleeveless black shirt with wristbands of the same color and a red skirt that showed off some of her legs in 4 parts, but what stood out most about her was that part of her thorny hair had some parts of red with a small tiara of the same color. Ibara? As I see, Izuku-kun. In a somewhat flirtatious tone that left the green-haired boy's mouth open. Izuku? Marry me. He accidentally let it slip and made Izara nervous about the proposal, making her pout because he didn't propose to her. Ibara? But we can't do it here, you could be somewhere more comfortable. Blushing and smiling at that. Izuku? Cough cough, well, we better go at once, everything must be ready. Setsuna? Yes, I think that would be best. Even with the pout on her face about that. At that time, Dabi and Twice had also arrived with Lad King. Izuku? Did they finish off Eraser? Twice. Of course boss, we already turned it into ashes. Dabi? Although before killing him I took out his eyes, I thought it could be useful for something like he said. Taking out of his pocket a jar where the eyes of the already deceased Asawa were, which now was just a bag of burnt and eyeless flesh. Izuku? Very well, keep it well, that will be useful to us. At that moment Shoto Todoroki had come from the trees with a brown-haired man that he had been dragging for a while. Izuku? Todoroki Shoto, it's a pleasure to meet you. Shoto? I guess you're a cell phone, right? Izuku? You're right. Shoto? Well, I hope you keep the deal they promised me. Setsuna? Yes, we will comply, just do what we said. Izuku? Well, it's time to go, I'll call Kurogiri so he doesn't get us out of here. But gentle and brave. We can see how the two mentioned were with some students from Class A and B along with Moonfish, since he requested help to finish off a crow boy and an octopus boy, but the crow was somewhat out of control. But with the help of Gentle and the Brave's Quirk, they were able to neutralize him, of course, also with Shinso who were along the way, and the zombies he brought, and the Nomu of Lita that served as bait thanks to its regeneration. Gentle? Good work, now we just have to wait for the signal from Cell-sama so we can leave. Sipping some tea he had stashed next to the Brava. Moonfish? Meat. Eating some of the meat that was on one of the octopus boy's hands. Shinso? How unpleasant. Taking a cigarette out of his pocket and understanding. The Bakugo. We can see how the red-haired boy was running with an arm at his elbow, which was dripping a lot of blood, I would even swear that arm was about to fall off due to the sudden movement. Bakugo. What the hell is that thing, I was only able to knock down one of its arms. Behind Bakugo you could see how the Nomu was running with the chainsaws on his sword spinning at great speed, but with some blood on one of them from the wound he made to the Pelissiniso. Bakugo. Buck the arm. Using 37% of one for all, he launched himself at that Nomu with all his might and gave a super punch to the Nomu's head, which, seeing the opportunity, also took advantage of it and ended up tearing off his left arm completely, but sending it flying into some trees. Bakugo couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground unconscious, with a huge amount of blood lost due to the loss of his arm and the force he used to send the Nomu flying. That Nomu still stood up since his wound was closing and began to approach little by little, seeing how Bakugo was on the ground without defending himself. Before your shutter gets close to your target. Nomu, come back now. It was Izuku's voice that had gone into the Nomu's head, which obeyed and began to walk back with its master. Just at that moment a black portal had appeared in front of the Nomu, but not only in front of him, but also where all the villains who were scattered throughout the camp were. Izuku. Time to go, let's go. Walking towards the portal with everyone who was with him behind him, while the others also did the same, taking the students and heroine they had captured. What they had left behind was a fire raging through the forest, purple fog as well, and 3 unconscious and injured members of the Pussycats, with only 1 student in danger of death, the loss of an arm, and massive bleeding. The 40 students from classes A and B of the first year. 35 kidnappings, 4 traitors to the villains and 1 in danger of death, 3 professional heroes out of combat, a missing heroine and a missing child. That news didn't take long to make the news all over Japan, and almost everything was in chaos because of the missing students. How could all of that have happened in a single night? At the same time, which didn't last a single day after that, the League was about to pull off one more coup than that. At the bar. We can see how everyone was gathered there, but this time with new members. In one part the League of Villains, the Shigaraki people. Elsewhere were Izuku's people. Those were Setsuna, Ibara, Shoto, Shinso, Gentle and the Brave. At that moment Izuku had arrived in his Nomu form along with Shigaraki. Izuku. Very well ladies and gentlemen, we are not just going to stop here, we are going to make one bigger than the one you told us at camp right now. Shigaraki. We're going to invade the UA. showing a plan that was on the wall with the UA plans, leaving everyone surprised and with a smile about it. Izuku. This will be the end of the UA and the heroes, destroying their greatest academy. Shigaraki. With this, everything will be in our hands. Izuku Tamura. We will win this battle once and for all. Chapter 25. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 25. The UA was almost in complete chaos. The students, upon learning of the kidnapping of the first years of classes A and B, the few teachers who were there, tried to calm the situation, which they succeeded, but now they did not know what to do. Director Nezu and the most important heroes of all Japan are not there, and with the security they have, it will not be enough to attack or defend themselves. The citizens were in a similar situation. They couldn't believe that the Hero Academy had suffered an attack like that, let alone the defeat of a group of professional heroes like the Pussycats. Ox had come to Japan to ask for help and take a fighter plane to get there faster for the others, also telling everyone everything he found out when he arrived, which is why he had to bring everyone to stop this whole league massacre. At the league bar. We can see how all the members of the league were having a lot of food, beers and soft drinks, having a party before going to attack the UA, since this attack on the camp was the best hit they have ever made. In one part of the bar you could see Izuku at the bar with his girls with their drinks. Izuku wanted to think about how he could start the attack, but that couldn't be done, since Itsuna and Obara were feeding his mouth some sushi they had prepared themselves. They too were taking advantage of every opportunity to be together, because the days without being without him were eternal for them, so they would take advantage of every second to be with him before the action. Shoto and Dabi would be on a piece of furniture together, one drinking a beer and the other a soda, each with a serious look while drinking at the same time. The brave woman was drinking and talking amicably in a toga, of course avoiding the blonde's knife while they spoke. Gentle and Compress talked like gentlemen over tea, getting along very well. Shinso was with Stain, Spinier and Stain, smoking while they talked, well, rather Stain was answering the questions of the two young men who were his admirers. The little Koda had gone to the laboratory where Melissa and Yuri were. Hoping that he could get used to his new home, since upon hearing the story about his parents, he tried to be kind to the boy by telling him how he took care of his parents' murder, hoping that he could gain his trust. Obviously, when going to the laboratory, the green-haired girls had to meet the blonde when leaving Koda there, so Izuku didn't escape a few scoldings and blows from the three girls. In the end, they managed to reach an agreement between them, but obviously Izuku had to compensate them after all. Izuku was happy to be with his girls, but also thinking about what he can do for the big hit that was coming, plus he had to see if he managed to get the sight of some above them who want to join. Satsuna. Izu-kun, how's our food? Izuku. Delicious, I've missed her meals for a long time. Obara. I'm glad to hear that, love, have another one. Shigaraki. Hahaha, remember this is our victory, since tomorrow first thing in the morning, the UA will be ours once and for all, before those pesky heroes come with all might. Izuku. It's true, we already have everything ready, I just need everyone at 100%. Todos. Yes Lord Cell Shigaraki. At that moment Shoto went to where Izuku and his girls were. Izuku. Tell me Todoroki, what was that what my girls promised you? Shoto. That you could take away my fire side and I would work for you loyally. Satsuna. Yes, that's how we convinced him. Izuku. Okay, come here. Standing up to switch his hand to Nomu's only. Izuku. Hold on a bit, it might hurt. Before Shoto could say anything, his face was taken by Izuku's hand and a light appeared where Shoto's face was, who was complaining a little about it. The others shuddered a little at that, as some of them felt that. It took a few seconds for it to finally end and when Shoto's face was released, revealing now that his hair was completely white but still with his scar on his eye. Izuku. Ready, now it only has the eye side completely, you will never need fire again, now your body is made to withstand low temperatures. Shoto. Much better. Watching as eye smoke was coming out of his hands. The now white-haired man went to where Dabi was, very happy to no longer have his fiery side. Obara. Fine, but now what will we do with Eraser's eyes? Looking at the jar where the dead hero's eyes were, while at the same time hugging Izuku's arm as he sat back down. Izuku. I already have an idea to do with them, but now is not the time to think about that, we have to celebrate. Everyone. Yes. Raising their glasses as they drank like there was no tomorrow. While the league was celebrating their flawless victory over the heroes, we focused on Mazatsu Central Hospital. Inside the hospital we can see how all the doctors and nurses were caring for heroes and people who were in the different rooms. But in one of the rooms you could see some nurses caring for the group of Pussycat's feline heroines. The only three members who were, Mandalay, Pixie Bob and Tiger, were in their beds with some casts on their arms, abdomen, head and legs. The three were not in the best condition when fighting against the giant reptilian man and Magni at the same time. Luckily, they were already conscious and were not in any danger, but someone was not as lucky as them. In another room we can see how Katsuki Bakugo was there, who was in a deep sleep connected to many machines around him. Right now he was bandaged all over his torso and some parts of his head and feet. The loss of his arm, plus the liters of blood he lost, caused him to fall into a coma for an indefinite period of time. They would just have to wait for him to come around. The outsiders, Bakugo was out of danger, but inside his mind it wasn't the same. In Bakugo's mind, we can see how everything was dark, but with a plane that made it stand upright, being a silver-colored floor. In that you could see how Bakugo was, the Kjell was standing with a large part of his body surrounded by darkness, leaving only his eyes and hands, but unable to walk or speak. Bakugo. Where am I? Looking around. So you're the ninth. The voice was present in the place, causing Bakugo to start turning around, looking for the person responsible for the voice. Bakugo. But who was he? Watching as different colored figures had appeared in front of him. Bakugo. What's going on? At that moment a white-haired man stood with his arm outstretched. Bakugo, out of pure instinct, tried to take her hand. Bakugo. Who are you? The next day. We can see how in the UA Academy, the academy where many young people go to become great heroes. Right now some were in the training yard on how to improve their quirks during combat time. Others were in class doing their math exercises like everyone else. Everything was calm as always, everyone was happy and calm in their studies and training. But without anyone knowing it, up in the sky the birds were singing and flying with great happiness. But at that moment some black portals had opened, many of which came out an army of gnomes at great speed on top of the UA building. At that moment, some marbles also began to fall on all sides of the UA, which quickly turned into giant blocks. A UA alarm had sounded throughout the academy, implying that it was under attack. The gnomes gradually emerged from the portals, both large and small, including those of Class A and B, who emerged one by one, led by the green chainsaw Nomu. In the laboratory, we can see how Izuku was there with his girls and the scientists, seeing how all the students from Class A and B were in the capsules, completely transforming into gnomes. Izuku. Doctor, how is the students' transformation going? Doctor. It's very good, maybe some are not complete, but they are wonderful for attacking the nail, I doubt anyone can beat them. Izuku. I'm glad to hear that. At that moment a glass had been hit, being Mina Ishido's, who was still conscious. Mina. Setsuna-chan, Ibara-chan, why are you with them? I thought we were friends. Ibara. Friends. Don't make me laugh. Mina. What? Ibara. We were never friends, it was an act to be able to destroy you from the inside, calling you friends, smiling at you, spending time with you, was the most disgusting thing I've ever done in my life, feeling your horrendous hugs and touching me was the most repulsive thing, I would never be with fools like you, but I have the rest of the league, especially him, I don't need anything else. Hugging Izuku's arm who was attentive to everything his religious girlfriend said, like the others who were there. Mina could only cry silently in her capsule as her body began to change. Ibara broke away from the hug to stand in front of the mind capsule, which still looked at her with tears in its eyes. Ibara. See you in the afterlife, Shy, Du-chan. The last thing Mina could hear when she was completely turned into a Nomu and sent through a portal to fight the UA. Ibara just smiled at that and turned around to just watch as everyone's eyes were on her. Ibara. What? Confused as she didn't know why they were looking at her like that. Izuku. Marry me. That word slipped out again unintentionally, earning him the attention of Setsuna and Melissa, who were just arriving, who were jealous, but managing to make Izuku steam from her ears. Doctor. Cough cough, well leaving aside Izuku's proposal, let's go with a quick attack. Everyone came to their senses to go to where the doctor was. Izuku. Well, I think it will be faster if we send Tamura and his people right away. Melissa. Can I go too? Setsuna. Are you sure, Melissa? Izuku. How was your Nomu transformation? Have you already mastered a few of your quirks? Melissa. Yes, I managed to master most of them, I'm sure I can handle it. Izuku. Esta bien iras, pero iras con Setsuna y Ibara. Ibara. It doesn't bother me. Setsuna. Finally, some action after so long. Pulling out a gun and a knife. Ibara. Time to dance. Izuku. Good luck, girls. The three of them had kissed Izuku before leaving, supposedly for good luck for them, something that he gladly accepted from each of them. Then the three of them left through the portal, when they arrived at the UA they could see the rest of the league. The girls wasted no time, and all began to attack all the robots, fighting students and heroes that remained along with the Nomus of Class A and B, with Vlad King Nomu. Setsuna wasn't going to waste the opportunity to kill all those idiots who always stared at her butt or tried to flirt with her during her days at the academy. The bar also felt the same as Setsuna, and putting her hands in the form of praying to the Lord, her vines came out of the ground, as if they were tentacles that took their prey and broke them into pieces. Setsuna quickly began shooting and slicing the faces of everyone in front of her and splitting their parts. Melissa was shooting and destroying part of the academy to spread terror. The league was also having fun killing and destroying every student and part of the academy like robots. Stain. Watch out, someone is coming. At that moment an octopus tentacle had grabbed the giant Spinneer by the foot, causing him to fall as he lost his balance. Magni. Spinneer. At that moment, a wave of energy had hit him full on, causing him to fly into some trees. Melissa. Who is it? At that moment 3 of his Nomus had been defeated by someone who passed through them without killing them. Setsuna. Damn, they're all 3 useless. Najire. Great, the 3 big villains. Melissa. Who are these? Ibarra. They are the strongest students here. Melissa. Well, I'll take care of them, you kill everyone. Tamaki. Do you really think they can take on all 3 of them at once? Melissa. Ha. At that moment, Melissa was surrounded by a pink aura, her appearance and her hair. Pink skin and white hair, red eyes with black pupils. Melissa. Come to me if you can. At that moment Najire had charged 60% of her energy wave, which headed towards Melissa, causing a powerful explosion where Melissa was. Najire. Give it. Tamaki. Good shot Najire, now let's go for. He couldn't finish as a ball of energy hit him full on, causing him to fall back a few meters. At that moment, Melissa appeared out of the smoke. Melissa. That wasn't bad at all, but it's not enough. Han all for one. We can see the villain number in his lair in his chair watching everything that was in the UA. Izuku, what do you think of my idea, sir? Next to Izuku was Shigaraki, who was waiting for orders from his master. Shigaraki. That's a good idea in my opinion. All for one. That's true, I think it's an excellent idea, I trust that you can take care of that, right Izuku? Izuku. I trust my lord. All for one. Tamura Shigaraki. Tamura. Yes, master. All for one. You and I are going for Gigantomachia, he will be a key piece for all of this. Shigaraki. As you say. Izuku. Good luck Tamura, see you at the UA. Taking his Nomu form to open a window and fly away at full speed in a specific direction. Tamura. Master, before we leave I would like to ask you a question. All for one. Of course, what is it about? Tamura. It's about the successor to his power. All for one. That was it. Tamura. It's not that I wanted to tell him that Izuku is more worthy of being his successor, he deserves the power more. One for all was surprised to hear his successor say such mature words, seeing how much his disciple had evolved. In central Japan. We can see all the cities going about their lives as peacefully as possible, unaware of what was happening on the other side of the city. Person 1. What is that? Person 2. Someone is coming. Everyone around pointed in a specific direction, supposedly where the city center was, since that area was being destroyed. At that moment, the figure of Izuku appeared, heading towards the World Television Broadcasting building. At that moment Izuku had reached the door of the building, being destroyed by the wind wave of Izuku himself. The people around had screamed in fright when they saw him enter as if nothing had happened. At that moment the guards and heroes present shot at him and attacked him with their quirks. Izuku hadn't even flinched from anyone's attacks, no matter if they were quirks or bullets. Izuku. You're so annoying, get out of the way. He unleashed a powerful wind blast towards everyone, killing them in two and filling the floors with blood. Izuku had walked again towards the reception where 2 young dates were. Midoriya had put his hand on the table to show that he wouldn't do anything to them, but unintentionally the table had cracked a little because of the power he had. Izuku. Good afternoon, I'm looking for a channel that broadcasts worldwide. Do you know where it's located? Secretary, on the top floor sir. Izuku, thank you very much miss. At that moment Izuku began to fly up to reach the top floor of the building, destroying the floors above him. But the heroes. We can see all the major heroes along with Principal Nezu on the plane that was taking them back to Japan. Nezu. I hope everything goes well, my robots and the heroes at the academy will be able to resist. Almight. Don't worry Director Nezu, you'll see that everything will be fine, after all there's Asawa and the students. Mirko. What the hell? Shouting and calling the attention of everyone there. Endeavor. What's wrong, Bunny? Ryukyu. What's with that roomy scream? Mirko. Watch TV. Everyone had arrived to see what Mirko's scream was due to, and when they all arrived, they saw on the television that was on the wall. At that moment everyone could see how in the middle of the cooking program the table with the cooks had flown away, allowing us to see how a cell had come out of the floor and was going even higher. Genist. Change the channel. Mirko did what was requested and the same thing had happened on another channel. And in another, and in another, and so it went on all the channels that were involved in the global broadcast. Endeavor. This thing is getting worse. He was angry as the fire around him grew as he watched television. In Japan. We can see how in the news program they were talking about the situation the UA was in. But at that moment the floor had been destroyed, revealing Izuku coming out. Interviewer. Who are you? At that moment he had been taken by the neck. Izuku. I have a question to ask, is this the World Transition newscast? Squeezing his neck a little to remove some air and then releasing it. Interviewer. Yes, that's right, call security and heroes quickly. At that moment Izuku had shot an energy beam at him, killing him and spreading the blood from his exploded body. Izuku. Good day to all of you ladies and gentlemen, I come here to give all of you and the heroes a very important announcement. As you can see I have taken some time away from this television station to be able to talk to you. First and foremost, this is a warning to all those who love peace and quiet, especially to all the heroes who are watching us. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Midoriya Izuku, or better known as the Villain Cell, and I'm sure everyone remembers that incident. But I'm sure you remember my fight against Mount Lady in my dragon form, or maybe about the great disappearances of heroes and villains, in which only their clothes were found, but that was only a series of transformations, which needed large amounts of vital energy, but that will no longer be necessary to have more energy, since thanks to that I achieved this power and the form that I have. I thank each and every one of those people who sacrificed their lives, but don't be afraid anymore, I don't need more energy. I've come here to give you the notice that I, along with the entire League of Villains, have decided to make the Cell Games, being like a kind of fighting tournament. The place where this interesting tournament will be held is the UA Hero Academy, well I'll say former Hero Academy, since right now my friends will have already taken care of that place. That last thing had surprised everyone, the UA had been attacked and destroyed. Izuku. Within a week at the most, everything will be ready for the tournament. This will be something similar to team battles. You heroes can come in groups as many as you want, since you will face me and the other representatives of the villains. In a week we'll be completely neutral, as we'll be preparing everything for the tournament. Our intention is not to wipe out all people. On the contrary, we want to create a better world, but that will only be resolved when we have absolute control over everything. But if you try to escape, it will be impossible, since we have hacked all the systems, and an enormous guard is waiting for orders to attack those who try to leave the country. Heroes who try to attack the UA where we are will be completely eliminated for breaking the rules. When the week is over, we will be gladly waiting for them to start the Cell Games. At that moment Izuku pointed his hand behind him and launched a powerful ball of energy that destroyed the wall and most of the nearby buildings, accompanied by a large explosion. Izuku. Unless they want to end up like that. People in the study were so scared that some fainted. Izuku. Well, I'll be waiting for you at the tournament. Flying out to go to the UA and see the result of everything. Chapter 26. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 26. After Izuku has publicly declared war on all the heroes of Japan to participate in a tournament where they would fight against the entire League of Villains in the territories of the now destroyed UA Hero Academy. In addition to declaring that he is Izuku Midoriya, that Quirkless boy who was reported missing a long time ago, on that day where his red shoes were found in a building. Not to mention the huge impact they all had on those who knew that name. The nearest heroes along with the police tried to stop Izuku from reaching the UA, which had been useless since Midoriya had annihilated everyone with a single attack, but luckily he had not harmed any civilians nearby. At the moment, we can see how Izuku was flying in the sky with a serious look after fighting against some low-class heroes who tried to stop him from breaking into the television studios. Izuku's mind. Gosh, those idiots just made me dirty, I can't believe they thought they could do something against me. Taking out some blood that was on his head and hands that quickly disappeared with a little fire. Izuku. Well, now we just have to go to the UA and see how everything ended, I hope you didn't have any problems. Flying faster to get to see the academy he once wanted to enter. At the UA. We can see how everything was a mess, no matter how you look at it. The main building of the academy was in ruins. Much of it could be seen to be burned with several pieces of broken glass falling as it did not have a well-balanced surface. Inside the building, one could see that all the classrooms for different courses were in a deplorable state. Chairs burned or destroyed into pieces. Desks were almost destroyed and with some blood on each one, you could even see how some parts of some students or nomes had been mutilated. The walls were broken, so the schoolyard's expedient could be seen. The rest of the campus was in chaos. You could see how everything was a mess, holes and craters with light curtains of dust around them. Burned trees, cut trees, and others with bodies on top of or underneath them. On the ground you could see how all the heroes, robots and students of the UA Academy were dead, destroyed and others on the ground unconscious with severe injuries, missing limbs that were not there, like arms, legs or even with their heads or stomachs open, leaving part of their insides visible, like their brains, parts of their skulls, kidneys and livers scattered on the ground. Some nomas that were there were of class A and B, which were eating some corpses that were on the ground. Around the place you could see how the members of the League of Villains and the group of Cell were there, who were taking breaths and others helping each other to stand up due to the hard fight, the most problematic being the robots they had and the teachers they had. They even managed to take down Spyro Stain, but thanks to Shinso and Shodo, they managed to counter them and finish them off in the end. In the midst of all that desire, you could see Melissa in her Noma form, having Setsuna and Obara by her side, who had huge smiles on their faces, and that was because on the ground below them were the big three, who were completely defeated by them. Najire was with part of her suit and skin very burned and some cuts on her face, hands and legs, a very pitiful state, since one of her arms had been torn off by Obara, taking away and exterminated of utmost importance. Tamaki was in a similar state. He was covered in blood from head to toe, no matter how you look at it, since he was the one who suffered the most from the cuts from Obara's vines and Setsuna's knife, not counting the low and high temperatures he suffered from Melissa, who played with the poor blue-haired man's temperature to almost kill him, not counting the times she used her energy beams, piercing them again and again in his shoulders and feet. Finally, Lemillion. He was the one in a more critical condition than his companions. The leader of the big three was missing an eye, the right one, a leg and 3 fingers on his right hand, a piece of his abdomen opened, bathed in blood from himself, and some aspirants and heroes fallen in battle. Melissa. And to think that just a few moments ago you three managed to really hurt me, you even managed to cut off my arm, but it was no use thanks to my regeneration. Setsuna. I can't believe that idiots like you have been declared as the strongest students, an impulsive one who acts like a ridiculous child, a stupid idiot who gets nervous with simple eye contact, and you. Pointing to Mirio who was on the ground, with Melissa's foot on his chest to cause him pain. Melissa. The idiot who thought he was supposed to save a million, but now he looks around you, hero, all the students and heroes fallen in front of your eyes, those students who were turned into nomas and attacked without any mercy. Obara. There's nothing you can do against us anymore, the League has taken control of the UA. Setsuna. The heroes and you were defeated by our power. Melissa. You have failed. Headbutting Mirio, he knocked him unconscious while blood dripped from his broken nose. Mirio's mind. All migs sir forgive me, I couldn't do anything, I couldn't protect anyone, I couldn't save them, I'm sorry. Losing consciousness as Melissa removed her foot from him. Setsuna. Well, we wait for sensei, what do we do with these three? Melissa. I'll turn them into Nomu, at least they won't serve as pets. Obara. Sounds good to me. Setsuna. Let's go see how the others are. Turning around to go with the rest of her companions, she was followed by Melissa and Obara, the latter of whom was dragging the 3 older ones who were unconscious, not caring about their open wounds. Melissa. How is everyone? Looking at the others who were healing their wounds, others sitting while drinking water, and some just looking at the result of their great work while the nomas they had were around them quietly, waiting for orders, and others eating some corpses that were nearby. Stain. We're fine, only Dabi, Magni and Toga are hurt. Toga. Damn, that damn mangy dog managed to hurt my shoulder and ruin my favorite sweater. Twice. But it was the only one you had, is it? Turn out, what will you do? Dabi. I just have some blood in my ears, that bastard Present Mick was annoying, thank goodness I burned him. Magni. I only had problems with that stupid 13, but thanks to Shodo, we were able to finish her off. Shodo. But what about them? Pointing at the 3 big ones that were being dragged by the Obara vines. Obara. Don't worry, they'll just be our new nomas. Melissa had returned to her human form as she took out a communicator. Toga. What are you going to do? Melissa. Call Izuku and Tamura to tell them that the UA is already under our control. That's not necessary. They all turned around to find All for One, who had not come alone, as he was with Tamura. Villains. Teacher. The nomas had knelt upon seeing their lord. All for One. I see you did a great job, well done. Tamura. What a beautiful view. Looking around where all the dead and devoured bodies were and the great destruction of the entire school. At that moment in the sky someone had arrived, being Izuku, who came from the television studios. Izuku. Wow, what a beautiful view, and to think that this place would one day be where I wanted to be. When he looked down he could see that they were all together there, he went down to stand in front of everyone. Izuku. Hey guys, I see you did great. Smiling as he watched Setsuna throw herself at him to start hugging him. All for One. He's right, everyone did a great job, congratulations. Spinneer. Thank you sir. Mr. Compress, it is an honor to receive your compliments, sir. Stain. I felt like having a drink. All for one. Before that, there is a very important announcement that everyone needs to know. Abi. What is it about? All for one. I'll explain it to you. Change of scene. We can see how in a hospital room was Katsuki Bakugo, who was asleep in his bed, still not waking up from the coma he was in, but what nobody knew was that inside his mind he was having a mental debate. It wasn't his mind, but rather the core of One for All. Inside it you could see how there was Bakugo, who was surrounded by a black aura, while in front of him were the bearers of One for All, seeing from the 1st to the 7th, in addition to the golden aura that was of Almight. Bakugo could only listen, but not speak, and nod at the request made by the bearers. First wielder. Listen Bakugo Katsuki, in front of us you are not a worthy wielder, the 8th made a bad decision by giving you the power. Bakugo could only nod at that while bowing his head, after all they could see his memories. Even though he wanted to redeem himself at this point, they knew it was too late, but they could only trust him. Nana. Toshinori made a bad choice, but since we have no other choice, due to the great threat of All for One in Cell, we will entrust you with all of our quirks, so you can face All for One. First bearer. But once all this is over, you'll hand over the One for All to someone else, is that clear? Bakugo could only nod at that, and not deny it, he is not worthy, nor does he deserve One for All. First bearer. Since everything has already been agreed upon, you can now go, Bakugo Katsuki. At that moment Bakugo had closed his eyes again and then opened them, since now he could see the ceiling of the hospital room where he was. Bakugo was breathing heavily as he analyzed the place where he was right now. He stood up a little to look around, seeing that he was alone in the room, but when he looked at his right hand, he could see how a small black thread had come out with an orange aura. Bakugo's mind. This is. At the UA. After All for One explained the plan he had in mind, thanks for Izuku. Everyone agreed with their leader's decision, after all, they were convinced that they were going to win this battle, after all they had the #1 villain on their side, and the strongest Nomu of all, and with their great mutant warrior, being that Gigantomachia who was going to be brought by Kurogiri to take him now to his new base, which would be the UA. After making that announcement they would keep their word and stay put. In the dormitories of Class A. We can see how in Yaoi Momo's former bedroom where Toga was, she was with Setsuna and Ibara. They and everyone else were exploring the whole island now that it was theirs, and no one could do anything to them. Their nomas were watching the edges of the academy in case of attacker approach of heroes. Toga. How do I look girls? Showing that she had a red kimono. Setsuna. You look good. While also trying on some of Yaoi Rozu's clothes that were in her room. Ibara. I have to admit, that silly Momo had a great sense of fashion. Setsuna. Well of course, after all she's rich and she was always talking about clothes and stuff. Toga. Wow, Ibara-san, you look beautiful. Looking at the Polinian who had a beautiful purple and dark green dress with a flower in her hair. Ibara. Thank you, I always wanted to wear this style. Setsuna. What do you girls say about mine? Ibara. It suits you, it suits you. Toga. Look, there's even more. In another room. We can see Spinneer and Mustard leaving the Mineta room with some magazines that he had saved. Spinneer. Wow, this kid was really sick. Mustard. You can say that, but you still have to burn some, look, there are even lawless, how disgusting. Spinneer. Dobby. With Magni and Gentle. We can see the aforementioned in Sato's room. Gentle. Wow, those cupcakes are delicious. Magni. And you can say that, even the tea I had saved is the best. Gentle. If you want to try the best tea, I have a package here. The brave one was in Kota's room, playing with the rabbits that were in the room. Abi and Shoto were walking around the entire academy while talking to each other about some things, in addition to taking advantage of these moments to recover this time between brothers. Melissa had gone with a doctor to be able to turn the 3 adults into nomas and at the same time to be able to see the children. Quick was looking at some of the musical instruments in Jiru's room, playing band to pass the time. Shinso was taking a short nap on the couch as he was a little sleepy. While at the same time Stain, Izuku, Tamura were in front of All for One, who was sitting in the chair that belonged to the director. Izuku. Master, would you give me permission to make the sand, I already have in mind what I can do. All for One. Okay, you can do it, if you need help, you can take some nomas. Izuku. Okay sensei. All for One. But first, I want to talk to you about something of utmost importance. Izuku. What is it about? Stain. Not to be rude, but what am I doing here? All for One. This is a topic of utmost importance, one that we adults need to talk about. Tamura. It's about the power of the master. Izuku. What's happening? All for One. I want you, Izuku, the perfect Nomu, to inherit my power. But that said, he made the two villains who were present stay in shock, less stupid since he made the proposal. Izuku. Yeah, I mean. Teacher, but. All for one. The one I suggested was Tamura. But that said, he made Izuku turn around to see Tamura. Izuku. But why? Tamura. You are more capable than me, Izuku. If it hadn't been for your strategies and the power you have, we wouldn't have gotten this far. I know I can't compare myself to you. You made me realize what I was missing to be a true leader. Even though I was the first, you are more worthy than me. Just saying that made Izuku, even Stain, who was speechless by such a statement. Stain's mind. He's matured, his ideals haven't changed that much, but seeing him that way, maybe I can respect him a little. Izuku. Tamura, I appreciate you trusting me for having that position, but I can't accept it, sensei, give the all for one to Tamura. Tamura. Puro Izuku. Izuku. No Tamura, maybe you and I have a big difference in all this, I am a very different all for one, so I reject it, it's all yours. Without further ado, Izuku turned around to leave the office, leaving everyone speechless with those words. Stain. Ha, that idiot really respects you, Tamura. All for one. There is no doubt that I chose well to have it, Tamura, to get closer. Tamura. Piro-sensei. All for one. You heard him, Tamura, he rejected him, don't make him regret it, you two are the best successors I could have had. But Izuku. He was calm as he climbed out a window, all the while thinking about all this. Izuku's mind. I'm sorry, but I can't accept it, sensei, I'm already satisfied with what I have, besides I want to gut that damn Almight and Bakugo, with my own power. He had come to a good place where there was a place with a good space. Izuku. Alright, time to get to work. Using one of his quirks to pull some clay out of the ground. Izuku. Very well, I think this big will be more than enough. Starting to form squares with his telekinesis and using fire to make them solid. Izuku. Very well, this one will be enough, then I can think of some decorations. On the other side of Japan. It could be seen how a plane had arrived in an area somewhat far from the city because they knew about the nomas that guarded the place. At that moment the hatch had opened, revealing all the heroes who had gone to confront Cell on that island. Almight. We finally arrived, it's time to end this once and for all. Izuku. Almight. We will be the ones who will win. Chapter 27. Izuku the Perfect Creation. Chapter 27. 2 days. It had been 2 days since the Cell tournament was announced, also confirming the information where the League of Villains had completely taken over the UA, thanks to a news helicopter that went to check, since the public needed to know everything that was happening. Everyone in their homes saw how the academy had been left, with nomas eating some of the leftover bodies of the fallen heroes and students. The bedrooms, which hadn't even been in use for a month, had several holes and a few burn marks that left some of their interiors visible. But what stood out most for all of them was seeing a very large combat platform, even larger than the sports festival platform. But it seemed strange to everyone, not seeing any of the members of the League of Villains present. The heroes wouldn't try anything about it, since L clearly said that if they remained neutral until the day of the tournament came, they would be neutral too, of course at least they didn't want any other civilian or hero casualties. In those 2 days All Might went to the hospital where Bakugo was and received the information that he was the only student to come out alive. Nezu, upon hearing how his students, his teachers, his academy, everything had disappeared, could only cry in helplessness. He was supposed to be one of the most intelligent beings, but he couldn't stand up to Cell and All for One's cunning and ingenuity at the same time. The heroes and All Might decided that they would take action on the matter when the deadline for the tournament to be held ended. Of course, the villains have an army of nomas, possibly some students who may still be alive that they can use as hostages, not to mention that the leader of the group is present with them. All Might didn't want to waste any more time, since once Bakugo woke up he was discharged, but with the lack of an arm that he lost in the attack on the camp. The blonde then apologized for not being present and helping the rest. Bakugo told him that this was not the time to apologize, as it was time to take one for all to a more advanced level. Since he told him that the bearers allowed him to use his quirks for battle, but on the condition that they would take away the OFA when everything is over. All Might knew that his teacher was very disappointed in him right now, since a large part of this whole mess is his fault, but he couldn't oppose the idea, he could only train with the young Bakugo to be ready, which he accepted. David, seeing this, told him that he could make a robotic arm for Bakugo, capable of resisting the power of One for All. Nezu and the rest of the remaining heroes could only prepare for the worst, but the mouse was the worst off, having just lost everything, since apart from his academy, what hurt him the most was the deaths of his students and all the teachers who stayed at the academy. At the moment. At the academy. We can see how Izuku was walking calmly through the corridors of the destroyed Hero Academy, having a slight smile while humming a song. He was just now clearing his mind since he had just built the cell phone gaming platform. He needed a break, although they would like to spend some time with their girlfriends, he had to do something about a tiny matter. Izuku had arrived at the Class A classroom, which was somewhat burned inside and had some holes that allowed the outside to be seen, but it wasn't too bad yet. At that moment Izuku let out a slight smile as he opened a portal from which a Nomu had emerged. The green-haired man showed a slight smile in front of the Nomu, who only growled waiting for orders from one of his masters. But he never expected that Izuku had taken out his tail, which was stuck in his neck, which began to absorb him. The Nomu's blue-black skin was slowly beginning to disappear, as was its eyes, which was decreasing, being seen by the green-haired man with a slight smile. It only took a few seconds for it to finish absorbing and hide its tail again. In front of him you could see a blonde boy who was dressed in somewhat shiny clothing. That was Aoyama from Class A, who was one of his first spies from All for One. When Midoriya found out from his teacher that this boy was also a quirkless, but this boy's parents made a deal with All for One to give him a quirk, but on the condition that he be their spy in the academy. This boy obviously did his job, but thanks to Izuku meeting Setsuna and Nobara, it was easier since they were more effective than him, since Aoyama still had doubts when it came to working, so at the camp, they had the mission to eliminate him, since after all he was no longer useful. Aoyama. What happened? Looking at his hands and touching his face in fear, because the only thing he remembered was that he was inside a capsule of a strange liquid, from there everything is blurry in his memories. When he raised his gaze he went completely pale, because in front of him was Izuku, who was looking at him with a slight smile. Aoyama. What are you going to do to me? Izuku. Relax, will you? I'm not going to kill you. Aoyama. What? Izuku. I know very well the role you played for the teacher, but since it was of little use, he asked us to kill you. At that last point, Aoyama began to tremble, thinking that it was the end of him, and was about to cry for not seeing his parents for the last time. Izuku. But, seeing how you still worked for us and didn't betray us, I'll be nice to you, just this once. Aoyama. What? He looked up with slight tears. Izuku. Well, you see, as they told me, you warned us about the camp, but since you weren't much help, you still remained on our side, but now that everything is in our favor, losing a Nomu like you doesn't affect us at all, so I'll allow you to go with your parents far from here. Aoyama. Really? Smiling at the hope that had just appeared, he could be away from this once and for all. Izuku. Of course, but you no longer have your quirk, since I took it away from you, just go far away from here with your parents, and don't even think about appearing before us. Appearing in front of him with some electric touches near his eyes, which scared the blonde because of it. Izuku. If you happen to talk to a hero who was related to us, don't doubt that I will go myself and feed my nomus, is that clear? Aoyama. Yes, sir. Izuku. Very well, right now some small nomus will take you to your parents, so they can go far away from here with new identities, so you can start a new life. A portal appearing behind them. Izuku. Go now. The blonde just bowed slightly to the green-haired man and entered the portal, which had closed once the blonde entered. Izuku just sighed at that, as he knew that he and his parents got into this for the sake of their son, so he could fulfill his dream. That reminded him a little of him and his mother, when she was the only person who supported him in his dream of being a hero. Izuku. I'm sure she would have done the same for me. The door had been opened, interrupting Izuku's thoughts, who quickly recovered to see the person responsible. Izuku. Setsuna-chan, what's wrong? Setsuna. Look who I found hiding, honey, bring her here. Behind her, the nomus of Shishida and Monoma had appeared, each holding a pink-haired girl in their arms, wearing an inventor's outfit. She was trying to break free from the grip of both nomus, which was useless because they were stronger than her. Izuku. Who is she? Setsuna. Her name is Mei Hatsume, she is a support corps student, she was the best of all in her course. Mei. Let me go now. Izuku. I think I know what you can do with her, take her to Melissa and the doctor, I'm sure they'll like a new companion. Opening a portal for the nomus to go to it with Mei in their arms. Izuku. Don't worry, girl, you like the plans we're working on, your talent will be very well received by us. The nomus and Mei had gone through the portal to go to the laboratory, leaving Setsuna and Izuku completely alone. Setsuna. Tell me, darling, what were you doing here alone? Izuku. It's nothing, I just had a few doubts in my head, I have someone to bring here. Setsuna. Who is love? Hugging the green-haired boy by the neck and beginning to caress his hair, at the same time she was held by her hips by her boyfriend. Izuku. I was just thinking about my mom, since I just revealed my identity to everyone, and I don't want them to go after her. Setsuna. You're right about that, honey. It's possible that some civilians might try to do something to him. Izuku was a little scared by that answer because she was right, because when you make a mistake. The green-haired girl, seeing her boyfriend's reaction, didn't hesitate to give him a kiss to calm him down because of course, if it were her mother she would be in the same danger. The kiss had worked because feeling the hug and how Izuku responded to the kiss made her happy, but what she never expected was that she was lifted in the air by Izuku, which began to raise the tone of the kiss, becoming more passionate, something that surprised her, but she liked. Izuku quickly took her to the teacher's desk to sit her down, but continuing with the French kiss he was having, but when he got on top of her, he began to get more daring, making Setsuna let out a few moans as she felt her breasts being touched. When the kiss ended, they were both taking a breath, but with slight blushes on their cheeks. Izuku. Thanks for cheering me up. Squeezing Setsuna's breast a little. Setsuna. I've always wanted to do it in a classroom. In a very hexual way, excited by the touching and kissing. Izuku. I will gladly grant that wish. Change of scene. With the heroes. We can see in a private training camp where Almight and Bakugo could be seen there, the latter already having his silver robotic arm with some orange lines. David, with the material he had nearby, was able to make a very strong arm, capable of withstanding Bakugo's one for all, but also thanks to some drones that he managed to bring to Japan, due to some codes that only he knew, they were able to bring a device in which a lot of work had been done, because it was especially for Almight. Bakugo had only 5 days to be able to learn a maximum percentage of something of one for all, to be able to fight against Izuku, and to be able to use the quirks of the other carriers decently, being for him, the black whips the most difficult to master. Bakugo was currently taking a slight break, as he just had a practice match against Ala, now having 48%, close to reaching 50%. He had seen his metallic hand, remembering the time he fought that special Nomu to which he lost, in addition to forming a fist. Since he remembered how that day he couldn't do anything because all his companions were kidnapped and now they were nomas who followed orders. Bakugo. I'll save them, I promise. With David and Almight. We can see the friends in a secluded room, feet were having a talk about something that could help in the battle. Almight. Are you sure this will work, David? Looking at the section he had in his hands that had a pentangular shape. David. Yes, it will work, Tashi. This machine is there so you can use it 100% and not have any problems when fighting. Almight. I will trust in you, David. David. But don't put it on yet, use it when you go there, it's better to save it for the moment. Almight. It's okay. David. Please Toshinori, bring my daughter back. Almight. Don't worry, David, I promise I will. Mind of All Might. Melissa, wait for me. The next day. 4 days before the tournament. This time we found ourselves in a departmental area, but this time a rather peculiar scene could be seen. Outside the departmental areas, a few cars of different types, the vast majority of them ordinary people and a few reporters who had arrived. All the owners of those cars were in front of a specific building and at the same time in a specific apartment. That house of Inko Midoriya, which was being surrounded by many reporters and people who were shouting to get out and show their faces. The others were there so that I could say a few words to the mother of that monster. Inko obviously hadn't left her house at all, because since those people had arrived she couldn't rest easy, they had even broken her windows with stones that had hateful messages on them. Right now the same people were shouting and throwing stones at the door, which was painted with various insults. Person 1. Get out of here, damn it. Person 2. You're that bastard's mother. Person 3. You deserve to die. Enough is enough. The scream had spread throughout the place, even shattering the eardrums and the surrounding glass. At that moment, footsteps were heard slowly approaching the building where everyone was. When they had all recovered, they had met the figure of the same cell phone, which had a face of few friends. Izuku stood in front of one of the guys who had a rock in his hands. Izuku. Get out of here. Giving him a blow that sent him flying several meters, causing him to crash into a wall. That scared everyone present, and only the camera allowed the others watching on television to see what was happening. Izuku turned around to see everyone else, only to show a smile and disappear from everyone's sight. Only screams of horror could be heard from everyone present, even the reporters who had dropped their cameras, but only allowed themselves to watch, as the blood fell and splashed all over her. Inko had heard all the screams outside her house. The green-haired girl had become very scared, thinking that something bad had happened or that it was the police, although that was impossible, since even threatening messages or calls were coming from the heroes or police officers themselves. Before he could think any further, he heard a key being inserted into the lock on his door and unlocking it and the knob turning, slowly opening the door. Midoriya thought that someone could have opened the door and with all the nerves in the world, he attracted some knives and things that were nearby with his quirk to be able to defend himself. When the door had fully opened, some light was revealed, illuminating the hallway. Mom, I'm home now. The voice that made Inko completely shocked and she dropped everything she had floating around her. In front of her was her son, her only son whom she loved with all her soul. He had returned and was in front of her after a long time at last. Inko? Son. Humming closer while crying, standing in front of him while stretching out her arms. Izuku. Hi mom, nice to see you. Hugging his mother with great joy, she couldn't help but smile, while tears fell from the enormous happiness of having her son present again next to her. Chapter 28. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 28. Right now we can observe an emblematic and emotional moment. Izuku Midoriya, the villain Nomu Cell, was hugging his mother, Inko Midoriya, who was crying on her son's shoulder with all the joy of her soul. His son had returned home, he couldn't be happier than ever. She had lost all her spirit when he had disappeared, she would even swear that her soul could leave at any moment, but now she was back in front of him, she felt like her joy was through the roof. Izuku could feel the same as his mother. The day he was going to jump off the building may have been the hardest decision of all. He knew that at that moment the only person who would cry for him would be his mother, he knew that it would be something very hard for her, but he knew that he would finally be able to stop worrying her so much. But now, after becoming a Nomu, being an ally of a small organization that is now the most powerful and largest of all, he never forgot his mother. Every day he always thought about her, her health, her financial and mental state were almost his daily bread. Although he can't show it now, he was very happy to be hugging his mother again. That feeling of nostalgia and joy was running through her body, not even with all the quirks in the world could she give him that unique feeling that her mother could give her when she hugged her. Izuku had broken the hug to Inko's face, who couldn't stop her tears. Izuku. I missed you so much, mom. With his hand drying his mother's tears. Inko. Son, I'm so glad to see you. Both green-haired men were like that for a while, until the scene changed. Now mother and son were at the table, both with plates of katsudon in front of them. Izuku took the chopsticks, but not before thanking for the food and proceeding to try, after so long, his mother's katsudon. Once he took a bite of his food, a huge wave of flavors invaded his taste buds. He had eaten katsudon in different places and by different people, but none of them could compare to the katsudon his mother made, she made the food have a unique flavor that he loved. Without him realizing it, a small tear had fallen from his eye as soon as he had the food in his mouth. Izuku. I missed your cooking so much, mom. Inko, hearing that from Izuku, couldn't help but smile. Inko. I'm glad son, come on, eat before it gets cold. The younger green-haired boy just nodded as he proceeded to eat again. The small snack between the two was silent but very pleasant because this was like those days when Izuku was a child. The younger Midoriya felt a great happiness inside him, both for seeing his mother again and for spending a good time with her like this again. It took a total of exactly 40 minutes for them to finish their food, leaving their plates empty. Inko stood with her head down, looking at her empty plate while moving her cutlery in circles, while Izuku looked seriously at his hands that were clasped together. Izuku. Mom, I know the situation we're in, but it's something I never wanted to involve you in, I didn't want you to get hurt. Inko. I know very well, son, I know very well that you are doing this out of revenge, but tell me, is there something I did wrong? Upon hearing this, the green-haired man stood up from his chair and, with all the strength in the world, hugged his mother, who was surprised by the act. Izuku. You didn't do anything wrong, mom. You don't have to blame yourself for something you didn't do. Crying as he heard his beloved mother's words, blaming himself for all the mess he made and because of some idiots who turned him into what he is now. Inko couldn't help but cry as she hugged her son again, tears streaming down her face. Izuku at the same time put a hand on Inko's forehead, which confused her, but then I could see everything that happened on the day of her supposed disappearance. The day Bakugo humiliated him, burned his hero analysis notebook, his insistence that he commit suicide, the day he voluntarily submitted to making a one-of-a-kind Nomu. The hits he pulled off with the League, how he got revenge on all those who made his life miserable. When he fell in love with his girlfriends, his trip to his island and the achievement of his perfection, until now. Inko was shocked by everything she had just seen, everything her son had gone through before that day. She knew about Bakugo's mentality, but she never expected him to be capable of going that far. Izuku. I know very well that what I did is unforgivable, but I've already come too far to stop. With her hair covering her eyes in a small shadow, while Inko had a look of astonishment at seeing all the memories that her son made her see. Izuku. I'll understand if you don't want to see me again after this, but I wanted to see you one last time because you're my mother. Turning around to head for the door and leave, as he thought his mother would be disappointed in him for everything he'd done so far. But before he could continue walking, he felt hands grab him by the sleeve of his suit, turning around to see his mother with her head down. Before Izuku could say anything, he could see his mother give him a big hug, leaving him speechless by this act. Inko. I don't care what path you chose, you're my son Izuku Midoriya, you can be a hero, you can be a villain and I wouldn't care, you're my son and I'm your mother, and I'll always support you in whatever you do. Maybe you've done unforgivable acts against many people, a mother's duty is to guide and support her son, but I couldn't do it, I only apologized and nothing else, I couldn't stop Bakugo's abuse and… She couldn't finish because Izuku couldn't help but hug her with slight tears on his face. She could no longer hide her emotionless mask. Hearing her mother say those harsh words that blamed herself for everything inside her tore her apart and tears couldn't stop her from flowing. Izuku. It's not your fault mom, thanks to you I had the best, but now this is what I am. At that moment a small knock was made on the door, which brought mother and son out of their sea of tears. Izuku. Mom, go inside, I'll take care of it. Inko. Yes, son. Once Inko entered the depths, Izuku took his Nomu form for combat, knowing full well that he killed people with cameras broadcasting live outside his house. Ready for combat, he grabbed the doorknob and swung it open with an energy ball in his right hand. But his face went blank because of his paleness, because in front of him were none other than his girlfriends. Babara, Setsuna and Melissa were just surprised to see how their boyfriend was going to react. Babara. Wow, even though we came all the way here to see you and your mother, you greet us like this. Grabbing Izuku by the side of his head and shaking him up and down. Setsuna. I'm sorry honey, they interrogated me after our meeting. Humming to her mind how after Izuku and her did that in the classroom, Ibara and Melissa had noticed her slight trembling in her legs. And clearly their doubts came to their minds, since Melissa could see Izuku in the distance somewhat sweaty, and both girls took Setsuna to her room and interrogated her, and forced her to say everything she did with him. Poor Setsuna couldn't stand it, because with Melissa tickling her and Ivara putting a lemon in her mouth and a dildo in her ass, she let out everything she did. At first it was more than obvious that they were upset with Setsuna for going ahead with Izuku, but they were also overcome with curiosity to be able to meet Izuku's mother. Well, they had already resolved that issue. Ibara had sent her parents far away from Japan, it was more than obvious that they were not going to accept her as she was, and even more so Izuku, so she only gave them a suitcase with a lot of money and told them that they could use it however they wanted, but that they were not to look for her again. In Setsuna's case it was something different, she only told her parents that she will not return home, since she was part of the League of Villains, and she only left them as Ibara and an incredible sum of money with some passports to go abroad, promising them that they will see each other again someday. Right now, her boyfriend and one of her most important leaders in the league was being pulled by Ibara and entering Midoriya's apartment. Izuku had returned to his normal form but was still being held by Ibara. Izuku. Mom, you can go out, I want you to meet some people. The green-haired girl had gone out to find her son being pulled by his hair by a hairy girl. But also a green-haired and blonde-haired girl. Before she could say anything, Setsuna quickly stood in front of her and took her hands to greet her. Setsuna. Nice to meet you Mrs. Inko, let me introduce myself. I'm Setsuna Togek, one of Izuku-kun's girlfriends. Inko. EA. Nice to meet you, my son told me about you. Melissa. Nice to meet you Mrs. Inko, my name is Melissa Shield. Ibara had left Izuku, who was complaining about the girl pulling him. Midoriya could see how his girls were presenting themselves to his mother, bringing a slight smile to her face. Izuku's mind. This is going to be a nice afternoon. So the rest of the day everyone was talking about how they met, their lives before they met, and how they joined the league. Inko may not have agreed with those actions, but she is glad that such beautiful and very considerate girls were with her son. Izuku had decided to send Inko to one of Afo's private islands. So that she can be in a calm place and not have to endure all the disaster that is to come. 3 days before the tournament. With the heroes. We can see all the top heroes and Director Nezu at the Endeavor Agency facilities. The latter was not in his usual spirits, he was like a dead man, and his usual smile had disappeared. Right now they were all having a very important meeting, since the heroes couldn't attack the UA, a long time ago an entire agency tried to stop them, but had been annihilated in just 1 hour by the entire league. In addition to receiving a full threat from Shigaraki that if they didn't fulfill the agreement before the tournament, they would suffer the consequences. So they decided, being the strongest heroes, to wait for the day of the games, since they had already chosen their representatives to fight, but also having a plan to capture everyone. In the training area of the Endeavor Agency, Bakugo and Almight were training. Almight was carrying the invention that David had given him, seeing if he could use one for all more than he could before. Bakugo, although he already had his robotic arm, also had a bracelet that had the same function as Almight's, giving him the opportunity to use one for all beyond its limits, but he had to be careful, since it did not have the same resistance as his armor, the Almight device, since it could break from an overload if he used it recklessly. Bakugo had been attacking at 67% of one for all, but thanks to the bracelet David gave him, he could reach 74%. The Polysoniso knew that very soon he would be about to give his all in perhaps his last fight against his former friend. Humming to his mind how Izuku had pierced Ida with his fist in front of him, being unable to do anything to avoid it. Bakugo's mind. Izuku, with what hurts the most in the soul, I'm sorry, but I myself will defeat you, I swear, for the sake of peace. 2 days before the tournament. On that day Izuku had finally formed his team and finished the combat arena. Also knowing Gigantomachia, which I accept as a great successor to All for One along with Tamura. Izuku would take advantage of the opportunity to help Tamura master the All for One quirks, also being a great training partner to help him improve as well. Those who were going to fight mainly were Izuku, Tamura, Gigantomachia, Dabi, Shodo, Ibara, Melissa, Satsuna, Shinso, Twice, Toga and Stain. All for One wasn't going to fight, he was just going to be a mere spectator with the rest of the league as his bodyguards because he trusted that his successors could win. But that was not all, for even that same day, the 8 precepts of death had arrived at the academy. Some thought they wanted to fight or take their power, but really it was to join them. Tasaki had remembered the words that Izuku had said to him that day when he confronted him. Although he didn't like the idea, he knew it was better to have the league as allies than to have them as enemies. Tasaki, Izuku, Tamura and Afo came to an alliance, in which the Yakuza would be with them, since having allies at this point was the best decision of all. Also, All for One had talked to Chisaki about his plan to use Eri to return people to a normal quirk-free world. The idea wasn't so bad, but that wouldn't solve anything, because just as a baby with a quirk appeared in China, sooner or later another one would appear in the world, and the era of quirks would return. So he should put all that great mind into something else to benefit his gang or now everyone in general. Tasaki was simply perplexed by this, since much of what Afo said was true, so why erase something that sooner or later would reappear? Izuku asked him that now he is with them, he would fight in the Cell Games, which Shisaki accepted, also including Rappa at his request who volunteered. 1 day before the tournament. Both sides spent that short time training to improve, in addition to giving each other some improvements. But the villains with the help of Izuku or the doctor. And the heroes thanks to their great understanding or help from David's shield. Until the day finally arrived. The heroes, as agreed, headed towards the UA to finish all this. But the few people who believed in them that they would win and end this whole nightmare. When they barely arrived at the academy area they already had an idea of everything. The trees were destroyed and burned with an ugly atmosphere, which was accompanied by fog. Everything was the opposite of what they remembered. They no longer felt that atmosphere of security and light. Once they arrived at the entrance of the academy, they only found the doors and walls with light blood stains and destroyed. Nomas looking down on them from the top, which made them angry, as some of those Nomas were students. Many can only bow their heads in silence for not having been able to help those young people and professionals who fell in battle much sooner. Among them was Bakugo, who had clenched his metal fist with some anger because he had just seen Kirishima Nomu even from a distance, looking at them with those lifeless eyes, no longer the enthusiastic and happy boy he had known. Almight had raised his hand to stop everyone from passing as they were in front of the combat arena. But it wasn't just that, he was also in the middle of the platform and it was the same cell phone. He turned around to see them and then a portal appeared behind him from which his companions who were going to fight alongside him against the heroes came out. By this time, a news helicopter had arrived to show the public everything, showing the 2 teams that were about to begin the action. Izuku. Welcome everyone, I'm glad you came, so we can start. To the Cell Games. Chapter 29. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 29. It was finally happening, the most awaited moment for all citizens and for heroes and villains too. The Cell Games tournament that was taking place at the former Hero Academy UA. The top heroes, some local heroes and a single student who was the only living student left from the UA. Standing in front of a large combat arena, even as they said, it was bigger than the sports festival arena itself. Above that arena, there were all the members of the league and part of the Yakuza. They all just had a mocking smile or a superior expression. All for One was inside the UA facilities, being in a wheelchair, having as bodyguards the rest of the league of villains such as Spinier, Magni, Mr. Compers, Mustard, Kurogiri, and the rest of the precepts of death. Because he gave the All for One to Tamura, he decided to take the rest he deserved. After so much work he did for years, he knew that his 2 successors could do a better job than him. In the sand. The first to step forward towards the heroes was Izuku, who was in his Nomu form, arms crossed and smiling, while being filmed by the reporters who had arrived in their helicopter, a female reporter and a male cameraman, being recorded live for everyone. Izuku. Welcome to the Cell Games, I'm glad you came, especially you Almight. The blonde didn't respond to that, he just clenched his fist while looking at Melissa, who just smiled at him and showed him the middle finger. Izuku. Before all the fights start I will tell you the rules, so that each side has a mutual advantage. Ryukyu. This gives me a bad feeling. SGnist. You're not the only one, let's just hope they're good. Izuku. They are simple, each team should choose their fighters, they can send them alone or a team of 2 at a time as they want to do it. If a fighter is losing his fight and receives external help from his team, the fighter and the one who helped him will be immediately annihilated, but he can also use any weapon or support that benefits them, as long as it is carried by the person before his fight. The fighter who has already fought and won his fight can retire to recover and fight again in the next fight if he wishes, and this is the last, and my favorite, the winner who has won his fight can choose the fate of the winner, such as letting him live or not, since death is allowed. That last thing left all the heroes and citizens completely frozen, because that was a very extreme demand, since that was something that was almost impossible for the heroes to do, since they were not good at killing. Izuku. And I don't care if you agree or not, because right now the tournament starts right now, you better start choosing your first fighter. Turning around so he could walk with the rest of his team to the other side of the arena. Those who were all watching from their televisions and talking about the rules they had just heard, as if they were absurd ideas. While the heroes were still dismayed by the rules already explained, what they saw in the arena was that only one person was standing. At that moment, at one end of the arena, a Nomu in an elegant suit used his quirk to appear at a small table with a microphone, being pointed at by the camera of the news cameraman and the reporter. Nomu. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the tournament that will decide the fate of Japan and the entire world, and the first participant on the part of the villains, is the hero killer Stain. But the villains? Izuku. Who was it that sent that Nomu as a commentator? Looking at his girlfriends and classmates who were shaking their heads and looking at each other, he found a Twice who was looking away, whistling with a nervousness that anyone could see. Izuku. Twice, do you want to give me an explanation? Looking at the aforementioned who was sweating profusely because it was his boss who asked him that. Twice. Well, the truth is, I thought it would be a good idea, since I said to myself, what kind of tournament doesn't have a commentator? And I asked the doc to give me one. Tamura. Sigh, well, what can you do, it's already done, besides it would be better than that stupid reporter over there. Izuku. Okay, let him stay there, so he can add more atmosphere to the action. Toga. Good luck, Stain. Ibara. I hope you fall that fast. But the heroes. We can see everyone talking to each other, seeing who would be the first to fight Stain. Almight. We have to be patient and strategic against all this, we can't make a reckless decision to send someone to foolishness. Endeavor and the others agreed with that, having a light chat, while Bakugo remained silent because he was not going to do or say something crazy like going first. He knew that this was very serious and it was better to wait for him to be chosen to go out while he looked around at his Nomus friends. Mirko. I'll go. Ryukyu. Mirko. Mirko. Don't worry, I know very well that going head on like I always do won't be the right thing to do. The only thing left for us to do is to follow their rules if we want to finish them off. With all of that, she left everyone speechless because that maturity was not something seen every day in her, knowing how impulsive she can be. Almight. Very well, Mirko-san, we trust you. Mirko. Sure, leave it to me. Taking a slight leap to step onto the sand with a smile while cracking his neck and knuckles. Nomu. And the first fighter of the heroes is the rabbit heroine Mirko. Number 5 in the top. The hero killer versus the bunny heroine. Mirko. Well, Stain, if you want to give up before you start. Stain. Shut up, bunny, I'm going to cut you into pieces and make a delicious stew. He pulled his swords from their sheaths and licked the edge of one. They both got into a fighting stance, Mirko with a serious expression and Stain with a lunatic smile. Nomu. Begin. Both launched an attack at such high speed that few could follow. Stain skillfully threw multiple knives at Mirko, who began to dodge them with some difficulty. Stain didn't want to wait for anything and launched himself with 2 of his swords. The rabbit kicked with great force, which Stain barely managed to dodge, but the murderer punched the rabbit in the face, which made her angry. In an unexpected move, Mirko threw a boxing right, which Stain received and took a few steps back, with a small drop of blood on his lips from the blow. Stain's mind. Shit, and I thought kicking was his only strong suit. The assassin quickly dodged Mirko's attack, who launched a spinning kick at Stain, but when he missed the kick, he caused the part where he attacked to be destroyed, showing how strong a simple kick can be. Stain. Not so fast. He threw his sword at Mirko, who kicked to deflect the sword but had to dodge Stain's knife in his hand. But quickly using his forearm he made the Stain drop his weapon and starting a light exchange of punches and kicks, being very evenly matched in that arena. But Mirko had a slight advantage in the fight as she was stronger than the killer. He decided to grab the rabbit by the forearm and before reacting, she had to lift her leg where Stain had thrown a punch, which was blocked by the heroine. But before she could react, her hand felt like some blood was on it. Stain took advantage of that moment to kick them in the stomach, followed by a strong punch to their face. The heroine had fallen to the ground from those blows, having a bruise mark on her face from that strong punch, not to mention a few less serious marks around her body. Stain having a similarity due to the dust and blows he received during the blow, especially his mask that had been sent flying a few moments ago. But what surprised the heroine the most was that a knife and a sword were coming out of Stain's hands. Stain. What's up, bunny? Why are you making that face? Did you see a dead person or something? Smiling as he watched the blood with some amusement. The heroes never knew what Stain's quirk was and now the assassin had the advantage in all of this for the rest of the fight. Licking the blood that was on the tip of the knife, which caused severe paralysis and made the rabbit fall to the ground. Mirko. What the buck? Trying to stand up, he felt like his body weighed a ton. Stain. Hahaha, sorry bunny, but thanks to sell you all for one, I have a new quirk, which allows me to create any sharp weapon. It is similar to the girl, I think it's a class A, nah I don't mind remembering her name, but it is similar. The other thing is that they managed to improve my quirk, I no longer have a time limit and blood type is no longer a limitation for me. Taking and making turns with his sword and knife, under the gaze of a Mirko who was somewhat serious and annoyed. The heroes who watched this from afar, even Hawks himself, tried to go help his friend, but he had been stopped by a group of Nomu who stood in the way. Izuku. If you happen to do something Hawks. Satsuna. The rules had been very clear, so you better stay put unless you want to be Nomu food. Hawks. You are a. Ah. The heart-rending scream had been heard throughout the place, and that was because an arm had been abruptly cut off, releasing a huge amount of blood that painted the floor of the arena. Stain. Oh, what bad luck, I only wanted the wrist part, but it seems I overdid it, let's see how it goes with the leg. Throwing a slash at Mirko again, but this time it was more rude, cutting the heroine's right leg, who was screaming in pain as she felt another of her limbs being cut off by the cold blade of Stain's sword. Stain. You know, I think I was a little rude to you, I think it's better to use my hands this time. Starting to hit Mirko very roughly, who couldn't move due to Stain's quirk. They could all see how Mirko, one of the strongest heroines, was receiving the worst beating of his life, even though he tried his best to stand up, he couldn't. The heroine was slowly losing all her strength from the blows and being bathed in her own blood and even more so with her severed parts. His will told him to get up and keep fighting until the last moment, but his body weighed a ton. One last blow to her ribs to leave her aside with many blow marks on her face and blood around it too. Nomu. And so the hero killer Stain takes victory in his fight, the first fight for the villains, but now, what decision will Stain make to end the battle? Toga. Come on, cut off his head. Abi. I think it's best to let her bleed to death. Izuku. It's your decision Stain, you can let her live or kill her. Stain just showed a smile as he licked his sword under the gaze of a terrified Mirko. Mirko? Wait. It fell on the ground fell the head of the rabid heroine Mirko being decapitated by Stain's sword. All the heroes and citizens who saw the fall of one of their heroes were left speechless. Nomu. The first victory of the Cell tournament goes to the League of Villains. The same league and Noma celebrated the first victory given by Stain, while on the side of the Ryukyu heroes she covered her face while falling to the ground crying, her best friend had just died in front of her. Hawks who was in front of her giving her the sword while clenching his fists in anger, first Deadshot and now Mirko. This is a damn joke. Stain just showed them all a smile as he licked the blood of the already deceased heroine, giving himself the vileness to go with the rest of his companions, without expecting a flare of fire to go against him. But a wall of ice stood in front to stop the attack. The causers of both attacks were Endeavor himself and Shoto Todoroki, who looked at each other, Shoto with enormous hatred and Enji with severity. Izuku. Wow, I didn't know you were so anxious Enji, are you interested in being the next one to go out? Nomu. This is amazing, Endeavor will be the next hero to leave, but let's just wait a few moments for the body to be brought out. Before Hawks could use his wings to bring his friend's body with him, a huge flare of blue fire appeared above the body, burning it along with the winged hero's wings. Abi. I'm tired of waiting, I don't want to miss this opportunity to kill Endeavor. Tamura. Do you want to calm down bitch? Izuku. Come on Abi, don't be like that. What do you think if you go with Shoto, but yes, you'll have to impress me, is that clear? Abi. You won't have any problem with that with me, right Shoto? Shoto. That's right, I don't plan on wasting this opportunity. They had both bumped fists as they stepped onto the sand, Shoto with some ice on his left hand and Dabi with some fire on his blue side. Nomu. On the side of the League of Villains are none other than Shoto Todoroki and Dabi versus number 2 Endeavor. Endeavor stepped onto the arena without waiting for others to say anything about it. Nomu. This is going to be a hot fight, fighters ready. Let's fight. In a psychiatric hospital, a white-haired girl was standing next to a white-haired boy and a girl with white hair with slight red spots around it. They were the rest of the Todoroki family, Natsuo Todoroki, Fayumi Todoroki and Rei Todoroki, the latter being Enji's wife and Shoto's mother. Seeing her brother and father about to fight was something that hurt them, but Rei was having a familiar feeling towards the burnt black-haired man who was next to Shoto. In the sand. The now white-haired man did not want to wait any longer and threw a large pillar of ice towards his enemy who was his own father. Enji, seeing this, launched a powerful flare of fire at the ice, destroying it with a single attack, but he didn't expect a flare of blue fire to go against it. Dabi, seeing that, had smiled a little, but what he didn't expect was that his fire would be completely expanded to the surroundings by Endeavor's control of the flames. The hero finally became serious and launched into the attack with an angry expression on his face. Dabi and Shoto, seeing that he was approaching, decided to separate to take more space around the arena and take advantage of its large size to their advantage. Enji, seeing that, decided to go first for his youngest son who was sliding with his ice and decided to throw another pile of ice at his father. Enji. I can't believe how far you've fallen, Shoto, I'm very disappointed in you. Shoto. Shut up. You have no right to rule me anything after everything you did to our own family. Launched this time and to the surprise of Enji himself, some ice spears were placed next to Shoto, who were levitating next to him and were launched against the fire hero. Enji. But what? Moving quickly to dodge the ice spears that came in, they had to take a powerful blast on their knees from Dabi who was at the other end of the arena. Shoto. Surely you're wondering how I can do it right. Well, I have to thank Cell for that, he was able to take away my fire side, but also giving me a great improvement over my ice side, even being able to create ice weapons, as if they were formed by telekinesis. Using his ice side again, but this time he had formed an ice phoenix, leaving the Retid speechless. Dabi took advantage of the hero's moment of distraction to get behind him and put both hands on his back, being seen by the Retid. Dabi. Surprise. The powerful wave of fire sent Endeavor flying towards Shoto, who sent his ice phoenix towards the hero in great anger. Seeing this, Enji could only increase his flames to the maximum to reduce the damage from the phoenix, which barely connected with him and felt great pain and a huge layer of steam. Izuku, who saw everything from afar, was smiling because he knew that taking away Shoto's fire was a very bad thing, but increasing his ice quirk to a level like that was more than enough to compensate for it because the white-haired man always had a great talent in using his ice. Dabi also had a great improvement since altering his body to be able to increase the fire was something very beneficial to such extremes so as not to die from his own fire. The other members of the Todoroki family who saw all this were scared because their brother was about to kill his own father. In the sand. On the ground was the same Endeavor, which was injured by many burns and scratches from the attacks of both. Dabi. Go effort, you don't look very good, it's really pitiful, don't you think, Shoto? Shoto. You're right, just seeing you like this is a complete embarrassment, well, I can't care about that anymore. Endeavor. Shoto, why? Why are you now next to a damn villain? Dabi. Villain, Dabi. Can you stop calling me that? Taking a light bottle of alcohol to put it in his hair, letting everyone see how Dabi's black hair was turning white. Dabi. I have such a pretty name, and it's Tuya. Even with this appearance I thought my own family members would recognize me. This light revelation left the heroes, the spectators, the Endeavor itself, and the members of the Todoroki family speechless. Dabi. Ha 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 ha, what's wrong, Dad? Don't tell me that the past you try so hard to bury terrifies you. Endeavor didn't say anything because he was in shock, his eldest son who he thought was dead was in front of him. The villains were also surprised by this revelation. Tamura. I dare say I didn't even expect this. Toga. Neither do I. Twice. Me neither. Ibara. If I had had such a revelation, we would have taken advantage of it long ago. Izuku. Well, there's nothing we can do about it, but this is already getting very entertaining. In the sand. Dabi. Tell me, did you think that continuing in your future would be able to redeem yourself, right? Well, now I'll show you. Haha. The past cannot be extinguished. What is done here is paid for here. Let's go down together. Enji Todoroki, come dance with your son in hell. Without the fire hero being able to do anything to defend himself from all this, Shoto and his older brother launched their best attacks. Being first pierced by spikes of spikes and then being completely burned in the flames of Tuya. I'm sorry. The last words of Enji Todoroki, the number 2 hero, Endeavor, had died at the hands of his own children. Being completely consumed in flames to leave only ashes on the ground. Nomu. The hero of Endeavor has died, the winners are the Todoroki brothers. Shodo. Well done brother. Tuya. You too, he's finally dead, I feel a great peace now. Shodo. We'd better go and rest, I have no reason to continue fighting in this tournament. Tuya. Maybe you're right, come on. Both brothers went to where their companions were, being congratulated by all of them. But the heroes. Almight. Damn, Endeavor. Clenching his hands in frustration at the death of his friend and rival. Bakugo. This is getting out of hand. Genist. We know, kid, this is something we never thought we'd see. Kamuyo. I'll go this time. Genist. No, I'll go. Mount Lady. What? Are you crazy? Great Orca. Genist, are you sure what you're saying? Genist. At this point it's hard to say who will go, our opponents are very powerful, we knew the risk would be too much. Without saying anything else, he began to climb the platform with a firm step under the watchful eyes of his companions. But the villains. Setsuna. Next up is Genist, this one is tough. Belissa. Maybe I can go. Rappa. Oh come on, I want to fight. Tasaki. No rapping this time, even if you want to go, that hero is in a higher league than you. Rappa. Whatever you say, boss, I hope I can go next time. I'm very excited after seeing the previous 2 and I want to go. Ibara. I'll go. Izuku. Are you sure Ibara? Returning to his human form, since he wasn't going to fight yet, he worried about his girlfriend. Ibara. Of course, you don't have to worry, love. I'll take care of myself. Giving Izuku a kiss, she smiled at him and stepped onto the sand. Nomu. Next to enter the battle arena are Genist, the number 4 hero, versus one of Cell Sama's girlfriends, Poisonous Herb. Izuku. Poisonous Herb. Setsuna. She wanted to change her name because she said it didn't fit her appearance. Toga. Well, it really suits her. Belissa. I hope the improvement I gave you can be effective. Izuku. Did you give him an upgrade? Tamura. What kind? Belissa. You'll see it soon. In the sand. Nomu. Fighters ready. Let's fight. Both quickly used their quirks at great speed, Ibara with her vines and Genist with the threads of her clothes. As expected, the hero's threads were somewhat stronger than the girl's vines, but just having an advantage in that would be enough. The girl had discreetly sent a few vines underground while keeping the hero busy since she knew well that Genist could only use his threads from his clothes, so she could take advantage of that because the more he uses his quirk, his clothes will wear out. But the vines would appear behind him, about to catch him but being quickly cut off, leaving him on the ground. Ibara. I see that this will be somewhat complicated. Releasing more vines from her hair to spread throughout the arena. Genist's mind. This girl's quirk would have been very useful for rescue, it's a shame it's being used this way. Trying to use more of his own clothing threads to cut the girl's vines faster. Ibara. Let's see what you think about this. Surrounding his left arm completely with vines and pointing towards the hero and all the sharp points against Genist. At that, the hero was speechless, and when he was about to move to the side, he had been grabbed by his feet with some force, and when he looked down, he could see that it was the vines that had been cut by him. The blonde, seeing that he couldn't move, decided to cut what he could. Managing to cut off most of it but having some friction that drew some blood. Ibara. I see you've lived up to your reputation, but I hope you can hold out longer. Genist. What do you mean? Before he could continue speaking he could smell some kind of gas coming from the cut vines. Genist. What is this? Ibara. A small improvement that I managed to obtain by evolving my quirk, I was able to make my vines release spores, but do you know what kind of spores? Thanks to the mushrooms of a mushroom girl from the students, but this one is poisonous to the person themselves, and you know what else? Very flammable. Taking a lighter out of her neckline and starting to light it. Genist was going to use his threads to grab the girl and prevent him from being burned, but he was quickly grabbed by more vines in his arms with great force, to the point where blood began to come out. The smoke grew closer and closer to the hero, which brought a smile to the girl's face, which made Izuku feel proud. Ibara. Bebe hero. Before she could throw the lighter, a piece of the hero's thread shot towards her at high speed. And all that could be seen was a large splash of blood staining Ibara and the ground, as part of his torso had been cut by the hero's threads. But causing the lighter to fall to the ground and completely ignite the hero along with all the smoke and vines, who let out a loud scream of pain. Ibara placed her hands on the wound, it wasn't too deep, but the blood loss was severe. Nomu. The winner is Poisonous Weed. For many it was more than obvious that Ibara had won the fight since Best Jeanist was being burned alive and being surrounded by many vines and flammable smoke he would not come out alive. Before she fell to the ground, she could feel arms holding her and lifting her up. That was Izuku, who was carefully carrying her while a green aura surrounded her completely, healing her wounds from the fight. Izuku. Very good Ibara, you did very well. Before he could continue, he had created an energy barrier to prevent some threads from attacking him. When he turned his gaze slightly, he could see that Best Jeanist himself was on the ground, crawling vigorously. Izuku. I see you guys never tire of bothering me. Being surrounded by red rays, he fired a light beam of energy from his finger that instantly killed the dying hero. Izuku. Before you tell me something All Might, you more than anyone knew that he was about to die, at least Recovery Girl has all the equipment she needs for that kind of situation. Looking at each hero, I knew that each of them could claim any mistake to try to cancel it out and prevent further death. Izuku just led them to where the others were, placing Ibara next to Setsuna and Melissa. He may not show it to anyone, but Tamura already knew he was upset, seeing one of his girlfriends hurt like that wasn't going to allow it, and he knew what to do now. Before anyone could say anything, even the Nomu reporting everything was surprised as Izuku stepped onto the sand and walked towards the center. Izuku. I'll be the next to fight. Chapter 30. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 30. The atmosphere in the room was very heavy and tense. Well, Izuku Midoriya, the villain cell and the most important leader of the League of Villains and organizer of the tournament, was standing on the side of the combat arena. He declared that he would be the next to fight on the side of the villains. He was now with a huge smile on his face, having some small phosphorescent green spots on the side of his body. The heroes who were outside the arena, just silent and sweating from nerves and fear. Izuku. What's going on? Come on, who's going to fight me? Smiling and looking at each of the heroes, a few dared to look them in the eyes with clear anger, and others just looked at the ground with some sadness for losing their friends and companions in battle, and also because of the great fear that gave them because of the great aura that was released. Bakugo just had a neutral look at his ex-friend, who just smiled at him while looking at him. Izuku. What's up Bakugo? Do you want to come fight? Making an invitation with his fingers to the red-haired boy, who only clenched his fists. Before he could take a step forward, someone had stomped on the sand with great force due to the anger he was feeling inside. Nomu. What a surprise, the Ryukyu heroine entered the arena. The blonde dragon had a look full of anger because she was fed up, her best friend had died, most of her hero comrades too, and more than her student who had recently arrived at the place transformed into a Nomu. She was already tired, she wanted to make the person responsible for all this show pay, right now, that boy in front of her, the leader and strongest member of the villains. She knew the chances of winning were slim to none, but at least once she acted, she could feel good about herself. She couldn't say that she didn't just sit back and do nothing, but that she fought, fulfilling her duty as a heroine. Ryukyu. I'm fed up with this, let's get this over with. Izuku. You'll regret that decision. Nomu. Fighters ready. Let's fight. Izuku had been surrounded by red and black rays, watching as the blonde launched an attack with part dragon without completely obtaining her dragon form. The blonde dragon didn't want to wait and punched the green-haired boy hard in his face, sending him back a few steps. Izuku's mind. Wow, she's really upset. Before he could do anything, he could see how the heroine had torn off a piece of the fighting arena to throw it at the green-haired man, who had covered his arms with rock to support the rock that was destroyed, but making him retreat again. Not wanting to let him rest, with a powerful leap he prepared his leg in a dragon paw. Izuku, seeing that, quickly used 88% of One for All and enlarged his arms to withstand the attack, only making some cracks in the arena floor. This left everyone's mouths open as the enraged dragon was managing to retreat to sell something very incredible. Izuku's mind. I see, what she wants is to get me out of the arena to win, well, it was to be expected of her, she was always more cautious and intelligent than Mirko. Izuku quickly launched an air cannon to send the blonde a few meters into the sky, but she quickly managed to stabilize herself thanks to her wings. But she could see how the green-haired man launched himself at her, who imitated his action, and then they both collided, hitting each other in the face. Then quickly both began an exchange of blows, where there were blows, blocks and scratches. Both were having a battle where speed and reflexes were the key, where both had more friction than blows. Apparently the anger and adrenaline that ran through the dragon's body was incredible, because it even seemed that she didn't feel pain when she was hit, something that was noticed by Izuku, who only had a challenging smile, because he never thought that the dragon heroine would be able to face him. Ryukyu tried to cut him with his claws, Izuku had dodged it and was about to punch him, but received a blow from the blonde's tail. Izuku. Damn. Taking her tail with some red threads and then attracting her to then go directly to the sand with great speed. She tried to free herself from him with her dragon paws, but it was too late for her, as he had been slammed hard against the concrete of the arena. Izuku had taken his distance, with a smile on his face, as the heroine stood up. Before the blonde could see ahead, she received a strong knee to her stomach that made her step back, but causing her to kneel due to the lack of air caused by the blow. Without waiting for anything, the green-haired man launched a powerful blast of fire at the blonde, who could only use her wings and dragon claws to cover herself from the attack. Izuku just smiled slightly and stopped throwing fire to look at his work. When the smoke had dispersed to reveal how the dragon's wings were somewhat burned and leaving its claws in some places burned, but not too seriously. Izuku? What happened? Did your strength abandon you? Smiling as he watched a dragon reveal slight burns that weren't so serious. Ryukyu? Is that all you got? I was just warming up. Izuku? Heh, well, if that's the case, I'll be serious. Being surrounded by a phosphorescent green light to show that he now had his perfect Nomu form under the watchful eye of everyone, scared and amazed to feel his power, but bringing a smile to the villains because of the power of their leader boyfriend. Ryukyu launched himself at him to start throwing multiple punches at Izuku, who was just dodging and blocking the blonde's punches without any problems. Well, this one was now more serious than before, and now he was playing with the heroine, who was getting frustrated at not being able to concentrate on any blows. Izuku? What's wrong with you? Why are you so desperate? We're just getting started. Without him expecting it, Ryukyu hit him hard with his tail on the jaw and then made some cuts with his claws on his chest, leaving everyone astonished. The heroes were screaming with excitement and encouraging the heroine, thinking they could achieve victory. Izuku? Bastard. Giving him a super kick to his stomach with a little fire, making him flinch and with a huge burn on his exposed abdomen. The blonde just held her abdomen in great pain and with some blood coming out of her abdomen, in addition to some wounds around it, which were minor but still hurt, well the cell wounds regenerated and as if nothing had happened, she just showed him a mocking smile. Izuku? What happened? Have you run out of tricks? At that moment, the heroine, due to her great anger, had been surrounded by a huge curtain of smoke, revealing a huge dragon emerging from within it. And letting out a huge roar that made the arena shake a little and made some cover their ears. Izuku? So that's how you want to play, huh? Well, two can do that. Being surrounded by a smokescreen and letting out of the mimes a black dragon with green scales, being the same size as Ryukyu. Both dragons just looked at each other and roared before launching into the attack. Both colliding their heads strongly to form a wind wave. Izuku had scratched the dragon's face with his claws, but she didn't stay, and also her claws to take the face of the aforementioned and dig them in with great force that she managed to get some blood and a slight moan of pain. The black dragon had angrily shot a powerful blast of fire from his mouth to burn the blonde's claws and then hit her with his tail in the face, knocking her to the ground. Without expecting anything, surrounding his sharp lightning teeth, he gave a strong bite to the dragon's neck, which screamed in pain, feeling Izuku's teeth on her neck, piercing her skin strongly, writhing in pain. Everyone could see how the blood was now covering the mouth and face of the black dragon, which was fiercely tearing open the neck of its enemy, worrying the heroes to see how their friend and companion was being cruelly murdered. The villains were just smiling and laughing at seeing another elite hero fall before them, but a crazy blonde was completely blushing from the rain of blood that was happening. The dragon could only see with her little strength the Nomu of Najire, who was only showing a lifeless look, but showing for a moment the true Najire Hado, that smiling and happy girl as always, coming to mind the happy moments they both spent and when they patrolled together. Flashback. Ryukyu. So you're Najire Hado, first year of the UA. In the dragon's office you could see a young girl with light blue hair wearing the UA uniform, having a smile on her face. Najire. That's right, I am the future heroine Najire-chan, it is an honor to be under your tutelage, Ryukyu-san. End of flashback. Ryukyu. Najire-chan. By then the dragon's head had been completely torn from its neck and thrown out of the arena. Nomu. And the winner is Cell-sama. With the cries of the villains and the Nomus for the victory of their leader, the dragon had let out a loud roar in front of everyone for his victory. Returning to his Nomu form and then to his human form to look at the heroes, more so at Almight and Bakugo, giving them a maniacal smile, while behind him, the headless body of the dragon was being consumed by its flames. He just turned around to return to his companions, being greeted with compliments and hugs and kisses from his girlfriends. Satsuna. Well done love, you did it. Melissa. Good fight. Twice. You did amazing boss. Toga. A lot of blood fell, really an amazing show. Ibara. I knew you would win. Tamura. Good way to end the fight huh? Izuku. Thanks, I just got carried away. But the heroes. No one could say anything about it because once again another hero had fallen in combat in front of them, even Hawks and Cross tried to go help her, but had been stopped by the nomus of the big three, but once the dragon's head fell, they were freed. The falcon hero had fallen to the ground on his knees, shedding tears of helplessness at being unable to help his companion. Almight. Damn it, Ryukyu. Clenching his fists with a few drops of blood and anger. But the villains. Tamura. Who will be the next to fight? Izuku. I already have someone in mind. Twice. Yes boss. Izuku. You'll be the next to go. Chisaki. Are you sure you want to send him? Tamura. You worry too much, Chisaki. Chisaki. I just want to maintain the great winning streak we've had so far. Toga. Oh, come on birdie, Yin-sen will win easily. Chisaki. Don't call me that again. By that time the villain had stepped onto the arena, cracking his hands ready for a fight, waiting for his opponent. The heroes looked at each other and talking among a few to reach an agreement, revealing the crust hero, who was very upset. The hero of the shield Quirk was very upset with all the villains, many fellow heroes were falling because of him, and although he did not have such a powerful or destructive quirk, his desire for justice and revenge on his fallen comrades in combat, and although it was against his principles, he knew that killing was the main objective to reduce the threat. Nomu. Fighters ready? Crust. Whenever you want. Twice. Of course. Nomu. Let's fight. As if they had both read each other's minds, the two of them launched themselves at each other, Twice with his sharp counter and Crust with his scale shield in one of his hands. But Twice before being able to land his blow, it had split into three Twices, the first had collided with the shield, the second quickly cut a bit of the shield on the right side, and the last one was launched from the left side, but before being able to make his impact, he had collided with the shield of the hero who had taken out. But he hadn't counted on the fact that the second Twice had changed completely, being mud for a moment and then taking the form of Uraraka, the muscular giant of the Yakuza. The clone had launched a great blow against the hero, who had to use his two shields to cover himself, managing to disappear on the third Twice because of that blow. The first Twice took advantage of that moment to climb up Uraraka's back and pass through Crust's shield to kick him in the face, which had drained the hero's blood, but making him lose the strength and concentration he had and be sent a few meters back by Uraraka's clone. The clone had taken the original Twice to have him on his back and then both of them directed against the hero who was on the ground. Twice's mind. I saw this in Mortal Kombat. Twice. Crush it, Uraraka-san. The clone obeyed the order and launched himself at the hero to launch a hammer blow with both hands, but the hero quickly dodged it by rolling on the ground and then launching himself at the clone and using his shield to cut off one of his legs and then his elbow. Twice, seeing this, defended himself, taking out a gun that he had under his suit, shooting at the hero, while Uraraka's clone regenerated the parts where he had been cut. Crust had covered himself from the bullets and threw one of his shields at Twice, who had fallen from the clone to the ground, holding his head in pain, while Uraraka went against the hero to hit him. Twice knew that Uraraka couldn't do it alone, so he created another clone, this one being Tamaki and Mirio's Nomu. They rushed to help Uraraka's clone, who seemed to be getting beaten up by Crust. Since he was faster and more agile, he managed to hit and cut the clone in his blind parts, being in the knees and arms. And when he was about to cut his neck, he had been keyed by Mirio's Nomu clone. Quickly the hero using his shields as discs launched them against the clones, being dodged by the Nomu clone of Mirio and Tamaki, but managing to make Uraraka disappear. Twice began shooting with his gun in the distance, while his Nomus were chasing and attacking the hero. Crust knew he had to be more defensive than offensive, as it was 3 against 1, or possibly more. Another attack was quickly launched, blocking and cutting through Twice's bullets and Tamaki's Nomu's tentacles. Mirio's clone quickly launched himself at the hero, using his quirk to try to subdue him, which didn't work, because in a quick movement his head had been cut off by Crust. Twice, seeing that things were getting bad, knew he couldn't continue playing and end this once and for all. Quickly creating a clone of himself to create a stronger clone, he launched an attack with his tape and his gun. Crust quickly cut Tamaki's Nomu in half, turning it into mud. Twice started the last cartridge he had to approach Crust, who was covering himself from Twice's bullets and also approaching. Once the bullets had run out, both began a close combat where Twice seemed to have some advantage, since Crust was very tired from fighting against 3 clones at the same time and himself. Twice. Is this all you can give me? You make me feel sorry for you. Crust. A villain like you won't beat me. Quickly Crust takes Twice's face to hit him with his shield to make him bleed from his nose and the scar he had on his head. Crust. I will win, for justice. Throwing his shield at Twice, who was on the ground in pain and trying to stop the blood from coming out. But when the shield was just inches away from hitting his face, it stopped dead in midair. And before Crust could do or say anything, he had received an attack full on his stomach, strong enough to leave a large hole and leave him falling dead on the ground. Everyone, seeing the clone responsible for the attack, was speechless because that clone was all for one before giving his quirk to Tamura. Nomu. The hero of Crust has died, the winner is, twice. The clone of All for One had disappeared quickly as it appeared next to the other twice in the mud. The original had started walking towards where his friends were, who were happy about the victory. Izuku. Good move twice. Toga. You did amazing Yin-kun. Tamura. It wasn't bad at all, just don't do it again. Nomu. This is incredible, the villains have a total of 4 wins so far and the heroes 0, can't they do anything against the strength of the League of Villains? The heroes, upon hearing the mockery, could not allow themselves to be so humiliated. Almight. Enough is enough. Shouting to get everyone's attention and stepping out of the arena, surprising the Nomu and some villains. Almight. I'll be next. Nomu. What a surprise, the symbol of peace is placed on top of the arena, will it be able to achieve victory for the heroes? People watching from their homes and cities were shouting for the symbol of peace, placing their hopes in it. Izuku. Wow, so he finally decided to fight. Satsuna. This could be bad, honey. Toga. Who will go now? But the heroes. Bakugo. All Might. The blonde turned around to see his successor, who had a worried look on his face. All Might. Young Bakugo, at this point we can't keep doubting, there are sacrifices we have to make, in case I fail, I trust that you can take care of it. Bakugo could only nod at his mentor's words and trust him, because at this point they already had many casualties, important heroes have died in this game of his former friend. All Might. Cell, come and face me, let's end this once and for all. Izuku, who had only smiled at the proposal. Before he could say anything to get into the fight, someone had gotten ahead of him, with Tamura taking a step forward. Izuku. What are you doing, Tamura? Tamura. I'll go fight. Toga. Can you beat him? Ibara. It's not that we distrust you, but we're talking about you and All Might. Izuku. I expect a lot from you, Tamura, good luck. The aforementioned just nodded and stepped onto the combat arena, standing in front of the symbol of peace. Tamura. Your opponent will be me. All Might. I'm not interested in you at all, I just want Sella. At that moment Tamura's arm had been surrounded by black and red lightning and a few quirks around it. Tamura. Are you sure about that? All for One was in Tamura, making All Might understand that his enemy is truly Tamura. Nomu. Hey here ladies and gentlemen, the symbol of evil against the symbol of peace, an incredible fight that no one will miss. Tamura had only been surrounded by a layer of wind that swirled around him with a smile, while All Might stood on guard with faint lightning around him. Nomu. Fighters ready. All Might. This will end today. Tamura. Prepare to go to his teacher in the afterlife. Nomu. Let's fight. As if it were a flash of lightning, the blonde had disappeared, something that Tamura had noticed, but being at the other end of the arena, because he had blocked a blow from the blonde, which was very strong, due to the smoke and the mark he had, but which was disappearing thanks to his regeneration. Tamura. I see you're using one for all like in your golden days. All Might said nothing about it and launched himself at him again, but Tamura this time decided to counterattack, creating a wall of earth at his side, managing to stop the blonde's attack. Tamura quickly put his hand in front of him, smiling a little as he used an air cannon that sent the hero flying. He then used a combination of quirks to release a lightning whirlwind and then make his foot blow for a moment and then make the ground distort and soften as if it were water itself. The blonde had no choice but to take a big leap to dodge the attack, but he was unable to dodge it completely as his right foot had received some serious damage. Quickly All Might launched an attack against Tamura, who upon seeing this also launched an attack and both had collided their fists to form a wave of wind around both of them and then begin an exchange of very fast and strong blows that could be felt throughout the arena and outside of it. Quickly the two had returned to the arena and All Might launched a powerful wave of wind that went against Tamura, who decided to respond with a maximum power air cannon. The two attacks had collided with each other to destroy part of the arena and blow away part of the spectators. Some managed to endure them, but some Nomus were sent flying and others managed to grab onto the head of the now deceased dragon heroine and fly away. Tamura launched himself again, but when All Might tried to hit him, his fist had passed through Tamura as if he were a ghost and he received a strong punch in his stomach to be sent to the sky and then be held from his feet to be strongly subjected against the ground again and again until sending him against one of the pillars of the arena. Quickly to ensure the job, he threw balls of fire, lightning, ice and earth, combining them, but this one had been sent to the sky by a strong punch, being of All Might. Seeing him, he showed that part of his suit was destroyed and he launched himself again and then smashed his fist into Tamura's face, who responded against a rock pillar that was nailed into his abdomen with great force and adding that he was surrounded by electricity. All Might, with great pain, kneed the villain in the jaw to separate himself and managed to remove the pillar in his stomach. Tamura was back on his feet with a huge mocking smile. Tamura. What's going on all night? Don't tell me that was all. Almight just glared at him and charged at him again, with one for all at 100%. Tamura knew he was using his maximum for a while now, but he knew that if he exploded beyond 100% of one for all, his body in flames would succumb to the arms of death, but no, Tamura wouldn't let him die that easily, he would plow him himself, with his own hands. Receiving the number one with a fist, once again forming a large smokescreen. Tamura had a huge smile on his face, as All Might was slowly succumbing to his blows. All Might. Tenko-san, you must stop, Nana-san wouldn't want you to be like this. Poor choice of words he could have said. That being the thought of Izuku and All for One, the Kjal was looking at everything in the distance with a smile. Tamura. Do you think I care what that stupid old woman thinks of me? Taking the blonde by the neck and holding his limbs with her black threads. Tamura. I don't care what Nana thought of me, I don't care what others think of me, all I want is, kill them all. Taking Toshinori's elbow with his arm and using the deterioration to completely surround him and cut his arm and then kick him to send him watts meters back. The hero had let out a cry of pain at that and showed how the blood came out of his severed arm, forming a small pool of blood. The heroes, seeing their greatest hope in that situation, couldn't believe it and they were paralyzed, as if their hopes were going to be blown away by the wind. The villains were just letting out several cheers for Tamura to see his great advantage over the symbol of peace. Izuku just had a big smile on his face as he watched his greatest hero suffer at the hands of his best friend and partner. Tamura. This will end once and for all, with your death. Gathering a lot of energy in his right hand, at the same time with all might, with his last strength, because the loss of blood and his artifact that David gave him to hold out longer with the Ofa had been destroyed during the fight, knowing that he would not have much time left to die. All Might. I know I made a lot of mistakes in my life, helping you and young Midoriya were the biggest ones I regret, but I can't let you continue on this path of darkness, may my teacher forgive me someday, but today you will die with me, Tenko Shimura. Tamura. Stop talking. The villain, with all the energy and quirks gathered in his arm, launched an attack to end this. Toshinori, who had already gathered all the one for all he had left in his arm, was ready. Both enemies had collided their fists with all their might, giving the best blow they had ever made in their lives. The huge wind wave had made everyone in the surrounding area fall victim to the action of both of them, avoiding flying away, throwing themselves to the ground, or holding on to something or someone. The villains had been protected by Izuku with an energy bar to prevent them from flying away, but he couldn't see how Tamura was doing. But. Smosh. But that shout and the wave of wind and dust having ceased, it was possible to see how in the middle of the sand, one could see an All Might barely standing and conscious, with a completely purple arm and signs of falling. And in front of him a large hole, being the only one standing in the sand, with no traces of Tamura anywhere. Nomu. It can't be, All Might, perhaps. Toga. It can't be. Tasaki. Tamura perhaps. Ibara. It's impossible. Izuku's mind. No, not yet. AI. The scream so powerful that everyone covered their ears to avoid going deaf was heard everywhere, and then it became clear once they were back on the surface. The completely wounded Tamura is seen, with half of his face exposed, but putting his hand on the blonde's face. Tamura. DE. His entire body began to deteriorate completely, turning completely into dust. Before he could disappear completely, he took one last look at the little Polisoniso. I trust you, Bakugo Shonen. Being the last words and leaving with a smile to disappear. All Might died. Chapter 31. Izuku the Perfect Creation Chapter 31. Silence. That was all I felt in the area because no one could believe what had just happened. The symbol of peace had died. All Might had been killed in combat against Tamura Shigaraki. There was no trace left of him, he had been completely disintegrated. Everyone in the place was speechless, even those who were watching all the fights could not get a word out of their mouths because they had just seen their greatest hero die in combat. Tamura, who was regenerating, was laughing out loud at the top of his lungs as he had just exterminated the greatest hero he hated the most. The villains who were on the other side of the arena began to scream and jump for joy, even All for One, who was with the rest of the villains, began to celebrate. And the former leader of the villains, with a huge smile on his deformed face, his greatest enemy has finally died, now at the hands of his successor. All for One's mind. It's finally dead, you did well, Shigaraki Tamura, I'm proud. Izuku's mind. I thought I would have to do it, but I'm so glad Tamura did it, we only have him left. Looking with a smile at Bakugo, who was making a very funny scene for him. The Polisoniso was on his knees on the ground, crying from helplessness, leaving his sadness more than reflected in front of everyone. The tears that fell, leaving a Bakugo Katsuki completely broken for the first time, his greatest idol and teacher, died in front of them. I trust you, Bakugo shonen. The last word she gave him before turning to dust. Bakugo. Damn. Crying as he gripped the ground tightly, tears still falling from the enormous frustration he felt. Izuku's mind. It reminds me a lot of when Aunt Mitsuki and Mom cried when watching romantic soap operas. Laughing a little at his greatest enemy crying his heart out and seeing that the heroes around him, including a large part of the audience watching everything on television, were also making their cries heard for the death of their hero. Tamura, who had already completely regenerated his wounds, went with his team to be warmly received by everyone. Twice. Good that take. Toga. It was amazing. Rappa. You're the best. Chisaki. You did very well. Ibara. Not bad at all, really. Izuku. You did excellent Tamura, with this death, we already have victory on our side. Tamura. Thank you, I still have to admit, I thought I was going to die with that last hit. Izuku. I thought the same thing too, you looked really horrible. Setsuna. Yes, very nice and everything, but what do we do with them? Do we continue with the tournament? Melissa. I highly doubt they want to continue with all this, they just lost their best hero. Toga. I'm surprised you're so calm after what just happened. Melissa. Well, let's just say that after everything that happened, I don't feel anything. Shoto. Gosh how cold. Abi. You can say that. The green-haired man had turned around so he could look at the heroes, who were still mourning their greatest hero and companion. Izuku. Tell me, heroes, do you want to continue? Or will you leave? There is no longer any symbol of peace who can help you. At that, some heroes looked up, with some tears on their faces and angry grimaces towards him. Who just smiled, even smiled more, seeing how Bakugo stood up, squeezing his metal fist very tightly, even allowing small orange rays to be seen around him. Izuku. I thought so, there's no time to waste, we'll start the next fight soon. Turning around to then put some energy, started to fix the combat arena, since it had been shattered by the fight between Tamura and Almight. The heroes and villains began to argue among themselves, to see who would be the next to fight. The villains had only said a few words, as they had everything to gain, although he knew that confidence would be their downfall if they got carried away. To the surprise of some, the one who took the side of the villains was Himiko Toga. Which was with a huge smile, showing its fangs. Toga. It will be a lot of fun, I can finally be the one who draws blood. Touching some of the dried blood that was on the arena floor and licking it. That blood was from the now deceased dragon heroine. Which caused half of her face to take on the face of the heroine. Someone who was already very upset jumped into the arena to make it clear that he was going to fight. Nomu. On the villain side we have the fearsome mistress of blood and knives, Miss Toga Himiko. The blonde had only taken out of her sweater pocket some small tubes that had blood in them. Toga mind. With this I already have victory in my hands. Nomu. And among the heroes we have the number 3 of the top, none other than the Hawk hero, Hawks. The hero didn't say anything about it, he just had a serious look with some anger in it. Toga. It will be so much fun to tear off those wings. Hawks didn't say anything about it, he had just taken out 2 feathers from his back to wield them as swords. Nomu. Fighters ready. Toga just smiled and put a small bottle of blood in her mouth and saved the rest, knowing which one she was going to use in the fight. Nomu. Let's fight. To everyone's surprise, Hawks made the first move, launching himself at high speed against Toga, who barely managed to deflect the winged blonde's attack with her knives. Nomu. The first move is on Hawk's part, it seems that he has nothing to wait for, his angry face says everything he is going to do, this fight can be somewhat difficult for the young Toga. Hawks just launched himself back into the attack with his feathers, forcing Toga to use the dragon claws he had. The blonde barely managed to make half of her body take the form of a Ryukyu, turning her left hand into a dragon claw. Struggling with Hawks, realizing that the hero was putting in a lot of strength. Toga. What's wrong, Hawks? Why are you in a hurry? Do you want to be with Mirko and Ryukyu in the afterlife? Before the blonde could laugh, she felt something cut into her back. Realizing that they were hawk feathers, which were flying behind her without her noticing. Toga mind. I'll be in trouble if I don't get serious. He quickly managed to get out of the struggle and quickly jumped back to get several tubes of blood. The hawk's feathers had gone against the blood tubes, destroying most of them, but had not managed to make Toga ingest the blood of some that had splashed in the air and some tubes that were not completely destroyed. Toga quickly pulled out a pair of knives to throw at Hawks. The winged hero just stood still, as his feathers quickly destroyed and deflected the blonde's knives, only having a serious look, as if he no longer cared about anything. Toga only launched herself at him again, but this time with even greater speed, surprising everyone except her friends. Giving him a cut on Hawk's forehead, but it wasn't very deep luckily, but Toga was behind him with a knife that was hidden in his sweater. When Hawks turned around, he could see how in Toga's legs there were some motors behind his legs and the knife that was in his sleeve turned out to be sticking out of part of his body. But that wasn't the end of it, as small rocks had begun to float. Toga. Did I leave you speechless? He had quickly taken a great leap in the air and then hardened his arm and hit the ground hard, but Hawks managed to fly to avoid the blow, but realizing that if that blow had hit him, his head would no longer be as it was before. The blonde was using the blood of the first-year students of Class A and B in a great quirk combination because thanks to Melissa and the doctor, she no longer had to take someone else's appearance to use her quirks, and best of all, she could use more than one at a time. Hawks knew this would get out of hand if he didn't finish it first and launched an attack with all his feathers at once. Toga in response threw a few knives that she still had, but enlarging their size to be equal to that of a sand pillar. Hawks barely managed to dodge the knives but lost part of his wings because of it. But one of those knives accidentally went towards the villains, but Izuku had split it in half with rays from his eyes. The blonde had dived into the ground that had softened her, dodging a Hawk's lash but failing to save one of her mallows. That had really angered the blonde, since for a woman, her hair is sacred and she showed it when she got out of the mud. Hawks had thrown his feathers to get her out, but the blonde had used Uraraka's quirk to make all the rocks and knives that were floating in the sky fall without him noticing. That was a huge avalanche of rocks and knives that was almost impossible for Hawks, much of their wings had been lost and they were not fast enough to dodge them. But at that moment he had felt a huge burn on his back. Well, Toga had fired a beam of energy from her hands because she had used Najire's quirk, because Hawk had not managed to destroy all her blood tubes, because she still had a couple well kept under her socks, being precisely from the 3 big ones as an emergency. That had managed to destroy the last feathers left on his back, causing the blonde to fall to the arena floor abruptly. Toga, to end the game in the cruelest way, had taken the form of none other than Mirko. Well, luckily, Stain had some blood on his swords, but it was only enough to take his form in about 30 seconds. Toga, now in the form of Rumi, approached the Falcon hero, who was on the ground in great pain after having fallen from a great height. Once he got close enough, he gave him a mocking smile, which left Hawks speechless. Hawks. Rumi. Toga. Mirko. What's up, bird? You're really messed up. Smiling mockingly, while Hawk's eyes began to crystallize, unaware that in Rumi's hands there was a knife, ready to stab him when he least expected it, unaware that he also had a surprise. Toga. Mirko. I'm so sorry, Hawks, but all this ends here. Hawks. Look behind you. Before the blonde could say anything, a feather had stuck in her left eye, causing Toga to cry out in pain at that, losing the shape of the rabbit that was melting. Toga, as best she could, threw herself at Hawks and stabbed him in the forehead, continuing over and over again until she splashed blood all over herself with a huge crazy smile, leaving Hawk's face unrecognizable due to the multiple stab wounds. Nomu. The winner is Himiko Toga. The villains had given a great cry of victory for the blonde, who only smiled as she watched the blood form a puddle where she stood. Toga. It's very beautiful. These were her last words before she fainted, as using so many quirks, losing blood from her eye, and the injuries she suffered made her fall. But at that moment she had levitated in the air, with Izuku using telekinesis to attract her to them. Tamura. I almost thought I would lose. Melissa. The foolish girl was too confident, she almost gave us a heart attack. Izuku. It was very careless, but we still have another victory for ourselves. Izuku's mind. You're very lucky, Toga, if that hadn't happened, I would have eliminated you myself. Tamura. He's lucky we can regenerate his eye, it's the least he got for what he did. Nomu. Hahaha, this is incredible, another victory for the villains. If I'm honest, I thought Hawks would win, but well, let's not talk about the dead. Now for the next fight, representatives go up to the arena. The heroes no longer felt or spoke, they could only lower their gaze. The villains were just happy again, although Izuku was serious at all times, because he knew that the only one who could be a real danger was Bakugo. Tamura. Who will go now? Rappa. I do. Izuku. Are you sure? Chisaki. Let him go, Rappa is too strong to win. Ibara. If you don't win, I'll eliminate you myself. Izuku. Okay, Rappa, go. The aforementioned had jumped onto the sand with a huge smile, cracking his knuckles because the fights he had just seen had excited him. Chisaki. You better not lose, Rappa, you know that you and I represent the Yakuza, don't let us down. Rappa. Don't worry, boss, I won't let you down. Chisaki. I hope so. On the hero's side, the one who entered the arena was number 10 in the top, Gang Roka. Both opponents just looked at each other, Rappa with a huge smile and Gang Orca with seriousness. Nomu. Opponents ready. Rappa just got into a fighting stance and Gang Orca put his hand on his forehead. Nomu. Let's fight. The one who made the first move was Gang Orca, because of which Rappa just started running towards him. This was the perfect opportunity for Gang Orca to attack with his sonic waves, since the hero of the sea has the advantage of being a close-range fighter. Those sonic waves were being dodged by Rappa, who was too skilled for his size. It seems that Rappa was not a simple mass of muscles. When it was time for battle, he could let out some intelligence. Rappa in response had thrown a huge rock that he pulled from the sand, which was against Gang Orca, which he had destroyed, but he knew that he could not stay away from his enemy for long, and he launched an attack. Rappa, seeing this, had smiled at the hero's determination, but began to throw multiple blows, surprising Gang Orca, who had received a shower of blows, forcing himself to cover himself. A huge burst of blows had released a gust of air, but Gang Orca also began to respond to the blows strongly, having an enormous equality of conditions, Rappa with a huge burst, and Gang Orca with his inhuman resistance. This was getting really hot, some were even cheering for this fight, even the Nomas themselves were roaring with excitement. Izuku. Haha, that crazy guy is really amazing, he reminds me a lot of that unhappy muscular guy. Abi. Remember you killed that idiot for revealing himself to you? Izuku. He may have been an idiot, but if he hadn't rebelled against me, he would have been useful to us, but Rappa seems better than him, you have a great fighter on your side Chisaki. Tamura. I'm surprised you're in control of that guy. Chisaki. I just have to take him to clan fights, it also helps me earn money from time to time, it's a good arsenal in my ranks, I just wish he would control his desire to fight. Dabara. I hope he can win, we haven't made any improvements to him or Chisaki. Satsuna. Do you think we should be worried? Melissa. I don't think so, after all, the emotional damage is stronger than the physical damage she's feeling right now. Healing Toga's wounds and I, which was on the ground next to Twice, who was playfully poking the blonde's cheek with a stick. In the sand. Rappa had connected a strong punch to the hero's stomach, who responded with another blow that hit the Yakuza in the face. Both enemies continued to give each other strong blows that had the combat arena shaking. Rappa. I like that, you're a good fish. Giving him a strong punch in his stomach, but receiving a sonic wave in his face. Both were stunned by this, but Rappa wasn't going to just stand there as if nothing had happened. Even though Gang Orca could also withstand blows for longer, he couldn't react faster than him. Before he could do anything, Rappa quickly landed a strong punch to his jaw, followed by one to the head and then to his ribs, finished by one to his knee that broke. Rappa using all his strength in a single blow, on the hero's jaw, the Kjal had fallen to the ground abruptly. Rappa. You've amused me a lot, little fish. Approaching where the already badly wounded man was. Rappa. But it would be a shame to kill you after having so much fun, so just take this as thanks for entertaining me. Giving him a strong kick that made Gang Orca roll away. Until leaving the arena, but making it impossible to get up because of the broken knee. Nomu. The winner is Rappa, Gang Orca is out of the arena, even if it wasn't a death, rules are rules. The Yakuza had turned around to return to the others, being congratulated by many, but Izuku along with Tamura and Chisaki were looking seriously. Well, they didn't agree with letting him live, but he had just given them a victory, so they would let him have that foul this time. Satsuna. Well, since the henchman has already shown what he's capable of, I think it's only fair that the boss goes and shows off, don't you think? Hugging the green-haired man's arm, but looking at Chisaki. Tamura. You're right, why don't you go do what your subordinate couldn't finish? Chisaki. Whatever. Entering the combat arena, taking off one of the gloves he was wearing. Unlike the rest of the league, Rappa and he did not receive any improvement in their quirks or had another, but he did not need it, he trusted his ability, and it would be a great opportunity to show the power of the Yakuza. But as he looked ahead, he only showed a slight smile under his mask, for his enemy was the Kamui hero Woods, who had entered. His fellow Mount Lady was trying to stop him, but it didn't work, and he was just praying that nothing would happen to him, or that he would make it out alive. Nomu. Fighter ready. Let's fight. The first thing they saw was how the floor of the arena had become the spikes that were launched at the wooden hero. Which had created some branches to walk towards the air and began to dodge all the spikes of his enemy. Chisaki. You know, if you stop moving, it will end up being less painful. Kamui Woods. As if to do it. Throwing branches towards him, which had been destroyed by the spikes that appeared. Kamui was Hisaki's worst rival, he knew he was getting very close, it was his end. If he could immobilize Hisaki's arms, he might have a chance. He quickly took parts of the sand to throw them at Chisaki, who again created spikes to evade them, but at that moment, Kamui had taken a pillar of sand, which he split in two and threw it at Chisaki. Which had quickly created a huge pillar to go higher. But at that moment Kamui launched himself at him from behind, about to catch him with his branches. But he didn't count on Chisaki reacting quickly, touching a part of the branch that was about to capture her, destroying it completely, but as a result of which her left arm. A shower of blood with a cry of pain appeared on the scene, and Kamui Woods fell to the ground, writhing in pain, holding the place where her arm should have been. Mount Lady, who saw everything from afar, was just crying and knelt on the ground. The Yakuza only began to approach where the hero was, while he heard his fellow Yakuzas shouting his name to finish him off. Quickly, spikes pierced the hero's legs and torso, slowly lifting him up and looking into Overhaul's eyes. Kamui Woods. They won't get away with it. Chisaki. We'll see. Touching his face so that his whole body would explode. Izuku's mind. Fatality. Before the Nomu announcer could announce the winner, Mount Lady, who was very upset by the death of her partner, took her great height to try to attack Chisaki and make him pay. Mount Lady. You will die for this. The Yakuza was about to protect himself, but at that moment Gigantomachia punched him hard. Before anyone could say anything, the UA gate had been destroyed by several different heroes and academy students, led by none other than the veteran hero, Gran Torino. The Nomus, upon seeing them, did not hesitate to attack. Gran Torino. Attack. The heroes and students went against their enemies. The League and the Yakuza were also attacking, and all for one had been taken by the villains in charge of his security to the laboratory. Izuku. Enough of games, kill them all, I don't want a single hero alive, go. Melissa had taken her Nomu form to go on the attack to let her companions. Before Izuku could take a step forward, an air bullet had hit him in the chest, making him step back. When he recovered, he could see Bakugo in front of him with his arm extended with orange lightning around him. They both just looked at each other with hatred, but with Izuku with a smile. Izuku. Finally, I waited a long time for this, it's time to die, Bakugo. Chapter 32. Izuku the Perfect Creation. Chapter 32. A few moments ago the Cell Games were taking place, having a great winning streak for the villains since the tournament began. The villains had many advantages over the heroes, thanks to the improvements in their abilities and quirks, and their most important leaders were the ones who stood out the most. Midoriya Izuku, better known as Cell, leader of the villains and right-hand man of the former symbol of evil, all for one. Being the fourth fighter in the tournament, she won in spectacular fashion against Ryukyu, who had given her all, even giving several people hope that she could win, but in the end, she didn't achieve it. In the sixth fight, it was Tamura's turn to fight against the symbol of peace, Almight. That was one of the most intense fights that could have been seen. A very personal fight between the two. But All for One overcame One for All. Tamura Shigaraki killed All Might, even though it cost him a lot, he succeeded, making the greatest hope of all heroes disappear. The fights in the tournament continued one after another, being good fights, but with the death of many heroes, who could not due to the improved quirks and the strength of their users. When Overhaul, the Yakuza leader of the 8 Precepts of Death, has managed to win his fight and kill the hero Kamui Woods in the process. The heroine Mount Lady couldn't take it anymore and tried to attack Overhaul, but was stopped by Gigantomachia. Even just seconds away from being able to announce the next fight between those giants. The entrance had been destroyed by an army of heroes. The villains and the Nomus did not hesitate to attack, starting a pitched battle between the two sides. Before Izuku could go help in the battle, Bakugo stepped in to stay near the grounds of the student dormitories. At the moment, the explosions, tremors, and screams of pain and anger could be heard everywhere in the former best academy of all. Melissa was fighting a boy from Shiketsu Academy with a wind quirk that was very troublesome. Setsuna was fighting against a boy who had a great resemblance to Izuku, but he was taller and had black hair, capable of making tremors, being accompanied by a blonde with shark teeth. Ibara was fighting with a Shiketsu student who was from head to toe, being a good rival for her, since that was her territory. Tamura and the rest of the league were beating up the rest, although the white-haired boy was fighting against a burning heroine and Gran Torino at the same time. But Izuku and Bakugo. We can see how both of them were struggling with each other. Izuku. I waited a long time for this. Bakugo. Isn't what's happening enough for you? Izuku. Hahaha, this is just the beginning, old friend. Using more strength in the grip to kick him in the stomach to make him back off. The Polysoniso had recomposed himself to get into a fighting stance, using 64% of the One for All for the moment. Izuku only had a slight smile on his face, using 80% of his One for All, but he hadn't taken his perfect Nomu form to increase his capabilities. Both of them were just staring at each other, Izuku with a mocking smile and Bakugo seriously, although he seemed to be somewhat annoyed. Izuku. You like it, right? Everything we've achieved, the UA, the academy I once wanted to enter, destroyed, the heroes I once admired, killed by my hands or my classmates, and now you and I, we're going to kill each other to define the future of good and evil. Releasing rays of red energy around him. Bakugo. Come on Izuku, we can stop this together. Izuku. Hahaha, really legs that with your absurd words of good and correctness will work now. Please, if in 12 years you have not done the opposite. Bakugo could only lower his head, but without deactivating the one for all. Izuku. 12 years suffering your damn abuse, your mockery, your humiliation, everything, I endured everything for so many years, and now look, all your friends, your academy and your mentor, are finished. Disappearing in a blur of speed to then appear next to Bakugo to hit him, but he quickly ducked, but having a cut on his cheek and avoiding Izuku's red threads to keep his distance. Bakugo. I know what I did, I was trash to you, I can't forgive myself for what I did, but I can change everything from now on, I can help you, like Almight helped me. Izuku. That pufferfish only told you lies, the emotions of justice and justification became weak. Bakugo. That made me strong. They quickly launched themselves at each other to block a mutual blow, but looking into each other's eyes. Izuku had smiled to blink and show that his pupils changed from green to red now. Bakugo only responded with a strong headbutt that hit Izuku, which drew blood from both of their foreheads. Izuku only responded with a smile, since his wound had regenerated, but with some blood that he removed with his hand. Bakugo. Do you think this will be a good future for everyone? What would Aunt Inko think about all this? Izuku. She agrees with me, she even accepts me as I am. Bakugo. How? Izuku. When I revealed my identity to everyone, I immediately went to her, I found myself with a super furious horde, they attacked her, threw stones at her and insulted her for being my mother, no hero went to her aid, she was not to blame for anything, it was my decisions and actions, but nobody helped her, I myself went to help her, and now she is in a safe place, she is waiting for me when all this is over. Bakugo. I see. Izuku. But tell me Katsuki, where were the heroes when she needed them? Why did no one go to her help? Was she involved in my plans? Bakugo just remained silent, but this time, he launched an attack, launching a roundhouse kick to Izuku's ribs, who received it, but returned the attack with a punch to his face. Both grimaced in pain, but were only able to respond with a strong fist bump, which formed a huge crater left behind them. The red-haired boy had fired some black whips, which had taken the green-haired boy's arm, who responded by using electricity on them to stun his former friend. Without expecting anything, I shot a powerful bullet of darkness straight into his chest, which burned part of his suit and body. But Katsuki decided to respond with a powerful explosion that completely covered the green-haired boy. From the trail of smoke came Izuku with some dust on him. Izuku, jumping, gave him a moon kick in the Mirko style, something that Bakugo had blocked with his arms in an X, but he couldn't prevent him from retreating a little from that power. But he couldn't answer since Izuku put his hand on his face, but he also did the same on the green-haired man's face. Izuku and Bakugo, using one for all, increased the power of their attacks. Bakugo with his explosions and Izuku with dark energy, formed a huge collision that destroyed the area where they were, drawing the attention of many. Setsuna and the others had been worried about their beloved, but at that moment their opponent saw the opportunity to hurt them. The three of them had screamed in mutual pain, something that Izuku could hear in the distance, distracting himself to receive a strong punch in his stomach and then a very powerful explosion. Izuku had shielded blood upon receiving those attacks. Izuku. Enough. Letting out a shout, he increased his one for all percentage, releasing a huge wave of wind from the energy he released. Bakugo, seeing this, decided to also increase his percentage because he knew that Izuku had better control of one for all than him, so he had to take advantage of the fact that he had the strongest one for all of both. Izuku had taken his Nomu form, but he had quickly produced some tiny, small beings from his tail. Everyone present could see that they were blue-skinned beings, exactly like Izuku. Izuku. Go ahead my junior cells, all the heroes over there are your enemies, you can have all the fun you want and I don't care if they get killed, also protecting your mothers from danger. He had whispered the last thing so that his children could hear it and they had nodded in agreement. The 7 mini cells had gone on the attack to support their mothers and each other. Bakugo. How is that? Izuku. What? Are you surprised? I found a way to clone versions of myself, although I have to admit that they are not as strong as me, but remember that they are my children, each of them is as strong as Tamura or Almight. Bakugo, upon seeing them, launched a powerful explosion towards them, but his arm had been deflected by a punch he received in his face from Izuku. The explosion was too strong to cause the ground beneath them to shatter, leaving a huge crater where they stood. Both were now at 100%, Bakugo was surrounded by orange lightning, and his hair was standing on end, he was the most percent of one for all. Izuku was in his perfect Nomu form, but using not 100%, but 300%, he knew he couldn't beat him being an inferior one for all, so going up to the percentage where his perfect Nomu form could handle, even if it could take him further, he wasn't afraid because he could regenerate without problems. They were now underground, having more space than on the surface. Izuku. This will be our fate and only one will come out alive. Both of them got into a fighting stance again, Izuku with a smile and Bakugo with seriousness. The image of when they were children and were in that park where they always went together came to mind. They quickly launched into an attack, colliding their fists to form a powerful gust of wind. Izuku only increased his strength and hand size to win at gripping. Bakugo didn't stay there and started launching multiple burst and explosion attacks. Izuku started running around quickly to avoid being hit by one of those attacks. Bakugo, using his danger sensor, was able to notice that something was behind him, so he took a big leap up, managing to dodge the needles that were floating. Izuku in response, threw a flare of fire, which the little-haired boy had responded with a fistful of wind that dispersed the fire, which came out through the large hole that was visible outside. Well, it wasn't a pretty sight either, not even the people watching on television could believe it. All the villains and heroes were having an incredible battle. Bang Orca, who had barely recovered thanks to a fellow heroine helping her, was getting beaten up by a junior cell. Which was just playing with him for a while, dodging and blocking his attacks with great ease. Setsuna along with a junior cell were giving a severe beating to the student who looked like Izuku, who could do nothing against the multiple divided parts of Setsuna and the fire attacks of the small Nomu. The bar and the small junior cell were playing only with their little hero friend because he, along with other of his companions, were being cornered by Ibarra's vines and the small cell's lasers. Melissa was completely cornering the wind boy of Shiketsu because now doing 2 against 1, the statistics changed. Gigantomachia had completely dominated Mount Lady, who was bleeding from her head from the rock giant's strong blows. Tamura, well, he was with a huge smile in front of Burnin and Gran Torino, which were in terrible condition, and Tamura was cool as a cucumber. The rest of the Nomus and the junior cells were giving a complete beating to all the heroes and students, plus twice was creating clones of Tamura's and Izuku's in their human and Nomu forms. The others were also doing their thing in combat, since no one could stop them, even Overhaul was showing off as calmly as his boys. Some villains could see how far away in that hole, lightning, fire, wind, explosions and many attacks were coming out, knowing that this was a fight of an extreme level. But Izuku and Bakugo. We can see how both were breathing heavily, Izuku with some blood and dust on him, and Bakugo, well, he had his hero suit completely destroyed, leaving his naked torso and his metallic arm exposed. Izuku. Hahaha, I see that my Nomu from the camp really showed off, look at him going to put machinery like that. Bakugo. This arm was made for me to withstand one for all, with this arm I will defeat you. Izuku. Let's see if it's not an empty promise. They launched an attack again, Izuku launching energy blasts and Bakugo explosive blasts, which collided with each other to form a powerful explosion, but causing the two to begin an incredible international of blows that made the entire cave tremble. Quickly Izuku kicked him in his jaw and then kicked him again in his stomach, finishing with an air cannon. Bakugo quickly regrouped to lean on a rock and then take a big leap to grab one of his grenade gloves and pull the trigger and launch a powerful explosion that completely covered the mid-area. Bakugo quickly recomposed himself to put himself on guard and begin looking at his surroundings and with his danger sensor. At that moment he had managed to detect a presence behind him and launched a very powerful explosion. Baku bro, why? That voice made Bakugo's eyes open, and when the smoke had completely cleared, the figure of a red-haired boy with shark teeth was seen on the ground, but with a huge hole where his left eye should have been, which had been blown out by the explosion. Bakugo. Kai Kirishima. Why did you leave us? Turning around to find the figure of Mina Ishido, missing an arm, but covered in a green muddy liquid. Why didn't you save us? Bakugo. Not me. He couldn't finish as he saw how a long red thread had pierced his chest, letting out his heart which fell, but revealing a face full of terror and then being pulled towards the smoke from the previous explosion. Bakugo. Wait. Boy, it's an illusion, don't be fooled. It was Nana's voice who said that, knowing full well what Izuku was playing at. Help please. Being the voice of Uraraka Achako, which Bakugo identified. Get us out of here. Now it was Denki Kaminari's voice. Please help us. Now Yaoi Rozu Momo. Free us from here. Lenore Mineta. Please stop. Saiwasui. These and more pleading voices from all his classmates and from Class B being able to help, making Bakugo start looking at everyone to find his friends. Why did you leave us? Being the voice of Kyo Kajiru. You abandoned us. Now that of Toru Hasaker. Bakugo. No, I didn't do that. It's your fault we ended up like this. Being the voice of Tenyolita, which made Bakugo remember when he was in front of him and couldn't do anything to save him. It's all your fault. Claiming his entire class, which all appeared in their Nomus form. Bakugo. No, I didn't abandon them, I didn't do it. Screaming in helplessness, unable to hear the cries of his lullaby warning him behind him. At that moment his metal arm had been grabbed with great force and then he could feel a strong punch with a one for all. That blow made him fly away, but he lost his metal arm and at the same time the hopes of all his companions had disappeared. Izuku had taken advantage of that moment to appear behind him and strip him of his prosthesis. Izuku. Come on Katsuki, it's not good to lie to yourself, you left them to their fate, you abandoned them, and now look how it all ended. Being completely surrounded by green and red rays. Bakugo. Enough. Spitting out a lot of blood from his lips and standing up with the help of his only arm, but watching as his metal arm was lying to the side on the ground. Izuku. Where is the great hero who would save everyone, Katsuki? Grabbing him by the shirt, he began hitting him hard with a knee to his chin and then a punch to his stomach. Making him lose some teeth and breaking his ribs. Izuku. It no longer exists, not even your one for all can do anything to me. Lifting him up in the air to kick him backward. Bakugo. All Might, please forgive me, I couldn't do anything. Izuku. Don't worry, very soon you will be able to reunite with your beloved sensei in the afterlife. At that moment, the one for all rays had surrounded Bakugo's arm, something that the red-haired boy noticed, but he pretended to murmur. Izuku. Ha, are you praying now? At least your creator will be waiting for you with open arms. Gathering energy in his palm, ready to make his final absorption to achieve ultimate power. Bakugo. Have you ever heard these words? To Izuku's surprise, the energy Bakugo released into his surroundings put him on alert. Bakugo. Go beyond your limits. Izuku. Stop talking. Quickly using all his quirks and 1000% one for all, making the entire area shake, even the outside. One for all, 1,000,000%. Bakugo. Plus Ultra. The strongest attack of both was present, Izuku had managed to quickly use his absorption, but not being fast enough to save himself from the attack, it hit him directly on the right side of his body. The combination of both caused a powerful tornado to appear in the cave, which could even be seen and felt outside. The others had flown away, and others were able to bear it or help themselves. Tamura. Izuku. All. Cell-sama. Izuku-kun. The girls had screamed for their beloved, even the junior cells had worried about their father, even after finishing off their enemies they remained silent. Everyone had stopped their fights to show what had happened. Where the great whirlwind had happened, waiting for the surrounding smoke to gradually disperse. But the first thing that was seen was a cell phone, making many happy and others scared, but the smiles had disappeared when they saw how now half of Izuku's body was destroyed, missing an arm and his torso. And in front of Izuku, you could see a kneeling Bakugo Katsuki, who was holding his fist out, completely purple and with some blood coming out of it. Izuku. Ma bad damn, what did you do, my perfect form? Bakugo didn't say anything about it, he hadn't lowered his arm, on the verge of losing consciousness. The heroes around them had only smiled, thinking they had defeated the greatest of villains. Izuku had noticed that Bakugo wasn't making any reaction, because the pain and his gradually losing consciousness didn't let him react. Izuku. You know it's not fun if you don't give yourself a reaction. He had quickly regenerated his arm and the missing body part as if nothing had happened. Izuku. Well, it's time to end this. He quickly put his hands on Bakugo's head, quickly being surrounded by a reddish aura and Bakugo letting out a cry of immense pain. The heroes tried to go to his aid but failed. The junior cells launched multiple attacks with their quirks to prevent them from going. Satsuna began shooting left and right at all the heroes and students on the ground, even those who were trying to get up. Melissa began launching multiple electrical attacks to finish off all those who were flying. The bar was just throwing the thorns from her vines to prevent them from bothering her boyfriend. Gran Torino tried to go to his aid, but Tamura had intercepted him and sent him to the ground abruptly. The Noma started eating and slaughtering everyone without any mercy, and the villains and Yakuzas were killing everyone. But Izuku. This one was now in the core of One for All, being surrounded by all the carriers, including Almight himself who was there. Before the first one could say anything, everyone had been taken or whips had come out of the ground. Izuku. After many years, it finally ended, the war between All for One and One for All ended. Yoichi. Wait young man, this can. He couldn't finish because his mouth had been covered by the whip. Izuku. The cycle ends here, All for One won. Being the last thing he said before making all the carriers completely surrounded by a black aura and then beginning to disappear one by one. At that moment a white sphere had appeared in front of him and all the auras that had the carriers went towards where it was. The quirks and One for All of the bearers have gone directly towards One for All, but completely disappearing everyone without leaving any trace. Outside of Izuku's mind, Midoriya had been surrounded by his One for All, but this time black whips were seen, smoke coming out of it and floating slightly in the air. Izuku. The One for All is mine. Final chapter. Izuku the Perfect Creation Final chapter. 24 years later. I'm sorry. What can I say, after finishing off Bakugo and the rest of the heroes, a lot of things happened. The heroes who were led by Gran Torino were annihilated, leaving no one alive. The few who remained alive were finished off or eaten by the Nomus. Some bodies and heroes who survived were turned into Nomus. Once the attack was over, I had set my sights on the camerawoman who was right there in the area. I'm surprised that even after that mask he was still there, even recording everything. Well, I obviously took the opportunity to say that the UA was only the first phase, Japan was going to fall completely to us. And so it was. That same day, we didn't want to keep anyone waiting, and all my Nomus and I went to the shelter where the heads of the Hero Commission, the Security Commission and Director Nezu were. Each one of them was food for my Nomus and my children. Even for me, who am a Nomu, it was strange for me to assimilate Nezu, since I had never seen a species like that. Obviously I wasn't going to let him live, so I killed him and had him stuffed. Believe it or not, he looks great as a trophy on the wall. It took us a long time, but within a month, Japan had completely fallen to us. Not even the foreign heroes who had arrived as help were of any use. The governments of each country realized that Japan had fallen, they stopped sending professional heroes there, now focusing on their own national defense, they were afraid they would suffer the same fate. Before we could carry out our plan to expand across the world, we went to destroy the Tartaros prison. The guards and heroes left in the prison were slaughtered mercilessly, I didn't even have to lift a finger to finish them off. Once all the prisoners were released we gave them the opportunity to work for us. 80% of them accepted without hesitation, and the other 20% were simply killed or turned into Nomus. After all, pride would always be present in some idiots who will not follow our orders. Among them all, one prisoner in particular caught my attention, a former heroine I had heard about as a child. The sniper heroine, Lady Nagant. At first she was a bit cold and curt, but after we told her everything we did with the Security Commission, she told us that she would definitely be with us, since she found out that some of the sub-directors of said commission were still alive and she wanted to take care of them, but promising that she would be loyal to us from now on. Tamura and I talked about which team I would be on, which would win in the end. As time went by and we planned a few things, we split into different groups. Thanks to Twice and me we made great clones of myself and Tamura, plus with my junior cells, it would be an invincible army. Melissa didn't mind killing even her own father, for me it was even something extreme, although before I saw the Todoroki brothers kill their father, so who am I to judge? She had complained to him in the worst way for having hidden such a thing from her about One for All, and that her uncle and he were idiots. But she couldn't care less, because she said that now she has me, and thanks to that she not only had a quirk, but more of what I wanted in me, someone who truly loves her and helps her. He showed him a crazy smile and shot him in the head, kissing me in front of his corpse. That was something from a movie that I really liked, and strangely enough it hit home. I think I should stop hanging out with Toga, he's giving me his fetishes, even Ibarra had some masochistic fetishes. With our expansion plan, we came across someone very problematic who got in the way of our plans. When we set our sights on the United States, they were waiting for us. Obviously, we made the best plan we had in mind. After all, this was going to be the best heist of our lives against the United States. Star, America's #1 heroine, and from what I was able to find out thanks to Chisaki, she was like Almight's disciple. I was even surprised by how closely related they seemed. If it weren't for Chisaki telling me that they had no blood ties, I could say that she was his daughter. Not even against All Might anyone made me get that far, even fighting alongside Tamura and Chisaki, it was very difficult for us to beat her. Flashback. We find ourselves in a rather pitiful setting, with many destroyed buildings around, bodies of dead heroes and Nomus, with some mud as well, even some dead junior cells with their parts scattered. In the midst of all that disaster, 4 individuals could be seen in a very deplorable state. Izuku, who was in his Nomu form, with many wounds that took a long time to regenerate and dried blood on him. Tamura, who was also taking a long time to regenerate his wounds, even had the flesh of his arm exposed. Kisaki was somewhat similar, but he had more blood from his own wounds than from anyone else's. Facing the trio of villains was America's #1 heroine. She had a large part of her suit destroyed, revealing some of her worked body, but with many wounds, cuts, she even had the mark of a fist on her chest, right in the area of the heart. The 4 of them had been fighting for 6 hours, and no one seemed to give in. Although for Star it was being more difficult. His fellow heroes, the military and police, were slowly falling. Ibarra and Setsuna were leading all the villains from the East Zone, and Melissa was leading the army of Cells Juniors and clones, with Twice in the North Zone. In the West Zone it was being destroyed by Gigantomachia and part of the Liberation Army. The latter had joined the League so they could be on the winning side. Besides, they were afraid of the power they had, because obviously after seeing the Cell tournament and the battles that took place at the UA, they didn't want to be the next in their sights. Izuku obviously accepted them with pleasure, but threatening Destro that if he tried to do anything he would kill him and all his followers. The four of them fought in the south of everything, far from the conflict, managing to prevent their greatest trump card from helping them. Izuku. Tamura, Chisaki, we must end this once and for all. Tamura. I couldn't agree with you more on this. Chisaki. We must remain calm first, one slip and we're dead in front of this monster. Star. This will be your last fight, damn it. Izuku. Let me tell you that Almight and Bakugo said the same words, in the end they just died in such a pathetic way. Tamura quickly disappeared and appeared behind her. Tamura. This time we won't let you off as easily as last time, I'll fight with everything I have, and I'll kill you. Overhaul stood on top of a pillar so he could see above her. Chisaki. Although I don't think you're so stupid as to think you can beat us. The blonde just looked at each of them with great anger. Star. I won't die, no matter how completely my body is destroyed. Izuku just started walking towards his direction like Tamura, while Chisaki put his hand to create some, ready to throw. Star. My desire to fight will lift me up because it is very great. Izuku and Tamura just smiled even more at that and increased their pace a little. Star. And after that, I'll defeat them no matter what. In the environment everything was shaking and Izuku and Tamura went against her and Chisaki threw multiple spikes. But at that moment a huge air figure formed around it and launched some powerful air cannons that made them retreat and destroyed all the Yakuza's peaks, but it quickly went to the sky, being pursued by the three. Izuku quickly appeared in front of her to launch some fire bullets, which caused her to counterattack with a powerful wind wave, but she was unable to dodge Shigaraki's whips in time, which grabbed her by the leg and gave her a huge electric shock. Chisaki had taken advantage of that to stab her a little in her right forearm, which made her scream in pain. Izuku seeing that took advantage of the situation and went against him and kneed him in the stomach and then punched him full in the face with one for all. The heroine had fallen completely to the ground but quickly recovered and then stood up and launched a huge wind attack that collided with Chisaki. Tamura and Izuku stood together to go against the heroine, but she quickly appeared in front of them in a blur of speed to give them a mutual blow to their stomachs, sending them flying into some rubble. Star quickly went against them to finish them off, but blocking an energy bullet that Izuku threw, but receiving a punch in the face, forcing her to retreat and go to the sky, being chased by Midoriya. Star quickly threw some debris at her along with an air cannon and dodged a Chisaki attack that appeared behind her. Izuku blocked the debris but received the attack, sending him crashing to the ground. Star had grabbed Chisaki by the leg to slam him against a building, which was destroyed by the noise. The blonde heroine had gotten into a fighting stance, only to see Izuku and Tamura emerge from the dust, completely covered in dust and hurt because of her, but completely angry at being humiliated like that. At that moment, rain began to spread throughout the area, along with lightning that sounded everywhere. Izuku and Tamura had looked at each other and then nodded and got into a fighting stance, confusing Star because of that, but she couldn't think anymore when she saw them go against her. Star quickly dodged both of their blows and gave Tamura a spinning kick in his face, but received a punch in his face from Izuku. The three of them began a great exchange of blows, seeing that Star was managing to keep the two at bay, but not letting it be seen how little by little she was being subdued by them. At that moment, Izuku, with rays from his eyes, had hit her squarely in one part of her face and then sent her backward with an air cannon from Tamura. The heroine had no choice but to retreat and fly away to stabilize herself, but she didn't count on the fact that both of them would be following her. At that moment both villains launched an energy wave at the same time in front of her, forming a huge smoke screen. But what she hadn't counted on was that a wall of spikes had appeared in front of her, but being pushed against the spikes that pierced her abruptly, letting out a loud cry of pain at that. To one side he could see Chisaki, who was covered in blood but with his hands right on a wall. Chisaki. Hahaha, you were careless, damn it, hahaha. Star. Bad Daityon. Spitting blood from her mouth but seeing Izuku and Tamura in front of her. At that moment, both of them showed no mercy and pierced her with multiple beams of energy that completely pierced her. The three villains fell to the ground to let out a great sigh of tiredness because this was a great challenge, it even almost cost the three of them their lives. End of flashback. I'm sorry. I have to tell you that was the biggest fight I've ever had in my life, he even made me team up with Tamura and Chisaki, after that no one else could have stood up to me if it wasn't an army of heroes or soldiers. As time went by, in 5 years we managed to conquer the entire world. We, Tamura and Chisaki were the heads of the whole world. Well, the leaders of the world surrendered to us and we killed them so that no one else could face us or pose any danger. We took over the world and everyone followed our orders. We have it all, political power, military power, and 3 beautiful wives and my beautiful children. Yes, I already married Setsuna, Ibara and Melissa. Our first child that we had was one of the first of the junior cells that there was and the last one that I believe until now for the moment, the one who best accepts my son is Melissa. Then followed Eri and Kota, yep, we adopted both of them, now they have the surname Midoriya, which the girls gladly accepted. Then came our blood children of the 3, the first was Ibara who got pregnant with twins, both green-haired boys, one of them was born bald, because he inherited his mother's quirk, it wasn't until he was 4 years old that his mother's vine hair grew. Their names are Hisashi and Oze. The second had a combination of creating fire in the form of vines, his name was given to him by Ibara-chan. Twins were also born through Setsuna, only these were a boy and a girl, the first with dark green hair and the other with light green. The first one was born with the same quirk as his mother and also with her attitude. The little girl was born with the same quirk as her grandmother but was even older and could lift a truck but had her father's serious attitude. Their names are Musashi and Bulma. On Melissa's side only one was born, a green-haired boy with blonde parts. He turned out to be a genius because he inherited his parents' intelligence. His name turned out to be Tomioka Midoriya. But to his bad luck, he was born being quirkless, although he never knew it because Izuku had given him hydrogenesis, but later he would give him more. They promised they would tell him the truth when he was old enough. End of story. Izuku. Normal narration. As the years passed, All for One had retired, going into complete retirement on one of his private islands. Inko was very happy for the large family she had and the number of grandchildren she managed to have thanks to her daughter. All members managed to achieve even their goals because being together was better than dying in the streets. With Izuku. We can see the older Midoriya being in a basement that only he knows about, which had a wide variety of capsules, which contained parts of suits, badges or accessories of heroes who have already died. But Izuku was looking in particular, being a mask along with a grenade-shaped glove. That was from the now deceased Bakugo Kitsuki. Izuku took a small sip from the wine glass he was holding, but in his other hand, he held an Almight trading card. That letter was from him and another one was right in the same capsule, behind the mask. Izuku. It's a shame you didn't survive to see all this. Taking a last sip of his wine, he turned around and left his personal collection. Once he arrived, he went to the balcony of his large mansion, which was at the top of his beloved Japan, because he had returned because he missed his country. With the passage of time and the new order they had managed to build, peace had finally reigned in their era. Discrimination was over, villains and heroes no longer existed, and aid for the poorest, such as housing, medicine, and money, arrived. The hospitals were able to progress more thanks to the doctor and Melissa, even those who were studying medicine were able to progress much more than before. By then his 3 wives had arrived, now beautiful women. Setsuna. Love. Jumping up to be greeted with a hug and a kiss. Izuku. What happened, dear ones? Receiving each one, I kissed their lips to smile at them. Ibara. Lunch will be ready soon, we came for you. Hugging the free arm of her beloved husband. Melissa. What's wrong with you? Izuku. Nothing, I was just thinking. Melissa. Well, what do you think if we go out to eat and then we can clear your mind of those thoughts with a delicious dessert? With a rather flirtatious tone and brushing her bust with her elbow, but she was followed by the other 2. Izuku just smiled at that and using his black whips, he took the 3 in a very hexy way. Izuku. I think I'll go for dessert first. Opening a portal to reveal her room and entering with the 3 of them in it and starting their fun. The world had finally achieved what it had failed to achieve years before. The villain had done what neither a hero nor All Might or Star had managed to do. The perfect world far from what it had been in the past. Starting with cases and destruction to return from scratch to be what it is now. A well-made plan by a group of villains who rose up as they saved them and those who brought world peace. Without a doubt a perfect world, a world of peace. The perfect creation. End of the fic. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.